Chapter 214 Earth Fire Room. Chapter 214 Earth Fire Room. Hee hee. Good. I will prepare everything for Junior Marshall Brother right now. The ugly man, seeing that Hanli had actually given him a mid-grade spirit stone, immediately beamed with joy. One had to know that although the generally accepted exchange rate in the world of cultivators was 100 low-grade spirit stones for one mid-grade spirit stone, in reality those willing to use a mid-grade spirit stone to exchange for 100 low-grade spirit stones were very few in number. This was because everyone knew that under the same circumstances, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi from a mid-grade spirit stone was much faster than when using low-grade spirit stones. Just based on this point, everybody wanted to keep a mid-grade spirit stone and naturally would not pay much attention to low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the situation when exchanging high-grade spirit stones with mid-grade spirit stones was the same. After the ugly man had happily received this fire tribute spirit stone, he treated Hanli even more obsequiously. He immediately led Hanli before a huge 5-colored stone door and pulled out a purple command medallion from his waist, pointed it at the stone door and shook it. Red light flashed across the purple command medallion and a wisp of rosy light shot from it, precisely hitting the door. This caused the 5-colored flowing light to rapidly gyrate. Finally, with a few ear-splitting creaks, the stone door slowly rose, revealing a black tunnel behind it. This tunnel was a few tens of feet high and was square in shape. Junior Marshall Brother, the room with earth fire is just past this walled stone path. Let's head over there now, said the ugly man to Hanli ingratiatingly as he squeezed out a few traces of a smile. Hanli nodded his head without saying anything, then took the lead to walk into the tunnel. Although this dock stone cannot be considered a rare item, it is still not a very common material in this world. To be able to find so much at one time and then use it as bricks to construct the tunnel and the room, it was only after a few martial ancestors with great ability from previous generations had spent a great deal of effort that it was constructed. Due to dock stone's ability to resist high temperatures and the strange effects of refining using earth fire, no big accidents have occurred yet ever since this earth fire began to burn, said the ugly man, showing off a little as he led the way. Hanli's interest was greatly aroused when he heard this. He couldn't help but touch the black stone wall off to the side and found that it was smooth and ice cold. This dock stone, where is it produced? It can actually resist earth fire, which is 30% more powerful than true fire. It truly is something special. Hanli expressed his approval, a rarity, and casually asked. This? I heard that although it isn't too rare of an item, our state of you really doesn't produce any of it. These were all obtained by the martial ancestors from a state extremely far to the west. It really was extremely troublesome, explained the ugly man. Just like this, Hanli followed behind the ugly man. In the time it took to roll one's eyes, they had passed the other two similarly large stone doors, finally walking out of the dock stone tunnel. They appeared within an extremely large round-shaped lobby. This large lobby was similarly constructed of dock stone, but it was 400 or 500 feet in diameter and was taller than 100 feet. It was shockingly enormous. Evenly distributed white stone doors of identical size surrounded the huge lobby, roughly 30 of them in total. There were no traces of other humans in the large lobby, only Hanli and the ugly man, both of whom had just arrived. Hanli, after curiously sizing up the place, heard the ugly man say with a laugh, "Underneath this large lobby is the location where the earth fire gathers and burns the brightest." Thus, the sect opened up a total of 36 earth fire refining rooms here. The best rooms for refining pills are number 18 and number 19. However, number 18 is already occupied by a senior martial uncle, so junior martial brother should use room number 19. Although it is somewhat worse than number 18, the flame intensity and stability are also extremely outstanding, said the ugly man with a grin. As he spoke, he led Hanli in front of a door with 19 painted in gold on its surface. Hearing this, Hanli did not say anything and silently nodded his head, indicating his assent. The ugly man, seeing this, immediately pulled out a jade tablet and stuck it on the door, and the white stone door automatically opened. Then the ugly man and Hanli entered this room. The room was square. Its surface area was average, only 80 or 90 square feet in size. However, in the heart of the room was a round heap a few feet wide, and a fist-sized gourd was hanging from each of the 4 walls. A jade green meditation mat was also in a corner not too far away. The The round heap was similarly made of dock stone and was extremely flat, only half a foot tall. However, 8 lifelike fire-red miniature dragon figures were inlaid at the edges of the round heap. In addition, the mouths of the dragons were slightly elevated, aimed at a location in the air above the heart of the round heap, and they assumed a very lifelike spitting position. After clearly seeing the circumstances inside of the room, Hanli felt quite astonished, but before he even opened his mouth to ask, the ugly man had already gotten close to the round heap and took the initiative to explain to Hanli. Junior Martial Brother, this is this room's earth fire opening. The earth fire needed to refine pills shoots out from these 8 dragon bodies. In addition, one can adjust the intensity and height of the flames according to one's needs. The exact technique to control it is inscribed on the surface of the stone heap, explained the ugly man, pointing at the round heap. However, he then pointed at the 4 gourds hanging on the walls and said, within these gourds is spark sand which can temporarily add to the intensity of the earth fire. If Junior Martial Brother feels that the earth fire's temperature is not high enough, you can use these to temporarily increase its intensity, but the duration will not be long. In addition, Junior Martial Brother should carefully put away this jade tablet. Once the door to the room closes, all contact with the outside world will be cut off. Unless numerous core formation cultivators put their strength together, nobody can enter from the outside, so Junior Martial Brother can be assured that there will be absolutely no one who will disturb you. Hearing these words, Hanli began to rejoice quietly in his heart. This kind of a completely sealed-off environment was just what he needed, and he couldn't help but reveal a few traces of delight. At this time, seeing that his explanations were good enough, the ugly man said goodbye and took his leave. Hanli, after watching the ugly man walk out of the room, immediately used the jade tablet and caused the stone door to seal shut. Then he excitedly walked to the round heap and, after circling it many times, began to closely inspect those 8 spitting dragons. In the past few years, Hanli had purposefully spent a huge amount of time researching techniques for refining pills, all for the sake of refining this foundation establishment pill. Thus, he could not be considered a stranger to the Tao of alchemy. He knew that whether or not refining a pill succeeded was related mainly to the control of the fire, as well as opening the furnace to retrieve the pill at the right timing. As for the composition of the ingredients and their quantities, after being put into practice countless times by former generations, they had already been clearly described on the recipe, so one did not have to consider it. Of course, appropriately increasing or decreasing the quantities needed to form a pill once was acceptable. As long as one followed the fixed scale, both increasing or decreasing the quantities of the ingredients was permitted. However, while it was easy to say, actually doing it would be extremely difficult. After accurately controlling the pill furnace's fire, one also had to grasp how to open the furnace at the right time. Who knew how many prospective alchemists these 2 great problems had confounded? Even the current most well-known masters of alchemy could not help but admit that even if they were to personally attempt it, the success rate of forming a pill would still not be too high, only roughly a 50-50 chance of success, and this was for refining the pills they were the most proficient at. Thus, one did not even have to mention any regular alchemist. The success rate of refining a pill completely depended on whether or not the alchemist's experience was plentiful. The more an alchemist had refined a pill, the higher their odds of successfully refining a pill would be. Thus, both alchemists and talisman masters were neck and neck for the 2 most profitable careers in the cultivating world, and thus they were also the 2 most popular occupations. From his inquiries, he was actually clear about these things, and he knew that based on his novice self, wanting to refine a foundation establishment pill at this moment was purely a dream. Thus, he had already planned out from the start to refine these foundation establishment pills one by one. In this way, no matter how many times he failed, he would not feel too distressed about the loss of spiritual medicines. And the amount of spiritual medicines he had prepared was enough to refine more than 100 pills. He trusted that this many ingredients would be sufficient for him to accumulate enough experience early on. Having made a decision, Hanli committed the method of how to use the dragons to memory. Then he began to form the appropriate hand seals, and shot out 8 streaks of red light towards the dragons in a row. The dragons immediately absorbed red light, and their mouths opened. A purple flame as thick as a chopstick spurted out from each of their mouths separately. Instantly, the high temperature of the flames began to diffuse throughout the air inside of the room, causing Hanli to be quietly shocked. Then Hanli tried adjusting the thickness of the flame, as well as finally manipulating the height of the flames spurting from the dragons. When he could control them with ease, he extinguished the flames from the dragons. Next, he walked towards the prayer mat and sat down cross-legged, then began to restore his energy. Han Li sat for the greater half of a day. After feeling that his energy and physical strength had reached their optimal condition, he opened his eyes and stood up, preparing to begin refining the pills. Thankfully, Han Li's cultivation technique had luckily passed the 10th layer, allowing him to refrain from eating. Thus he did not need to eat. Now Han Li fished out the silver-threaded cauldron that he had bought that day from his storage pouch, then placed a floating technique onto it, causing it to stop in midair directly above the round heap. This magic technique was also one that he had specifically cultivated for today's task, and he had used up many days learning it. Han Li once again shot out red light towards the dragons, stimulating the release of the purple earth fire. Because ingredients had not been placed inside of the cauldron, Han Li controlled the fire and made it extremely thin as a silk thread. Then he caused the silver-threaded cauldron to begin to rotate in midair under the heating of the 8 flames. After a quarter of an hour, the silver-threaded cauldron was already blisteringly hot and emitted a shockingly high temperature. Seeing this, Han Li pointed at the small cauldron, causing its lid to immediately fly into the air, revealing the opening of the cauldron. He flipped his right hand and a white jade bottle appeared in it. The bottle contained a precise quantity of fine spiritual medicine powder that he had prepared earlier. Controlling the small bottle, Han Li dumped the medicinal powder inside of the bottle completely into the silver-threaded cauldron. Then he immediately tossed this bottle and retrieved another bottle from his storage pouch, continuing to repeat the same motion. Like this, Han Li completely dumped all of the 10 spiritual medicine powders that he needed into the silver-threaded cauldron, finally replacing the lid and covering it up again. The first step was finally completed, seemingly in a perfect manner, and no mistakes had occurred. Chapter 215 Refining Pills and Foundation Establishment. Chapter 215 Refining Pills and Foundation Establishment. Under Han Li's manipulation, the purple fire that the 8 dragons spat out became almost as thick as a finger. As the silver-threaded cauldron's rotation speed slowed down, the flame center started to faintly tremble. As time passed by, the small cauldron released a medicinal fragrance that could stir up a person's spirit. However, Han Li clearly understood that at this moment he was still very far away from forming a pill. At the very least, he would need to use an even more intense flame and coagulate the pill in an instant. Only in this way would he be able to produce the pill. With this thought, the purple flame under Han Li's control became even more dazzling, becoming even as thick as a bowl, causing the entire silver-threaded cauldron to be enclosed within the flames. From afar, the small cauldron had already become a massive fireball, and the medicinal fragrance became increasingly heavy. Han Li knew without guessing that this was the medicinal powder beginning to coagulate into a pill, and so he became increasingly careful. But right at that moment, a muffled explosion came from the cauldron. Although its sound wasn't loud, it caused Han Li's heart to sink, and his expression was somewhat ugly. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li sighed and stopped the earth fire. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of the scalding small cauldron and reached his head out to take a look. Within the cauldron were numerous chunks of light blue solids that had split. It seemed like they were the waste products from the yet-to-coagulate pill. Han Li shook his head and retrieved another jade box, placing it on the ground. Then he controlled the silver-threaded cauldron and flipped it, dumping these waste pills into the box, then stowed them away. Even if these were waste pills, they were still composed of various spiritual medicinal powders that had yet to coagulate. Han Li could not bear to just throw them away like that. Who knew if in the future he would have any other uses for them? After completing all of this, Han Li went back to sitting on the prayer mat until the silver-threaded cauldron had completely cooled down before starting to refine pills again. He performed the same procedure with the same powder ingredients and the same technique when controlling the flame, but unfortunately, each time he still failed on the coagulation step. This time Han Li's face had no expression. When his condition had been properly adjusted, he silently began the next cycle. A month's time passed. The ugly man, seeing that Han Li had yet to come out of the earth fire room, felt very shocked. However, he was even more excited because in this way he could charge even more fees. After 2 months, stone door number 18 still did not open. Apart from the elation in his heart, the ugly man also felt great astonishment. 3 months. After 6 months, Han Li still showed absolutely no indication of coming out. Now the ugly man's joy had long since disappeared completely, leaving behind only an expression full of anxiety and a stomach that felt unsettled. Nearly half a year's time with regards to pill or weapon refining was not actually a very rare occurrence. The ugly man had seen even longer periods of seclusion numerous times. But the people who had spent that much time in the Earth Fire Room were all at the very least disciples above the Foundation establishment stage. It was truly his first time seeing a chi condensation disciple like Han Li spend so long inside their refining pills. In addition, chi condensation disciples could only hold out at most a month without eating. Could this disciple of martial ancestry have brought in food and drink with him, allowing him to persevere for so long? The ugly man thought with a doubtful expression. Inside of the Earth Fire Room, Han Li sat cross-legged on the prayer mat, looking at the 20 or so vividly blue Foundation establishment pills floating in front of him, an expression of deep thought on his face. These pills were all the rewards that Han Li had received from spending countless amounts of his blood, sweat and tears during this past half year. Obtaining them was truly difficult beyond comparison. Han Li had been unable to pass even the coagulation step for the first 20 or so refinements. Looking at each of the waste pills, his heart felt very pained. He had almost given up, deciding that after he had returned and learned the proper alchemy techniques from other alchemists, he would start refining Foundation establishment pills again. Although the amount of time he would waste would be incredibly long, it would be better than for him to vainly squander his spiritual medicines. However, before he was about to leave, he decided, perhaps by a stroke of divine inspiration, to open the cauldron and make another refinement. And this time, as if by the aid of the gods, the pill actually coagulated. In addition, when he opened the furnace to retrieve the pill, he was miraculously able to successfully retrieve it on his first try. Thus, he obtained his first Foundation establishment pill that he had created by his own hands. This Foundation establishment pill, apart from being slightly smaller, was exactly the same as the other 3 medicinal pills that he already had. This caused Han Li's spirit to be greatly stirred up. With this time's encouragement, Han Li gritted his teeth and dispelled the idea of returning. He calmed his heart and continued. Following this time's experience of success, Han Li's success rate in coagulating the pill immediately began to increase like crazy. Within 3 refinements, he successfully coagulated the pill once. As for opening the furnace, Han Li had extraordinary innate skill. He successfully retrieved more than half of the medicinal pills from the furnace on his first try. This was something that Han Li had never expected could happen. During this period of time, when Han Li felt extremely hungry and thirsty, he would take out the bottle of fasting pills that he had received from the little old man and eat one. Then he would be able to persevere for another month. He had obtained this bottle of fasting pills by exchanging them for a few 100-year-old herbal medicines. Today they just so happened to come in handy. Like this, when the raw materials Han Li possessed were almost completely used up, he had obtained this batch with a frightening amount of Foundation establishment pills. The number of medicinal pills in this batch greatly surpassed his initial expectations. Early on, when he had heard about the great difficulties of refining pills, he reckoned that it could be considered pretty good if he were to even obtain 7 or 8 of them. But today it seemed that it was not as excessively difficult to refine as he had heard from the cultivating world. Could those alchemists be misguiding other cultivators? Or was it that he truly had an innate talent for refining pills? Han Li felt perplexed. In reality, Han Li had thought too far to the left. The technique for refining pills was actually even more difficult than was spread around in the outside world. It would be impossible for one to groom an alchemist with average talent without 20 to 30 years of time and a nearly astronomical amount of money. And the Han Li of today, with respect to his skill in refining Foundation establishment pills, could already be considered part of the upper echelon when compared with other average alchemists. The reason why such an inconceivable phenomenon could occur was completely due to Han Li's nearly half a year of refining the same pill. One had to know that even the most rich and imposing sects would have no way of having an adequate supply of precious ingredients to allow an alchemist to refine the same pill for half of a year's time. This kind of thing was somewhat possible if one were to consider the lowest grade medicinal pills. However, if it were low-grade medicinal pills, what need was there for one to purposefully refine and accumulate experience? In any case, the ingredients were cheap, and if it was not refined successfully, one could just start again. Han Li did not understand this, and so naturally he did not figure it out. However, after briefly mulling over it, he let it go. This was because he had suddenly had the idea of immediately swallowing the Foundation Establishment pill and attempt to break through the Foundation Establishment bottleneck. This thought was extremely strong, causing Han Li to consider very seriously the possibility of undergoing closed-door cultivation in this earth fire room. After 11 months, the stone door to the earth fire room that Han Li was in remained tightly shut with no sign of opening. On this day, the ugly man was numbly gazing at the 19th stone door with an anxious expression. He was certain that something had definitely occurred to Han Li inside. Otherwise, even Foundation Establishment cultivators should have already come out. He was not actually worried for Han Li as a person. Rather, he was seriously afraid that martial ancestor Li would, after discovering his disciple's mishap, would take out his anger on him. In addition, although he was a close relative of sect leader Zhou, which was the reason why he could watch over this area, the ugly man was very clear that if martial ancestor Li really became angry over this, his supporter would definitely not get him out of this predicament. Just as the ugly man's stomach was filled with anxiety, the stone door in front of him suddenly flashed with a white light, then it opened soundlessly. Next, a person walked out, flushed with success. This was Han Li, who had been inside of the room for close to a year. The ugly man reacted after a long time and was instantly both surprised and happy. He hurriedly took a few steps forward with a mouthful of complaints. "Junior Marshal brother, why have you only come out now? If you hadn't come out, I would've." "You." The ugly man had just spoken a few sentences when his eyes suddenly became round, as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Han Li, his mouth open and his tongue tied. He was unable to say anything. "What, is there something wrong with me?" Han Li asked with a slight smile, glancing at the light that suddenly flashed across the person's face. Your cultivation. Am I? Could you be in the Foundation Establishment stage?" The ugly man regained his focus after a long time and asked while stammering with a confused and alarmed expression. Chapter 216 Medicinal Power. Chapter 216. Medicinal Power. Seeing how careful the ugly man was, Han Li felt embarrassed from trying to find an opportunity from him. He had no better option than to revoke his original intention of teaching him a lesson. After all, apart from the ugly man's previous rudeness to him, he had made no other great offenses toward him. With this thought, Han Li's expression relaxed as he insipidly said, "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave." With that said, Han Li departed, light as a feather. For a very long moment, the ugly man looked at Han Li's departing figure and finally gave a long sigh. He then mumbled to himself, "This is truly against reason." He hid himself inside the earth fire room and casually secluded himself, succeeding in Foundation Establishment. As for me, how could I, who found a quiet room and a great amount of supplementary medicine pills, not actually succeed? No wonder. Since this person has been accepted as martial ancestor Li's disciple, it seems his aptitude is certainly beyond normal. The ugly man actually blamed Han Li's success on heavenly talent. If Han Li himself heard this, he would perhaps bitterly laugh without end. At this moment, Han Li had already left Yulu Hall. The two individuals guarding the transportation formation had already been exchanged with two others. Otherwise, if they saw Han Li suddenly reach Foundation Establishment from Qi condensation, they would have likely been astonished. Han Li slow drove his flying magic tool through the sky without the slightest of worry as he thought back to his experience of entering Foundation Establishment. When Han Li had finished refining the Foundation Establishment pills 5 months before, after some deliberation he felt that undergoing Foundation Establishment in the Earth Fire Room wasn't a bad idea. At the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about others suddenly intruding and interrupting his seclusion, forcing him to leave things half-finished. Thus, with his mind made up, Han Li consumed one of his original 3 Foundation Establishment pills and then began to make use of medicinal power spreading throughout his body. The power of the Foundation Establishment pill flared very quickly. After several short hours, Han Li felt a small inferno roaring and steadily growing inside his dantian. All the other parts of his body felt colder than ice. Altogether, he felt a completely distinct feeling of ice and fire. However, this feeling only continued for a short amount of time before the inferno in his dantian disappeared without a trace. The rest of his body also returned to its normal temperature. causing Han Li to be a bit stunned. After a moment of bewilderment, Han Li's complexion greatly changed as he placed his hands against his dantian without letting go. Because at that time, a fierce pain similar to 7 or 8 daggers simultaneously ripping into him occurred. Not prepared for this in the slightest, Han Li became incomparably pale, slack-jawed, and beaded with sweat the size of soybeans while his entire body bent into a complete curl. While Han Li was painfully curled into a ball on the floor, he was raining curses in his heart. Why did the people who gave the pill to him never mention the pain that came after taking the Foundation Establishment pill? But without even completing his curses, the sharp pain in his dantian suddenly turned into an explosion. This explosion turned into countless threads of warmth, immediately flowing throughout his body's meridians and reaching even the marrow of his bones. But the warmth then turned into a strange, unbearable itch, as if there were countless ants crawling all over his body. This caused him to want to bang his head against the wall and slightly alleviate his suffering. This torment that nearly caused Han Li to go mad continued for the time it took to eat a meal before it gradually diminished. At this moment, Han Li was finally able to support himself against the corner of the wall and stand with much difficulty. Sweating profusely, he was completely covered in a layer of an indescribable gray substance. Furthermore, it was sticky and emitted an unspeakably strange odor. However, Han Li didn't care about this at all. What was on his mind was that his cultivation had progressed to the 12th layer. Furthermore, he was comfortably warm from head to toe without the slightest of discomfort. It was very clear that the Foundation Establishment pill from before had already improved his bodily structure, cleansing his marrow and replacing his tendons. As for the warmth in his body, it should be residual medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment pill. However, after he absorbed it, he used it to increase his magic power. This must be the reason why disciples seclude themselves for 3 months after taking the Foundation Establishment pill. Otherwise, this medicinal power would gradually fade away after time had passed. Han Li now started truly following the steps laid out by those in Foundation Establishment and sincerely sat down, absorbing the residual medicinal power. However, Han Li quickly discovered that the bits of residual medicinal power that remained in his body could only slightly deepen his magic power and could not again be used to improve his physique. If it were only one Foundation Establishment pill, after cleansing the marrow and replacing the tendons, none would naturally let this good opportunity to increase one's magic power pass by, so they would seclude themselves for 3 months to thoroughly absorb the medicinal power. They naturally wouldn't easily abandon it. However, Han Li was not the same. He had great amounts of Foundation Establishment pills on hand. These bits of residual medicinal power weren't enough to enter his eyes. What he was concerned with was improving his physique several times, eventually entering Foundation Establishment. After all, cleansing the marrow and replacing the tendons was the crucial point of breaking through Foundation Establishment. After sitting in meditation for over 10 days, Han Li clearly understood this. Naturally, he did not have the patience to wait several months before taking his second Foundation Establishment pill. After some contemplation, he came to the conclusion that taking consecutive Foundation Establishment pills shouldn't cause any large problems. At most, there should be an excess of residual medicinal power, but this was nothing. After pondering several more times, he took a second Foundation Establishment pill without waiting any further. These was a similar pain and a similar tingling itch. Han Li, who was already prepared, still suffered greatly. However, Han Li had already felt this before, and the sensation seemed to feel slightly lesser than before. However, the impurities that were released from his body were not small. It seemed that his aptitude was truly terrible. After taking his second consecutive Foundation Establishment pill, Han Li did not feel anything strange about the residual magic power in his body. Naturally, the warmth in his bones felt slightly stronger. There weren't any problems at all. Furthermore, his magic power had leaped to the 13th layer, the peak of qi condensation. As such, Han Li started organizing his thoughts. He shouldn't take the Foundation Establishment pills one after another. Each medicine pill had a similar effect of cleansing one's marrow, further releasing more impurities inside Han Li's body. However, when he took the third pill, Han Li clearly felt the Foundation Establishment pill's marrow cleansing effect decrease noticeably, discharging less and less impurities. But at the same time, the true essence and magic power within his body underwent a fantastic change. The original condition of his true essence, after undergoing several Foundation Establishment pill, had gradually consolidated, changing further into liquid. After his 7th foundation establishment pill, apart from a small area at the core of his dantian, his true essence had turned completely into liquid. However, after taking the 7th foundation establishment pill, the residual magic power in Han Li's body approached saturation. The original feeling of warmth throughout his body had now turned into a scorching heat, causing Han Li to hesitate. He truly did not know if whether or not chaos would stem from the great amount of medicinal power released once he took the 8th foundation establishment. But Han Li felt that he was truly close to reaching foundation establishment. It was perhaps only 1 or 2 pills away. After slight contemplation, Han Li's thirst for foundation establishment won over, and he took his 8th foundation establishment pill. However, when this medicine pill entered his belly, the residual medicinal power that he was barely able to control cried out, suddenly exploding. This heated up the meridians throughout Han Li's body, causing his consciousness to become faint. However, when Han Li woke from his scalding body, he discovered a pleasant surprise. While he was unconscious, he actually succeeded in breaking through, already entering foundation establishment. Exhilarated, Han Li immediately thought of jumping into the air to release his excitement. But when he straightened his back, his entire body heated up and he once again fell to the floor, causing him to become greatly scared. Although he had entered foundation establishment, the residual medicinal power of the 8th pill was not eased in the slightest and still flowed throughout his body. It was still very much dangerous. Under his current circumstances, he immediately cultivated and absorbed his medicinal power. Otherwise, it could explode once again at any time. Although Han Li clearly understood the method of resolving this crisis, he was still incessantly grumbling inwardly without the slightest of happiness. Apart from the Azure Essence Sword art Han Li had on hand, what other foundation establishment cultivation method did Han Li have? With just a look at his newly accepted master and how negligently he treated him, one could tell how crappy this cultivation technique was. Furthermore, Han Li had already flipped through the book several times and made a few inquiries to others. This sword art was truly common. Nearly all the foundation establishment disciples of Yellow Maple Valley had refined 2 or 3 layers. However, none continued to cultivate deeper than 3 layers. Han Li didn't clearly ask about the specific reason, but the worthlessness of this sword art could be clearly seen. Under these circumstances, although Han Li did not want to cultivate it, he could only force himself to. With no better option, he took out the Azure Essence Sword arts and spread it out in front of him. Then he sat cross-legged and cultivated in accordance to the book. This Azure Essence Sword art spanned through 9 layers. The first 3 layers could be cultivated by Qi condensation disciples. The middle 3 layers and last 3 layers could only be cultivated by foundation establishment and core formation cultivators. Furthermore, for every 3 layers cultivated, one could use a divine ability exclusive to that sword art. After cultivation the first 3 layers without using a magic tool, one could use a single palm to release a sword streak about 3 meters long. Its power wasn't bad, capable of contending against high-grade magic tools. After cultivating the middle 3 layers, one could release a protective sword shield on one's body in an instant. Although its defensive power was about the same as an elementary mid-grade defensive talisman, it could counterattack with a sword streak. When the sword shield received an attack, a sword streak would automatically be released to counterattack. As for the last 3 layers. Chapter 217. Sword Art. As for the divine ability upon completion of the last 3 layers of the sword art, it was the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. The prerequisite to cultivating it was the possession of a flying sword magic treasure. Of course, flying sabers were also acceptable. After completely cultivating it, when using this divine ability to deal with enemies, one could borrow the sword light from the flying sword to create an illusion of a sword shadow completely identical to the flying sword. This could interfere with the enemy's line of sight and attack the enemy along with the original sword. Although the sword shadow's initial formation had only 10% of the strength of the original sword, as one increased the sword art's layer, its strength could increase. When it reached the 9th layer, it would have reached 1/3 of the original sword's strength. In addition, when cultivating the sword shadow, one could produce not just one illusion. From the 7th layer onwards, every additional layer one reached would allow one to produce an additional sword shadow. In this way, once one reached the pinnacle of the Azure Essence Sword art, one could have 3 shadows that appeared to be identical to the original sword, yet only had 1/3 of its strength. As such, it seemed that the divine ability, the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique, was worth cultivating. But Han Li already knew that there definitely must be something fishy about this. Even though Yellow Maple Valley had so many Foundation establishment cultivators, nobody had taken the time to deeply cultivate this technique. Thus, he deeply regretted not listening clearly back then to reason behind the sword art's lack of popularity, only believing that he definitely would not cultivate this Azure Essence sword art. Thus, he had casually and carelessly passed over it. Now, although Han Li clearly knew that this magic technique had a great problem, he couldn't help but to summon his courage and cultivate it at least once. He could only hope that this technique would not have any kind of consequence that would cause him to become obsessed. However, after thinking closely about it, although other people had not deeply cultivated it, they still succeeded with 2 or 3 layers. In this way, it seemed like there shouldn't be a big problem with cultivating it a little bit. Holding on to these self-assuring thoughts, Han Li helplessly took in the medicinal strength about to flare up within his body according to the method of the Azure Essence sword art. Han Li had only rotated his cultivation technique once before feeling a sudden rumble. The feeling that he got when his absorption of the medicinal power caused his magic strength to rise greatly almost made him cry out in happiness. Immersed in this kind of marvelous feeling, Han Li couldn't help but allow the magic technique to rotate one time after another, as his consciousness slowly slunk off to a faraway place. After sitting there for an unknown length of time and having cleaned out the last bits of medicinal strength in his body, Han Li finally regained consciousness from his wonderful experience. The now sober Han Li stared somewhat sluggishly for a moment, but immediately afterwards he stood up without saying anything. Then he squinted his eyes and tilted his head, thinking for a moment. He suddenly raised his arm and gestured in front of his body, and an azure misty sword streak a few feet long instantly shot out of his finger. Its chilly aura was incredibly threatening, and it appeared to be incomparably sharp. Seeing this cold light, Han Li actually did not feel happy. Instead, he began to laugh bitterly. Then, with a sudden shake of his hand, the azure light actually expanded ferociously, in an instant becoming roughly 10 feet long, almost piercing the rock wall on the other side. Damn it! I didn't expect that the remaining medicinal power would be so strong. I actually cultivated to the 4th layer of the sword art in an instant. Who knows if there will be any big side effects? Han Li whispered to himself with a cloudy and uncertain expression on his face. No matter, at most I just won't cultivate this sword art in the future anymore. Han Li muttered, then let his arm fall. The azure-colored sword streak completely disappeared. However, Han Li's curiosity had been greatly piqued, and he still picked up the Azure Essence Sword Art Manual, and flipped through the sections related to using the sword as a shield to protect the body, committing them to memory. Then Han Li lowered his head and contemplated in silence, closing his eyes. Immediately afterwards he abruptly opened his eyes, and a strange shield appeared around his body. This azure-colored shield was very similar in size to other defensive items, but its outer appearance was not the usual smooth shape. Instead, it appeared to be like a porcupine with sharp streaks protruding from it. In addition, it seemed to be emitting faint traces of some kind of evil spirit. This is the protective sword shield? Han Li carefully inspected the spiked shield in front of him with a certain amount of astonishment. The sword manual says this shield can autonomously send out sword streaks and counterattack opponents. What a pity that I have no way to test it out right now. Han Li thought regretfully. Next, Han Li moved his hands and feet, then closely inspected the true essence inside of his body. After discovering that there truly did not seem to be anything wrong, he relaxed and carefully put away his possessions, leaving the earth fire room. Then he just so happened to directly run into the ugly man. When he thought of the ugly man's shocked expression towards him, Han Li couldn't help but laugh in his heart in midair. At this time, the sky was growing lighter and Han Li returned to the 100 Medicine Garden. He didn't run into a single person the entire time. Back then, when he had used the excuse of finding a location to undergo closed-door Foundation establishment cultivation, the Medicine Garden naturally returned to the hands of the little old man. This caused him to feel extremely unhappy, and he had spent much time blowing his beard and staring. When Han Li entered the garden, the little old man was absorbing the spiritual qi from his surroundings with his eyes closed in front of his cottage. Although he did not open his eyes, he still accurately yelled out Han Li's name. This was unsurprising, considering that due to the restrictions on the 100 Medicine Garden, Apart from the little old man, only Han Li could enter or leave as he pleased. However, right when this senior martial uncle Ma had called out Han Li's name, he suddenly felt something and abruptly opened his eyes, staring at Han Li in disbelief. You actually successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Senior martial uncle Ma. This disciple truly luckily entered the foundation establishment stage. Han Li bowed in greeting courteously and said with a gentle laugh. Although the little old man stared blankly with shock for some time, he slowly returned to normal. However, he still muttered to himself, "This is too unbelievable." He actually entered the foundation establishment stage. After he murmured these two sentences, he suddenly corrected his expression and said with respect, "Since we are both foundation establishment cultivators right now, you don't need to bring up the 3 words, senior martial uncle, anymore. From today onwards we should refer to each other as martial brothers. Since I am somewhat older, if junior martial brother does not despise it, you can just call me senior martial brother Ma." Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded with a smile and did not oppose it. This kind of determining seniority based upon one's realm was a tradition of the cultivating world. This was nothing to be modest about. Following, the little old man who was also Han Li's senior martial brother Ma, entered the room together with Han Li. Then they each sat down at a table and began to steep a pot of good tea. They had not been sitting for long when the little old man impatiently asked about how Han Li had reached the foundation establishment stage. Han Li naturally would not tell the other person the real circumstances. However, he did not hide that he achieved foundation establishment in the earth fire room, obediently revealing it to the other person. This was because if the other person investigated even a little, he would be able to easily discover this matter. He only said that he had rented an earth fire room from Yulu Hall, then swallowed the foundation establishment pill that the sect had given him and cultivated behind closed doors for near a year. He did not know how, but somehow he luckily succeeded. As he listened raptly to what Han Li said, the little old man clicked his tongue, "Z's," incessantly, calling the situation strange. When he had heard the story that Han Li had told him, he blinked his eyes and said to him, "Junior martial brother Han, from what you said, your experience of reaching the foundation establishment stage is not too different from other people. Even you could reach foundation establishment with this kind of a natural ability. All I can say is that junior martial brother was extremely lucky. Even a success rate of 1% is enough for you." In the past few years, the little old man had become very familiar with Han Li, so when he spoke he was very direct and did not conceal his envy towards Han Li. In fact, even a jealous expression was emerging from his face. "Hee. This can only mean that I, junior martial brother, am extremely lucky. I also did not expect that I could enter the foundation establishment stage so easily." Han Li laughed and said with a grin. "However, since junior martial brother Han has successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, you have to let the sect head know so that sect master Zhou can record your name down on the books. In this way, junior martial brother will be treated according to how high-level disciples are treated, and the amount of spirit stones one receives after reaching foundation establishment is not trivial," said the little old man in a joking manner. Much thanks to senior martial brother's pointers. When Han Li heard this, his expression changed and he said this sincerely. "This can't count for much. No matter how you see it, we have known each other for so many years. The things that I should remind you of, I will do my best to tell you," said the little old man casually, waving his hand. In reality, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, the best benefit that the sect gives is still allowing foundation establishment disciples to pick at will a location in the Taiyu mountain range. Chapter 218 Pros and Cons. Chapter 218 Pros and Cons. When senior martial brother Ma spoke up to hear, he stopped for a moment. An expression of regret surfaced on his face and he continued to say, "Unfortunately, after one cultivates this sword art to a deep layer, there is an intolerable flaw. Starting from the 4th layer, when using the Azure Essence sword art to absorb spiritual chi from the environment, every few days the strange phenomenon of one's cultivation scattering will occur. A small portion of the magic power that one gained from cultivating this magic art will bafflingly dissipate on its own a few days later. This has truly stumped many people. The speed of loss at the 4th layer of this sword art is not too frightening. Only 1/10 of the newly cultivated magic power will dissipate. If one were to spend even a little effort, common cultivators would still be able to make up for it. But if one steps into the 5th or 6th layer, the rate of loss of spiritual power would be frightening. An additional loss of 1/10 is added on every layer, causing one's bitterly cultivated magic power to continue to greatly dissipate. That is also to say 20% of newly cultivated magic power will be lost at the 5th layer of the sword art, and 30% at the 6th layer. In this way, who would still dare to cultivate the Azure Essence sword art? In addition, the highest layer of the Azure Essence sword art that our sect's disciples used to cultivate was the 6th layer. Above the 6th layer requires that one must be at the core formation stage to cultivate it. However, when this kind of cultivation technique reached the 6th layer, one would already lose close to a third of one's spiritual power. How could these experts still dare to take this incredible risk? If at the 7th layer of the Azure Essence sword art one still continued to lose a huge amount of spiritual power, wouldn't these experts be incredibly wronged? One has to know that progressing one layer in a core formation stage cultivation technique is much harder. This Azure Essence sword art is already incomparably difficult to cultivate. Nobody would be willing to waste 10 or so years or even decades to take this incredibly stupid risk. Even more, this Azure Essence sword art is fragmented and incomplete, and it isn't some kind of divine technique. There simply isn't enough motivation for them to take this risk. However, this sword art's sword streak divine ability is truly very practical. Simply giving up on it like this is somewhat of a pity. Thus, some people will only cultivate the first 3 layers of the Azure Essence sword art, and it has since become a very successful supporting technique. Thus, one doesn't need to worry about losing one's cultivation and can still continue to use the sword streak divine ability. Of course, even if one only cultivated the sword streak divine ability, it would require these disciples to spend 4 to 5 years of solitary cultivation to achieve it. After hearing the little old man's lengthy explanation, Han Li could only stare with his mouth open. When he finally regained consciousness, he only felt a bad taste in his stomach. It couldn't be. He had already cultivated to the 4th layer of the sword art. According to what the little old man said, if in the future he wanted to continue cultivating the Azure Essence sword art, 1/10 of the magic power he cultivated would dissipate for no reason. In addition, the deeper the layers, the more the loss of magic power would accumulate. How could he continue to cultivate like this? However, since everything had become very clear, no matter what, he would not behave foolishly and continue to cultivate. Cultivation of the Azure Essence sword art would end here. Han Li had not made this decision for long before the little old man's next words moved Han Li's heart again, and he felt that there was something off. Although the Azure Essence sword art has such a great drawback, it still has its own unique characteristics. Otherwise, it would not have become the signature technique of a sect back then, the little old man suddenly remarked with some regret as he pressed his lips together. I once heard someone say that although cultivating this sword art is extremely slow, every time one successfully cultivates a layer, one may enlarge their meridians and have profound, wonderful effects on the dantian. This causes the magic power of cultivators that have cultivated this sword art to be somewhat more profound than that of a cultivator of the same level. But exactly how much more profound can it be? This depends on how many layers of the sword art one has cultivated. But based on records from before, the only disciple that cultivated this Azure Essence sword art to the 6th layer, when he reached the foundation establishment stage, had magic power roughly a third greater than that of other cultivators in his level. This extra magic power was exactly the same amount as the magic power that he had lost while cultivating the Azure Essence sword art. This kind of coincidence must be mentioned. This sword art is truly somewhat profound. The little old man had seemingly studied this Azure Essence sword art quite a bit, and the more he spoke, the more his spirits were lifted up. Afterwards, spittle was even flying from his mouth and he was very animated. This caused Han Li to hurriedly bring up some other matters, forcibly changing the subject from the Azure Essence sword art. Only then did senior martial brother Ma return to normal. To Han Li, even if this sword art had any other marvelous characteristic, he still would not cultivate it. His aptitude originally was already not good. There must be something wrong with his brain if he intentionally cultivated this extremely slow, incomplete magic technique unless he did not want to reach core formation. Even with those common cultivation techniques, Han Li reckoned that if he were to discover a few medicinal recipes, there was still somewhat of a possibility of him reaching core formation. Han Li chatted with the little old man for a while longer before taking his leave. Now that he had reached foundation establishment, he naturally could no longer watch over the medicine garden for the other person. Thus he returned to the cottage that he normally lived in. After a little bit of cleaning up, he swiftly headed towards it. At the time, the sky was very bright, making it the perfect opportunity for him to go to the official hall and take care of business. The excitement in Han Li's heart had yet to retreat completely, since he had just reached the foundation establishment stage. His only thought was that he would take care of his business, then immediately open up a cave for himself. Han Li had looked forward to this for a long time. Chapter 219 Discussions. Chapter 219. Discussions. Senior Martial Brother Sect Master. Junior Martial Brother was able to cultivate to foundation establishment by a fluke, thus he has come to Sect Master to inform him of this matter. I hope Sect Master could award me the privilege of establishing an immortal's cave. Han Li was not long-winded, directly stating his purpose in coming. You've just cultivated to foundation establishment? Zhong Lingdao first stared blankly before soon coming to realization. To receive a foundation establishment pill, then waiting until the most opportune moment before consuming and succeeding in foundation establishment was not a rare matter. This Sect Master Zhong considered Han Li to be one of those cases. Hee. Congratulations to Junior Martial Brother Han on entering foundation establishment. The sect's high-level disciples has increased by 1. This is truly a matter worth celebrating. Zhong Lingdao said with a faint smile as he twirled his long whiskers. This one was only lucky. This was thanks to the foundation establishment pill bestowed by the sect. Han Li replied, gleaming with radiance. After Zhong Lingdao heard Han Li's courteous words, he carefully sized up Han Li. At this moment he felt Han Li was becoming more and more familiar. He must have seen him before. But after a moment of thought he could not remember when or where. As such, Zhong Lingdao could not help but nod his head and muttered to himself, bitterly entering deep thought. As Han Li saw this, he found this very funny and did not bother him. Minding his own business, he raised the teacup and slowly tasted the tea within. After a short moment, with a flash of realization, Zhong Lingdao actually thought of the matter of the rite of immortal ascension. He could not help but connect the youngster who originally stood in the main hall to the calm junior martial brother before him. Zhong Lingdao, having recalled Han Li's circumstances, could not help but sharply raise his head. He cried out with a face full of surprise, "It's you, the disciple who entered the sect with the rite of immortal ascension. You actually succeeded in foundation establishment? Senior Martial Brother Sect Master actually remembers me. My matter of being able to enter the sect was truly thanks to Sect Master's assistance." When Han Li saw that the Sect Master had remembered him, he did not panic and instead lightly smiled toward Zhong Lingdao, expressing his thanks. Having heard the words, Senior Martial Brother Sect Master, Zhong Lingdao realized this was no longer the rogue cultivator who originally entered the sect but a foundation establishment cultivator such as himself. Thus, after a brief expression of astonishment, he resumed his calm expression and mildly remarked, "It was nothing. This sect master has handled affairs in accordance to the rules for many years." However, Junior Martial Brother Han was actually able to cultivation to foundation establishment with false spiritual roots. It is inconceivable. If this were to spread, Junior Martial Brother would be immediately known throughout the cultivation world. Although Zhong Qingdao's external appearance seemed to have returned to normal, his words revealed the astonishment in his heart. This was no surprise, as Sect Master Zhong clearly understood Han Li's original circumstances. A person with 4 attribute spiritual roots being able to attain foundation establishment was truly hard for him to accept. Han Li saw this and smiled. With a half-joking tone he said, "This one did not expect when he took the foundation establishment pill he would actually reach foundation establishment. The only explanation is that I was assisted by the heavens, which saw a fool like me and gave me outrageous luck." When Han Li said this, he actually made the other party laugh. "But Junior Martial Brother Han, wasn't your foundation establishment pill given to Junior Martial Disciple Ye's grandnephew? How did you obtain another foundation establishment pill?" Right after Sect Master Zhong chuckled, he had second thoughts on something he didn't understand and asked, "Hee. Senior Martial Brother Sect Master, didn't you give me a foundation establishment pill?" Laughing in his herd, Han Li responded to this with chuckle. "Me?" Zhong Lingdao responded, puzzled. How could he possibly not have any memory of this? Could it be that sect master has already forgotten? Among the several people who returned alive from the forbidden area, there were 3 who were awarded a foundation establishment pill. I was one of those people. Han Li eventually said after putting away his smile. You are the in-name disciple accepted by martial ancestor Li? Zhong Lingdao grew excited, longer able to keep his calm appearance. That's right. I am the disciple that Master Li Huayuan accepted on the trip from the forbidden area. Han Li did not deny, directly acknowledging this. So it was like that. So that was why the name Han Li sounded so familiar. So it turned out that 2 years ago, the name of the disciple that everyone was bubbling about belonged to junior martial brother. Zhong Lingdao's eyes expressed even more astonishment as he spoke with a slightly more genial tone. Zhong Lingdao's intentions were clear. Since Han Li had already reached foundation establishment, becoming martial ancestor Li's official disciple was practically already determined. He naturally did not want to arouse any contempt from Han Li. He inwardly thought to himself, since it was like this junior martial brother Han must have reached foundation establishment by a complete fluke. Otherwise, with his aptitude, foundation establishment absolutely wouldn't be possible even out of 100 times. Although Zhong Lingdao truly felt uneasy, he naturally spoke to Han Li with a few courteous words. Then he had Han Li wait a short moment before going to fetch a register. Han Li naturally agreed and waited for his return. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Zhong Lingdao walked out with a white jade slip. Then in front of Han Li, he used a golden brush to write Han Li's name at the very bottom of the densely written list of names. He was finally put into the record. When Han Li saw this, he grew delighted. He knew that he could now properly have his own immortal's cave. Zhong Lingdao regularly conducted various matters for new foundation establishment disciples. When he saw Han Li's smiling face, he could somewhat guess what Han Li was thinking. Thus, after a faint smile, he took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 small and thin flags that were shrouded in white mist, handing them over to Han Li. What is this? Han Li could somewhat understand being given mid-grade spirit stones. This was the award for the sect's foundation establishment disciples. But whatever were these 5 palm-sized flags? There seemed to have spiritual qi and felt strange to the touch. It seemed as if they weren't ordinary magic tools. How strange. Without waiting for Han Li to ask, Zhong Lingdao held out his hand, handing over a jade slip to Han Li. He then explained, these spirit stones are a one-time reward that is given to all new foundation establishment disciples. Every year from now on, you will receive a mid-grade spirit stone without having to do any menial labor. As for these several trace bewildering flags, they are an essential item for establishing your immortal's cave. Although they are used to arrange a trace bewildering magic formation, it is the most simple of small-scale formation spells. However, it is enough to prevent mortal people and animals from trespassing. Naturally, if junior martial brother is proficient in formation spells, he will not need to use these small flags. Furthermore, the jade slip contains formation establishing arts and controlling techniques. Naturally, a few other matters a foundation establishment disciple should be aware of are included within. After junior martial brother leaves, please take a look at them. Thank you for your trouble, senior martial brother sect master. Han Li accepted the jade slip with both hands and expressed his thanks continuously. These items were what Han Li currently required the most, hence he was unable to contain his joy. After these matters were finished, Han Li chatted with Sect Master Zhong for the time it took an incense stick to burn before taking his leave and departing from the main hall. After departing the stone hall, Han Li thought to fly out of Yellow Maple Valley and look for a place to establish his immortal's cave. On his way, however, he looked through the jade slip that Zhong Lingdao had given him and immediately changed his mind. He then turned his flying magic tool to a different area. Pavilion, a rather grand and resounding name. It was one of Yellow Maple Valley's most important locations. That was because it was the sect's specialized area for raising and taming spirit beasts. Spirit beasts were actually demonic beasts. After these demonic beasts were tamed by cultivators, they would naturally be called spirit beasts. This Qilin Pavilion's spirit beasts were mostly of grade 1. Although there were a few individual grade 2 spirit beasts, they were left there by others and could not be ordered at will. However, although there were only grade 1 spirit beasts, they provided numerous convenient services to the sect's many disciples. For example, transporting people, guarding households, seeking spiritual medicines, aiding in attacking enemies and so on. Han Li had charged over there asking for a spirit beast by the name of Twin Pupil Mouse. It resembled a common mouse, but it had the innate divine eyes of a spirit beast. This was what Zhong Lingdao's Jade Slip had recommended he use as an assistant for finding the optimal place to establish his Immortal's Cave. This intermediate grade 1 spirit beast's twin pupils were able to easily see through dense fog, rivers, trees and other obstacles hindering a cultivator's line of sight. Furthermore, it was innately fond of burrowing its nest in areas with dense spiritual qi. With some slight training, this twin pupil mouse was an optimal scout for finding spirit eye areas. They were a favorite among the sect's disciples. This was not the first time Han Li came to Qilin Pavilion. He had previously come several times to handle affairs. He hurried past the front gates, not finding this place to be all that unfamiliar. He suddenly appeared from the sky, dropping at the base of a small jade-green mountain belonging to the Qilin Pavilion, the Wondrous Beast Mountain's guest welcoming station. A low-level female cultivator immediately walked out to greet Han Li. "Martial uncle, are you here to rent a spirit beast?" These words were sharp and clear. This 16 to 17-year-old female disciple could not help but look at Han Li with an expectant expression. Han Li saw this and faintly smiled, saying, "Right now, are there any twin pupil mice available? I wish to rent one for 2 days." "Yes, of course we do. I will go bring one for Martial uncle." When the female disciple heard this, she smiled and happily replied. Chapter 220 Spirit Well Spring. Chapter 220 Spirit Well Spring. After the female disciple went to retrieve the spirit beast, Han Li quietly waited at the welcoming station, occasionally glancing at the spell restrictions surrounding him. Apart from the mountaintop that Han Li was at, the other areas on this spirit beast mountain were all contained by individual multicolored restrictive magic spells. These divided it up into differently sized resting places for spirit beasts. Every area sealed by the restrictive spells had a domestication place for one kind of spirit beast. Apart from the disciples on duty at the Qilin Pavilion, other people were not allowed to enter. This was because they were afraid that others would startle the spirit beasts, or that the beasts that were not yet domesticated would harm outsiders. Thus, although the entire spirit beast mountain seemed to be very quiet and peaceful, in reality at least nearly 1,000 different spirit beasts lived there. The scale was not so surprising. That female disciple did not make Han Li wait for long. After the time it took to eat a meal, she walked out of some restricted area with a fist-sized small beast in her bosom, hurrying directly towards Han Li. "This is the twin pupil mouse. The price of renting it is 1 low-grade spirit stone every day," said the female disciple to Han Li respectfully while using a hand to gently stroke the soft fur of the little beast. "Okay, here are 3 spirit stones. I will use it for 3 days," said Han Li indifferently to the female. "After 3 days, Junior Martial Uncle only needs to release this twin pupil mouse, and it will return to the Qilin Pavilion by itself. During this period of time, I hope that Junior Martial Uncle will treat this beast well. This pouch contains its favorite earth pear fruit. Should Junior Martial Uncle find the time, he can feed it a few." The young woman received the spirit stones, then handed the spirit beast to Han Li and took out a small white pouch as she said to Han Li. Han Li nodded his head, then freely received it. Then, under the young woman's respectful gaze, he flew away on his flying magic tool. Han Li flew directly northwest. As Han Li hurried there, he couldn't help but size up the lovable twin pupil mouse in his bosom. At a glance, this yellow little beast really seems like a normal earth mouse. The two species both had similar body proportions, the same yellow fur and a slim, long tail. The only difference was that its face sported a pair of large eyes, very different from those of normal mice. Despite this being the only difference, however, it immediately caused this beast to become extremely cute. The fact that a trace of 5-colored light could be seen flashing across its eyes simply served to accentuate this beast's mystique. Even someone as indifferent as Han Li couldn't help but stroke it a few times when he saw this beast's cute appearance. The idea of whether or not he should also raise a twin pupil mouse emerged in his mind. However, Han Li was also clear that, despite this small beast's docile nature, it was nonetheless a genuine intermediate grade 1 demonic beast. Thinking to this point, Han Li fiddled with the beast's little ear one more time. After gazing at it shaking about amusingly for a while, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. It was as if the child that had been buried inside of his heart for so long had broken out once again. Han Li flew in this manner for a day straight before finally stopping at the most northwestern part of the Taiyu mountain range. Another 50 kilometers north from this location, one would have entered the state of Yuanwu. That place was the territory of the state of Yuanwu's great sect, the Heavenly Star sect. In addition, they had established a market city which rivaled that of the Yellow Maple Valley. 100 kilometers west was the smallest administrative district in the Jian province and state of Yuanwu, the boundary of the Shi province. This province was also the only place where the 7 great sects had not stationed a single garrison. This was because apart from incredibly tall, sandy slopes, the Shi province consisted of a boundless desert that took up greater than 3/4 of its area. The entire combined population of the province was only 100,000 people or so. Thus, it had no resources or people to use. Naturally, this place would not enter the eyes of the 7 great sects. There were 2 reasons why Han Li chose to open up a cave near this place. The first reason was that this desolate location of the Taiyu mountain range bordered the state of Yuanwu on one side and was near the Shi province on another side. They were both locations where very few disciples from his sect would pass through. In this way, he wouldn't have anyone to disturb his cultivation. Second was that this was not far from the Heavenly Star sect's market city. If he wanted to sell some medicinal ingredients or buy something, he could easily make exchanges here without worrying about being recognized by others. It was with this train of thought that Han Li picked a location where the spiritual qi was not the best, unlike the caves of other Foundation establishment disciples, which were all densely packed into locations where the spiritual qi was the densest. Upon descending, Han Li wrapped a slim rope that he had prepared beforehand around the twin pupil mouse's neck to prevent it from running too fast and thus keep him from losing the small thing. Then he pulled out a yellow round fruit from the small storage pouch and tossed it to the small beast, allowing it to gnaw on it. After a moment, the twin pupil beast became energized, having demolished the pair. After gently calling out "Su Su" twice, it shot into a nearby patch of grass with a whiz, disappearing without a trace. Han Li leisurely followed the rope. Han Li stood on one side of the arduously steep mountaintop, gazing at the 300 or so feet tall mountain wall opposite him. He stared at the sight blankly. This was because the rope on his hand, passing through a narrow hole in the rock, directly extended into the mountain wall facing him. It was currently the afternoon of the 2nd day. Having gone through 2 days of bitter searching, the twin pupil mouse suddenly began to frantically rush forwards the moment it drew near the mountain wall. After rushing Han Li to this location, it slipped into the mountain through the small crack. Han Li looked at the taut, thin rope in his hand and his curiosity was greatly piqued. He thought for a moment, then instantly patted his storage pouch, and that huge silver sword appeared in Han Li's hands. Han Li grasped the rope tightly with one hand and swung the silver sword with the other. In an instant, as if he were cutting tofu, the narrow crack in front of him widened to a rough entrance that a person could crawl through. Chapter 221. The Heavenly Star Sect and Spell Formation's spirit well objects were quite miraculous. They would naturally be pursued by all cultivators who pursued the heavenly Tao to even the point of madness. Whenever a spirit well object appeared in the cultivation world, it would cause a storm of blood at that location. In the present cultivation world of the state of Yu, the 7 great sects had already acquired a few spirit well objects, but if a small clan or sect were to acquire these treasures, they'd only be inviting a calamity upon themselves. Yellow Maple Valley had a spirit well stone, 3 spirit springs and several other spirit well objects, all of which were bluntly distributed among the core formation experts and higher. Even the great sect Master Zhong was unable to possess one. Naturally, the great nascent soul martial ancestor possessed a great number of them. Han Li absolutely didn't expect with just a common twin pupil mouse, he would have been able to find a nearby spirit well object so easily within the span of a day. Although this spirit spring was the lowest among spirit well objects, the spring's mouth was pathetically small, and its efficacy was probably limited. A spirit well object was still a spirit well object. At the very least, he would cultivate faster than those at common spirit well locations. So long as it sped up his cultivation even the slightest, it was still good. However, even though he was surprised and extremely happy, Han Li still felt a bit puzzled. Weren't spirit well objects only able to take shape within areas with the densest spiritual qi? The spiritual qi at this mountain peak wasn't particularly thick, so how was it able to form? Even so, since the heaven had dropped him such a great meat pie, Han Li would not let it go. Although a spirit well spring was able to be moved, only a core formation expert would have the means to do so. Anybody on a lower stage of cultivation would not yet have the ability to do so, let alone Han Li. Since he couldn't move it, he decided to establish his Immortal's Cave at this location. Thus he planned to make the Spirit Spring Cave into his own secret training room and keep it well concealed. Han Li immediately chopped open a passage and carried out an expansion. With one hand waving the silver sword and the other controlling several gold blades, Han Li undertook the great task of establishing his Immortal's Cave. Meanwhile, the twin-pupil mouse had plunged itself into the Spirit Spring and was unwilling to come out. The sounds of its snores could be heard afterwards. Relying on the silver sword's sharpness and the quantity of golden blades, Han Li labored for half a day, creating a somewhat large premature layout for his Immortal's Cave. He carved out 13 rooms of various sizes and 3 halls 1/6 of an acre large. Although the cave walls of his rooms were still very coarse, not having undergone any meticulous work, at the very least it could be considered a home. This caused Han Li to let out a breath and relax. He now suddenly recalled the twin-pupil mouse and hastily took advantage of this moment to return to the Spirit Spring. He picked up the still sleeping small mouse by the nape and flew off a few hundred kilometers before dropping it off, letting it return to Qilan Pavilion by itself. For the time being, Han Li's Immortal's Cave had only one exit. That was why after he returned, he immediately took out several tens of low-grade spirit stones and the 5 small flags, setting up the small-scale trace bewildering formation in accordance to the jade slip and completely concealing the exit with a formation spell. Thus, if someone were to look from the outside, they would see an intact mountain wall. They would essentially be unable to see the cave opening. After finishing the most basic defenses, Han Li used the silver sword to carve out a simple stone bed. Then he hurriedly lied down, falling asleep. Thus in the days ahead, after Han Li's several medicinal plants budded, he immediately used the green liquid to expedite their maturation. He planned to use 1,000-year-old medicine ingredients to exchange for the necessary items at the Heavenly Star Sect's Market City. This time he would only reveal 1,000-year-old herb to avoid having others provoke or suspect him, thereby preventing unnecessary troubles. After a short 2 months, Han Li matured his medicinal herb by 1,000 years. Then he flew northward with the medicine herb along with some other items he wished to exchange, such as the materials from the inky flood dragon, the hard shell of the centipede, as well as other rare materials. If the price was suitable, be it spirit stones or magic tools, he wouldn't mind exchanging them. In any case, he also wouldn't half-heartedly learn how to refine magic tools. As Han Li flew, he wore a cloak to guard against anything unexpected. With Han Li's greatly increased magic power, he was able to cover over 50 kilometers in less than half a day. Entering the state of Yuanwu, Han Li looked from east to west from up above. He did this not only to look for the Heavenly Star Sect's Market City, but also because he felt rather curious about the state of Yuanwu. But after looking at the scenery, it didn't seem any different from the state of Yu. The state of Yuanwu and the state of Yu were similar. They were both medium-sized nations nearby one another. Although these two nations were only a third of the size of the great states of Tianluo and Fengdu, they were still much larger than the small nearby states of Jiang and Chayin. Tiel, state of Tianluo, can mean heaven gathering. State of Fengdu can mean wind capital. Jiang and Chayin are just names. Although these two were the largest nations in the area, they were surrounded by 10 other minor nations. As for the smallest nations, there were several tens of those nearby that were densely scattered. Furthermore, rumors had it that in a land far away, there existed a great supreme nation that was large beyond belief. In the cultivation world of Yuanwu, the righteous and demonic sects were equal in strength and were in a state of deadlock. The Heavenly Star Sect was one of the core figures of the righteous sects, possessing no less strength than Yellow Maple Valley. TL. Reminder: most states are in a war between righteousness and evil. The state of Yu was taken over by neutral powers. While Han Li was thinking about the matters of the Heavenly Star Sect, the leaf magic tool below his feet suddenly sunk, slowly descending to the earth as if it suddenly lost its flight ability. Seeing these unfavorable circumstances, Han Li not only felt no fear, but he also felt a sliver of happiness. It seemed he had already arrived near the Heavenly Star Sect's market city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a restriction spell prohibiting flight. Descended onto the ground, Hanli walked north about 4 kilometers before coming across a group of buildings somewhat bigger than Yellow Maple Valley's market city. The Heavenly Star Sect's market city was very strange, and it differed completely from Yellow Maple Valley's market city. At its center there was a huge pavilion about 100 meters tall. Scattered around it were several buildings only a tenth of its size, causing the city to emit an appearance of order throughout. Because the sign attached to the center pavilion was truly too large, Hanli was able to clearly make it out from a kilometer away as Stardust Pavilion. It seemed there was no need to ask whether this was the personal shop of the Heavenly Star Sect. In the blink of an eye, Hanli tread the kilometer. In accordance to habit, Hanli did not move impulsively. Instead, he circled the outer layer of the market city, slowly strolling through once and uncovering the circumstances of the market city. Needless to say, there were many stores here that widened Hanli's perspective and made him grow eager. There was a tool refinement room that would accept a cultivator's materials at any time and refine them into magic tools at the owner's request. Furthermore, the store's signboards were not humble. They actually professed they were capable of refining even top-grade magic tools. Furthermore, if refinement failed, then they would return the value of the materials twofold in the form of spirit stones. Naturally, if one didn't have materials, they would still be able to order a magic tool, but the price was guaranteed to be far from inexpensive. There was a different store refining talismans. Its details were nearly similar to that of the tool refining store, and it similarly made custom talismans. The others were slightly different. There was a Spirit Beast Institute, specialized in the sale of all kinds of trained demonic beasts. They even had a few advanced grade 1 demonic beast. If he were to purchase one as a Spirit Beast Guard, it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Chapter 222. Tool Refining Expert. Hanli only saw 20 or 30 cultivators in the outer areas. There didn't seem to be many people in the desolate market. Could everyone have gone to the Stardust Pavilion in the center? Hanli started to mutter somewhat in his heart. However, he did not intend to immediately head over to the Stardust Pavilion. That was because that tool refining store's claim was too arrogant. If the talisman refining store failed, then they would return the materials equivalent twofold in spirit stones. This piqued his curiosity. Thus, when Hanli finished circling around it, he couldn't help but walk inside. The storefront could not be considered to be large, consisting of only 3 rooms and an outer courtyard. When Hanli entered the foremost hall, he saw a middle-aged figure dressed like a Confucian scholar in the midst of a discussion with a white-haired yet red-faced elder. A muscular man with dark skin stood to the side with a respectful expression. The middle-aged man and the elder were currently fixated on their discussion. Although they saw Hanli enter, they indifferently continued their conversation. It was the strong man who did his duty and walked forwards a few steps, then asked very politely, "Does this guest want to buy magic tools or place an order to have one made? Let me first take a look at the magic tools in your store before deciding whether or not I want to place an order." Hanli replied evenly. "Very well. Does this guest want to look at mid-grade or high-grade magic tools?" The muscular man asked happily, seeing that business had actually come to their door. "Top-grade magic tools. In addition, I want the finest ones amongst all the top-grade magic tools." Hanli was not loud, but this sentence immediately shocked the muscular man into a daze. The 2 people who were talking up a frenzy immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking, instead blankly staring and sizing up Hanli. This guest wants to see top-grade magic tools and even wants the finest ones? After regaining his senses, the muscular man couldn't help but confirm whether or not he had heard correctly. Top-grade magic tools were not something that any ordinary person could buy, frequently costing hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Average cultivators, even if they saved up spirit stones for their entire lives, might not even be able to buy one, while Hanli had asked to see the best top-grade items right off the bat. Naturally, this explained why the muscular man had lost his self-control for a moment. "Little Black, come back. You cannot be disrespectful to this senior." That white-haired elder finally recognized Hanli's identity as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. His expression couldn't help but change and he hurriedly commanded the muscular man to retreat. "This little elder is the owner of this store. If senior has any business, just say so." This elder and that Confucian scholar were still qi condensation cultivators. For an expert like Han Li to come into a small shop like his, he couldn't help but feel somewhat unsettled. There's not much. It depends on whether or not your place has any good magic tools. If you have any ones that are suitable, I will buy one or two. The elder instantly let out a sign after hearing these words from Han Li, but he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. Unfortunately, we can only disappoint Senior. Although my shop does have 2 or 3 top-grade magic tools, they are only used to promote this store. They are not actually so extraordinary. The elder, when faced with a foundation establishment cultivator like Han Li, did not dare to conceal anything, and so he could only say the truth. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt quite disappointed. However, he also couldn't help but silently berate himself for his stupidity. Even if the sign hung outside of the store were to be even more exaggerated, it was still only a method for them to attract business. He had actually treated it as if it were true. Han Li shook his head and turned around, about to leave. However, when he neared the door, he still turned his head around and spoke somewhat unhappily. So you're saying that the claim that you have the ability to refine top-grade magic tools is also just empty words? No. Senior is mistaken. This small shop does business with integrity. The sign outside is completely true with no falsehoods. As long as you have the appropriate materials, Elder Su can really refine a top-grade magic tool. The white-haired elder hurriedly replied, seeing that the shop's reputation had been involved. You can refine top-grade magic tools? Han Li felt very surprised, and a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. His words were filled with questions. He had thought that there was someone else who could refine the magic tools. He hadn't expected it to be this elderly person. No wonder Han Li didn't believe it. Refining top-grade magic tools was not like refining mid- or high-grade magic tools, which could be refined by common fire. Instead, similar to refining a foundation establishment pill, it required tempering by earth fire or innate true fire to successfully refine it. But this elder was only a qi condensation cultivator and would not possess innate true fire, while this location did not seem like a place with earth fire. So how could this person refine a top-grade magic tool? This is the first time Senior has come to this elder brother's shop, so it's very normal to not understand this. The origins of elder brother Su's Tao of tool refinement originates from his clan, and his talent in refining tools is definitely not below that of tool refining masters from other great sections. In addition, for the past few hundred years, the Su clan had taken care of an elementary grade 2 fire raven. The demonic fire it spits out is even somewhat stronger than innate true fire, so it's more than enough to refine top-grade magic tools. The middle-aged Confucian scholar that had been sitting silently on the side suddenly opened his mouth and explained on behalf of the elder. However, this only increased Han Li's doubts. Demonic fire? I've only heard of using true fire and earth fire to refine pills or tools. I've never heard that it was also possible with demonic fire. Han Li expressed slight disbelief with knitted eyebrows. There are things that Senior does not know. Using demonic fire to refine tools or even pills requires a few special skills that are not officially recognized by the great sections. It has been thought of as a minor, unorthodox technique and is not very widespread. If our clan hadn't haphazardly obtained this fire raven, we also would not take the time to research this path. The elder continued the Confucian scholar's words and addressed some of Han Li's doubts. So it's like that. This junior's name is Wang Xiling and I am often around this market. Perhaps my help can save Senior a significant amount of time. Hearing this, Han Li sized up the Confucian student with some confusion. Suddenly he lightly smiled and asked, "Are you a frequent hire?" Although the Confucian scholar couldn't see Han Li's expression clearly due to the cloak, he could clearly hear the laughter in Han Li's voice, and his heart loosened up. He immediately replied, "Senior guessed correctly. This junior occasionally spends his time there. I am not exclusively hired by that one store, so Senior can feel free to relax." Han Li somewhat carelessly nodded his head, but he indifferently said, "Although I don't mind whether or not you are specifically hired by the store, this time I want to buy a few formation flags and formation plates. Seems like the best decision is to go to the Stardust Pavilion. I don't think that I need any help." Chapter 223. Secret Store, Auction. When the Confucian scholar heard Han Li's words, he stared blankly for a moment before immediately smiling. Then he joyfully said, "Senior, it is fortunate that you've told me this, else you would have gone on a trip in vain." Although the fame of the heavenly star sex formation spells is quite renowned, this does not apply to the Stardust Pavilion's top formation flags and formation plates. Although there are many and various formation flags and formation plates inside the Stardust Pavilion, they are only common rubbish sold to small cultivator clans and rogue cultivators. Formation spell tools of true quality are not released by the Heavenly Star sect. This is because if their finest spell formation items were released to outsiders, the gaps in their formation could be seen through. As they say, the gains do not make up for the losses. As the Confucian scholar was explaining off to the side, he stole a look at Han Li. However, the hood of Han Li's cloak prevented his face from being seen, and so the scholar couldn't make out the slightest of emotion, much to his great frustration. "From your tone, it sounds as if you know where I can find the items I want." Although Han Li was greatly surprised from the Confucian scholar's words, he still maintained his flat, calm tone, completely hiding his inner shock. When the Confucian scholar heard this, he first looked left and right several times. After there was no one around, he secretly whispered, "If Senior believes this, Junior, he can introduce you to a secret store that very few know about. Although that location has a small issue about its past history, all of its goods are high quality and rarely seen. I believe that Senior will certainly be able to find satisfactory formation spell tools there." Secret store. Although Han Li's voice was still low, he was actually inwardly startled by the Confucian scholar's words. In the past several years, Han Li had heard rumors of a secret store once or twice. Han Li knew that if the Confucian scholar spoke truthfully, this would be a truly rare chance to broaden his horizons. It seems that Senior also know a bit about the secret store. Hehe. This is great. In that case, there's no need for Junior to waste time explaining. There are probably still 4 to 6 hours left before the secret store's monthly auction. If Senior wishes to go, please decide soon. I will be able to immediately show you the way. When the Confucian scholar saw Han Li display no disgust upon the mention of the secret store, he could not help but secretly rejoice. He knew that chasing after this client was most likely the correct course of action for him to take. "It isn't too far?" Han Li suddenly asked. "It isn't far. The secret store is within the market city. Does Senior approve?" The Confucian scholar grew a bit excited. By giving the secret store a potential customer, he was able to reap a significant percentage in spirit stones. "Let's go." After he let out a relaxed breath, Han Li's tone was no longer cold. "This one will lead the way." The Confucian scholar had a happy expression and took the initiative to lead. After the Confucian scholar turned 7 corners, he brought Han Li in front of a small lodge. The door was secured and there was no sign on the door. Seemed very unremarkable. The Confucian scholar lightly knocked on the door with a certain rhythm. In response, the door opened. A woman about 30 years old walked out. This woman's looks were average and her cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th layer of qi condensation, truly unremarkable. "Lady Zhang, this one brings a new customer. He also wishes to participate in the auction." Wang Xiling did not wait for the woman to speak and hastily introduced Han Li with great energy. After Lady Zhang heard Wang Xiling say he brought a customer, she did not show an expression of joy but scowled instead, as if she wasn't in agreement. Chapter 224 Mechanical Puppet Beasts. Chapter 224. Mechanical Puppet Beasts. The first item being auctioned was a rather powerful top-grade magic tool, causing Han Li to feel somewhat surprised. This was especially because this articulate tall thin figure had colorfully and dynamically described the magic tool as unparalleled and hard to find on the earth. Even Han Li, when he heard it, had a slight impulse of pulling out his spirit stones to buy it, not to mention other cultivators who desperately lacked top-grade magic tools. As expected, the base price of 200 spirit stones had just been revealed when 3 or 4 impatient individuals immediately called out bids. In the blink of an eye, this fire cloud sword's price had been raised to more than 300 spirit stones, causing the other cultivators, who had originally also wanted to call out a price, to immediately extinguish this train of thought. Although the fire cloud attacks of the fire cloud sword weren't too bad, it was obviously one step inferior to a top-grade magic tool of true quality. Spending 300 spirit stones for it seemed to be somewhat in poor taste. However, even if there were people unwilling to buy it, naturally there were others willing to be taken advantage of. To the people who were willing to buy it, although the items that would be auctioned off later would be finer in quality, there was no way for them to obtain it. It was better and more realistic for them to buy the decent top-grade magic tool in front of them. Thus, this fire cloud sword reached a price of 400 spirit stones due to the contentions between a few chi condensation cultivators. It was sold off relatively successfully. The cultivator wearing a doll mask happily returned to his seat after turning in his spirit stones, holding the sword in his hands. It seemed like he was going to take it home and make it his family heirloom. This caused other cultivators to think that it was somewhat humorous. The tall and skinny figure waited for the person to return to his seat, then cleared his throat and said, "The second item this store will auction is naturally a tool refinement master's greatest love, a top-grade red sky gathering furnace. This furnace has been passed down through the hands of many great tool refinement masters. It is an exquisite item that has refined many top-grade items, such as the Phantom Sound Sword, Azure Flood Dragon Banner, Black Flame Pearl and many others. From hearsay, this furnace has the ability to grant additional properties when refining tools. However, as for whether this claim is true or not, even this store does not know. Thus, the base price is 400 spirit stones, which is definitely not a high price." As the man spoke, he pulled out a fire-red pill furnace from his storage pouch and placed it on the table for everyone to see with a boom. The atmosphere in the room erupted even though none of the cultivators in the room had spoken yet. Many people were staring dead-on at the pill furnace with fiery gazes. Evidently they all fancied this item. Han Li quietly sat in the corner, coldly watching all of that was happening. When he heard that the Azure Flood Dragon banner in his hand also came from this furnace, he couldn't help but feel quite shocked. However, this was only shock. He knew nothing about refining tools, so he naturally would not know the price range for this pill furnace. He definitely would not make a move if it was an item that he didn't know how to use. Han Li could do at least this much. In addition, although the number of spirit stones he had were not low in number, he still had to save them for crucial moments. 450. 470. I put forth 500 spirit stones. No matter how Han Li thought, the price of this pill furnace, named the Red Sky Gathering Furnace, skyrocketed to a frightening amount in no time. 780 stones. This was the bid that a fat-figured person wearing a yellow cloak on his head called out, gritting his teeth. 800. A female cultivator not too far away from the fatty, leisurely called out an even higher bid, causing the fatty to grip his hands tightly together. Before his eyes, the prices became sky-high. The others had already given up on bidding. They could only look on with unwillingness and watch the two arrogant foundation establishment cultivators continue to shout out increasingly large prices. 850 pieces. If this lady can call out a bid higher by even one spirit stone, this pill furnace will be given to you. The fatty said viciously as he raised the price again, staring at the female cultivator with an angry expression. 851. The fat cultivator's words had just left his mouth when the female cultivator laughed coldly and intentionally called out a number one figure higher. This caused the fat cultivator's big face, which was hidden inside the cloak, to appear as red as blood. But after furiously shooting a poisonous expression at the other person for a brief moment, he actually did not call out another bid. Just like that, this foundation establishment female cultivator spent a very high price and bought this famous pill furnace. Even so, was it worth the amount she paid? Perhaps this time's bidding was too fierce, and it stimulated the nerves of all of the cultivators. Just like that, the originally cold atmosphere in the room instantly heated up, and all the top-grade magic tools and precious materials were completely gobbled up by all of the enthusiastic cultivators. But after 20 or so items had been sold off, Han Li had still yet to see items like the formation flag or formation plate for sale, causing him to grow impatient. Han Li couldn't help but silently think that if none of the items he needed appeared in this auction, he might actually have to make a trip to the Stardust Pavilion. Even buying a few of the most basic spell formation tools was better than having none at all. Just as Han Li was thinking, the skinny and tall man in front listed the name of the next item being auctioned. Top-grade magic tool, a pair of mechanical puppet beasts. Its strength is comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi condensation disciple. In addition, it is completely faithful and will defend its owner to the death. If you buy this item, it's like having 2 personal bodyguards around you at all times. The base price is only 100 spirit stones. Mechanical puppet beasts? Isn't my own top-grade magic tool also called a puppet bowman? Could they be the same kind of object? Han Li's heart moved and he sat up straight. He began to watch attentively. The skinny tall male had already brought out 2 shiny black doll-like objects. They were only as large as a fist, and their appearance seemed to somewhat resemble a lion or a tiger, but that similarity was limited. One did not know what kind of strange beast they were based on. There are many guests who have probably not heard of or very rarely heard of the Dao school of mechanical puppets. This is a kind of Dao magic that originates from refining magic tools, yet it is completely different from a magic tool. Although not many of us here know this magic is incredibly popular in the westernmost regions. There is even a sect called the Thousand Bamboo School that relied on this to establish their sect, and they have already developed this Dao technique to an extreme. Rumors have it that top-level mechanical puppeteers can contend with late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. In addition, rating these mechanical beasts as top-grade magic tools was this store's decision, when in reality, according to the official classification of mechanical magics, they should be considered grade 2 puppet beasts. Seeing the cultivators below did not seem interested in these mechanical beasts, and noticing the awkward silence when no one called out a price, this man hurriedly recited the speech that he had memorized beforehand all at once, hoping to pique the cultivators' interest. Although the cultivators below had become somewhat curious after he had finished speaking, no one was willing to do something as silly as pay 100 spirit stones to buy 2 doll-like items. In addition, what use would 2 bodyguards at the 9th layer of chi condensation be to the cultivators present? 100 spirit stones. A noise sounded out from the corner. There was actually a person who wanted to buy this toy. Instantly, all of the cultivators' gazes turned towards that corner. However, this person was not Han Li. Rather, it was some person with a covered face sitting in another corner. He had covered his entire head with a large gray bag, appearing to be an extremely ridiculous and strange person. 850 spirit stones. Just as other cultivators felt that the strange person was being wastefully extravagant, the sound of another strange, stiff voice calling out a price resounded in the room. Now, all of the cultivators in the room were stunned and couldn't help but glance towards the person who had called out the new price. A burly person wearing a green cloak sat in the last row of seats, his hands hugging his shoulders. The sound of a new price came from this person's mouth. When all of the people glanced at this person actually stared back at them coldly, not revealing any trace of uneasiness. 200 spirit stones. I will pay 300 pieces. 400. 600. In the blink of an eye, these 2 people raised the price of the puppet beasts one after another to an unbelievable price. At this time, even if the many cultivators in the room were more stupid, they would be able to tell that something was off. Could this pair of puppet beasts be hiding some frightening secret? At this time, this kind of a thought was rising up in all of the cultivators' hearts. All the cultivators in the room glanced at each other a few times, and their hearts began to beat loudly. There were even a few financially strong and hasty individuals who directly entered the bidding. However, a few older cultivators were still somewhat suspicious even as their hearts stirred. These 2 people couldn't have been secretly hired by the store, could they? Could they have purposefully raised the price of this unprofitable item to incite the rest of them to spend excessively? The cultivators thinking of this were not few in number, and Han Li was one of the most skeptical ones. Thus, he continued to indifferently watch on, seemingly unmoved in any way. I will pay 900 spirit stones with the addition of this item. Seeing the number of cultivators participating in the auction increasing, the burly, strange man panicked in his heart, and he actually pulled out an item from his storage pouch. Then he took a few large steps forward and stood before the skinny, tall man, placing it on the table. He used a rough tone of voice to say, "This kind of an item is worth many thousands of spirit stones. It's more than enough to exchange for these puppet beasts. Quickly give them to me." Chapter 225. Iron Essence Spirit Medicine. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, the skinny tall male had quickly retrieved the pair of puppet beasts into his storage pouch. Now, seeing that the burly man had pulled out a black junk metal-like object in order to force him to bring out the auction items that had soared in price, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say impolitely, "Everybody please calm down. You there, we will appraise the items worth ourselves, but for now it is more appropriate for you to return to your seat and sit down. Otherwise, this store will assume that you are purposefully creating trouble, and we won't be polite to you anymore." Upon hearing the thin, tall man's threatening words, the burly man grew very angry at first. In his own sect, he was a person with a great identity. When faced with this kind of annoyance, tens of thousands of people would respond to his call. He immediately raised his fists and was about to break out in anger. However, when that person glanced at the strange figure wearing a hood on his head, he discovered that the other person was watching him like a statue. A trace of gloating flitted across his eyes, causing the burly man's heart to quiver. After thinking better of it, he actually forcefully restrained the anger in his heart, suddenly turning around and returning to his seat. Some cultivators who had thought that they would see an entertaining scene play out couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. The auction of the puppet beasts was going to continue. However, that black item had already been handed to the trio sitting on the sandalwood chairs. At that time they were discussing the item in low tones. Although their exact expressions were unclear because they were wearing masks, their solemn attitude was clearly seen by all of the cultivators. That palm-sized black piece of foundry iron was examined thoroughly multiple times by the three figures before they finally reached a unanimous decision. Then a black-clothed person stood up in their midst and loudly declared, "One piece of high-quality iron essence worth 2,000 spirit stones." Then that person returned to his seat without saying another word. Iron essence? The cultivators who heard these two words couldn't help but feel shock in their hearts. The person who had wanted to call out another price immediately shut his mouth tight, unwilling to say another word. Everybody thought with consternation, could this fellow actually be a core formation expert? Otherwise, where did he obtain the iron essence? This was a magic treasure material that could only be refined by a core formation expert's Dan fire. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who finished refining this ingredient would immediately assimilate it into their own magic treasures to raise its strength. They would not allow this kind of material to be easily spread out. If even a tiny bit of this iron essence magic treasure ingredient were to be mixed into a regular magic tool, its strength would greatly increase. Even raising a grade was not an impossibility. Thus, the value of this ingredient was outrageous. The burly man from earlier, could he be a core formation cultivator who had purposefully suppressed his aura and pretended to be at the foundation establishment stage? Low-level cultivators could not tell the depth of a core formation cultivator. Just when all of the cultivators were frightened in their hearts and had many suspicions, the skinny, tall man, under the prompting of the three people behind him, finally opened his mouth again and shouted, "Is there anyone else who is willing to place a bid above 2,900? If not, this pair of puppet beasts will all belong to this brother." The skinny, tall man seemingly still wanted to pull the price slightly higher. Thus he purposefully uttered these words leisurely, obviously intending to stall for time. But which cultivator in the large room still dared to randomly call out prices? Since these people were able to attend this time's auction, they naturally were not common characters. Either they were important figures from a cultivator clan or they had reached the foundation establishment stage. However, when faced with a suspected core formation expert, which one of them dared to ask for trouble? In addition, even if this person was not a core formation cultivator, this person at least had a core formation expert backing him. Thus, even if one coveted the puppet beast secrets, there was no one who was willing to signal themselves out, so they could only stare at the treasure. The strange person who had gone tit for tat with him from the beginning similarly sat without saying a word. Nobody knew if he had been frightened by that piece of iron essence or if he was embarrassingly short of money and simply couldn't pull out that many spirit stones. Upon hearing about the iron essence, Hanli also felt very shocked. That cheap master of his had lost 2 pieces of iron essence to senior eccentric Cheong. At that time, seeing his master's depressed expression, he knew that this item was extremely precious and valuable. Just like that, this pair of puppet beasts fell into the burly man's hands without any further contest. When he received the puppet beast, he was so excited that his hands shook slightly. However, this provoked the cultivators' recklessness even more. A large portion of them even wished that they could just seize it in order to precisely research the secrets hidden within. After receiving the puppet beasts, the burly man wearing a cloak immediately left his seat and walked towards the stone doors. But when he reached them, he discovered that the stone doors had actually been tightly shut from the outside. He forcefully pushed on the door twice, but it did not budge an inch. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that even though I bought an item, I'm still not allowed to leave? The man's tone of voice became somber. His accent, which was already somewhat strange, became even more pronounced and uncomfortable to hear. Of course not. When the trades finish, we will immediately open the doors and allow you to leave. However, we cannot do so right now. The person who spoke directly at this moment was not the skinny, tall man running the auction, but rather the black-clothed person sitting on the left. What kind of reasoning is this? I want to leave this place immediately. The man began to rage and his voice grew increasingly loud. Regretfully, this truly is this store's rule. We use some of these methods to prevent any kinds of unfortunate accidents from occurring. Sir, surely it can't be that you can't even wait this small amount of time. With a low, hoarse voice, the black-clothed person on the right exclaimed in a very gloomy manner. Humph. Of course I can continue to wait. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? I've changed my mind. I want to see if any good items will come out next. It was unknown what this man had thought, but he suddenly changed his attitude and swaggered back to his seat. This caused the others to stare blankly and feel greatly shocked. What was this person thinking? Could it be that the longer this person stayed here, the more in danger he would be? At this time, the majority of the cultivators present had already seen that this person truly was in the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, how could he be content with being put into his place? However, the secret store's representatives had seemingly known the actual situation of the burly man from the beginning and didn't seem to have any intentions of backing down. Since the burly man did not leave, the auction in the room continued. However, the hearts of the majority of the people did not return to the auction. There was actually the cold scene of 2 items in a row being auctioned without a single person calling out a bid. This caused that skinny tall man to begin feeling incredibly awkward. However, this auction had also neared its end. The really precious items and the climax of the auction had finally begun. Top-grade spiritual medicine, 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushrooms. I will not say any more superfluous words. Everyone here is most likely even clearer than I am about this medicinal herb's value. The skinny, tall man had just finished saying this when a green jade box appeared in his hand. Then he put on an act and glanced at all of the cultivators. Seeing that everyone's attention had been attracted by the 1,000-year-old herbal medicine, he said, secretly happy, "This 1,000-year-old spirit medicine has only appeared a few times in the past 100 years. Buying it to refine spiritual pills will definitely result in realm-shattering creations. It is the optimal opportunity to greatly increase one's magic power. Thus, the base price starts from 500 spirit stones." Having said this, the skinny, tall man pulled off the lid to the jade box, then picked it up and showed the medicinal herb to the cultivators. In an instant, a thick medicinal fragrance filled the entire large room, causing the cultivators to feel both surprised and happy. They were surprised because they had never expected that this kind of unique treasure would appear at this auction. They were happy because if they were able to buy it and use it to refine medicine, it would be exactly like the other person had said, better than any top-grade magic tool. After all, what was being raised was one's own magic power, instead of any kind of borrowed external power. Thus, after the skinny, tall man mentioned the base price, someone impatiently opened their mouth. 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as one cultivator opened his mouth, the price of this spiritual herb had doubled. This caused many people who wanted to call out a price to be infuriated to the point of shouting abuse at them incessantly. However, immediately afterwards, people continued to raise the price. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,000. The people calling out prices continued one after another. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the large bottleneck of 2,000. Meanwhile, Hanli was staring at the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine on the table in a trance. When he first heard about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he did not pay much attention to it. He only thought that a 1,000-year-old herb had been discovered in another location. However, when the skinny tall man showed off the 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushroom in the box, Hanli immediately determined that the purported top-grade spiritual medicine was actually one of the 2 that he had sold to the Myriad Treasure Store earlier. This was because he had personally raised this spiritual medicine, so how could he not recognize it? However, since the spiritual medicine was already in the hands of the Myriad Treasures store, Han Li wouldn't worry himself about the matter anymore. Thus, after slightly blanking out for a while, Han Li regained consciousness, watching the many cultivators fight with one another as if nothing had happened. Hearing the rapid auctioning noises from these cultivators, Han Li felt somewhat self-satisfied in his heart. After all, to have an item that one previously possessed cause other people to be so frantic could also be considered a source of pride. Chapter 226 5 Elements Reversal Formation. Chapter 226 5 Elements Reversal Formation. A few cultivators quickly ran out of spirit stones on hand, and one by one, they started to put up a few rare goods as collateral. In addition, each item became increasingly expensive and rare, causing Han Li to feel overwhelmed. I'll use my 5 Elements Reversal Formation establishment set in exchange for that spiritual herb. It was unknown who suddenly said those nervous words that caused the rowdy and disorderly cultivators to become quiet. It wasn't because this person's voice was loud, but because he uttered the truly famous name of Reversal 5 Elements Formation. It was a name known to nearly everyone that there were few who did not know. In a few aspects, this formation was absolutely more valuable to a few cultivator clans and cultivator sects than the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Apart from covering a small area and having no offensive power, this reputed restrictive formation spell could transform and conceal a sect mountain, confusing and trapping enemies. It wasn't weaker than the large protective formations of those great sects in the slightest. If their own clan or sect had such a wondrous formation, they would have no reason not to use it. However, it was said that if one were not a great formation spell master experienced with this kind of impressive restrictive spell, one would have to spend about a year of hard work and a great amount of labor and resources and still not be able to set it up, not to mention turning such a wondrous formation into a magic tool. If this were true, this auction would be a truly wondrous matter that would greatly broaden one's horizons. When Han Li heard this, a lively expression flashed through his eyes, and his spirit was moved. He then turned his head to look at the person who spoke those words. It was an extremely unremarkable qi condensation disciple with a short and thick stature wearing a tiger mask. It was truly not the person one would expect of someone that would possess such a wondrous item. However, a bit of anxiety could be seen from his eye. Your esteemed self possesses a 5 Elements Reversal Formation establishment set? After a moment of surprise, the tall and thin man asked this calmly as he sized up the youth with a gaze full of suspicion. Although he didn't seem very convinced if the other party truly possessed this formation spell magic tool, the 1,000-year-old medicine herb would naturally go uncontested to this person. When the other cultivators heard this, they all waited to hear the youth's reply. I have it, but as of now it is incomplete. It can only bring out 1/10 of the spell formation's strength. But if you were to agree to give this one the medicine herb, this one will guarantee that within several years, he will be able to multiply the might of the formation establishment tools to at least half of its proper strength. When the youth saw so many people look at him, he could not help but panic a bit. As a result, he stuttered out the true matter with regards to the 1,000-year-old medicine herb. So it wasn't true and was instead a defective experiment. When the many cultivators heard this, they were greatly disappointed. Originally, if he truly had this magic tool, they would have bid even greater amounts of spirit stones for it. But now that it was known to be defective, there was naturally no interest. The formation masters of the cultivation world were far rarer than pill and tool refining experts. This was because one must decide to deeply study formations to the point where one would even abandon the great Tao. After all, a person had limited energy. Within a finite amount of time, it was impossible to simultaneously cultivate and delve into the profoundness of formation spells. Thus, there were people who decided to find the spell formation master backing the youth after the termination of the trade fair. After all, a spell formation master capable of researching such a wondrous formation spell magic tool would certainly be capable of laying out a spell formation on site. As for those from a few clans and small sects, so long as they were able to protect a few vital areas with this wondrous formation, even if it wasn't in the form of a mobile magic tool, it made no difference. Could it be that your esteemed self is joking? We are an auction. Who has any reason to wait several years for results? Since I see that you are young, I will drop it this time. The next time you carelessly bid falsely, do not blame this store's representatives for being impolite. When the thin and tall man heard those empty words, his face immediately sunk and he replied harshly. When the short, coarse youth saw this, his exposed mouth quivered as if he wanted to say something. However, the man in charge of the action paid him no more heed and turned his head, causing the youth to let out a long sigh and helplessly sit back down. When Han Li saw this, he narrowed his eyes. After carefully looking at the youth several times, he firmly memorized the youth's manner of dress and figure. At this moment, the 1,000-year-old herb had reached the price of 2,000 spirit stones with the addition of several false moonstones from a foundation establishment cultivator. That tall and sturdy man who exchanged the iron essence for the puppet beast did not immediately leave. He actually sat leisurely in his chair as if he wanted to participate in the free trade. But instead, the strange person concealed underneath the hood immediately hurried out as soon as the stone doors opened. This caused a few who were observing from the side to be puzzled. Han Li didn't trouble himself over this matter and instead looked after matters pertaining to himself. He originally planned to wait until the period of free trade to look for the short, coarse youth and see whether or not he could acquire the formation establishment magic tool. Although the 5 elements reversal formation establishment tool could only recreate a tenth of its original strength, it was enough for Han Li's purposes. After all, he had heard of the grand reputation of this wondrous formation and was convinced that Immortal's cave. But Han Li did not expect that when he looked in the direction of the youth, he would be immediately surrounded by 4 to 5 cultivators wanting to discuss some matters with him. This unexpected situation caused Han Li to feel a bit annoyed. At the same time, he was a bit anxious. Could it be that they were the same as him, also wanting to purchase that incomplete formation establishment set? However, Han Li's worry was unfounded. After those people chatted a bit with the youth, they looked at each other in dismay, immediately shaking their heads and leaving. The only person who remained was the short, coarse youth, dejectedly standing there with a hung head. The short, coarse youth scratched his head in puzzlement. He strongly felt such an exchange wasn't suitable. Chapter 227 Making Friends. Chapter 227 Making Friends. Is Senior interested in the art of tool refining? The short, stocky youth hesitated for a long time before suddenly forcing out such a sentence, causing Han Li to feel greatly stunned. What do you mean? Han Li felt some uncertainty. Could it be that you want to pass down a tool refining technique? Han Li asked without thinking. Senior guessed it. The only thing I can take out is the tool refining technique that I have on me. The youth exclaimed somewhat dejectedly. When Han Li heard this, he was speechless. He had only wanted to obtain a few formation flag and plate items. Who wanted to learn how to refine tools? Even more so, who did this youth think he was? His tool refining technique was so rare. The cultivators who knew about refining tools were not few in number. However, because of ancestral rules, Junior can only give you the experience that I have accumulated. I cannot teach you this technique personally, the youth immediately stammered, complementing his previous sentence. Han Li blinked his eyes and was at even more of a loss for words. Seeing that Han Li, upon hearing his suggestion, continued to be silent as if he were unwilling, the youth couldn't help but begin to feel anxious. He no longer cared about concealing his identity and he hurriedly blurted out truthfully, My grandfather used to be a tool refining elder from the Divine Weapons sect. His technique in tool refining had long since reached great heights. My own tool refining technique was taught to me hand in hand by my grandfather. For Junior to hand over his tool refining heart to you today is already breaking the ancestral rules. As for how much Senior can gain depends completely on Senior's good fortune. However, I can guarantee that they are all secrets that have never been spread to outsiders from the cultivation world. Han Li's expression finally changed upon hearing that this youth was a descendant of a Divine Weapons sect tool refining elder. Didn't this Divine Weapons sect stand side by side with the Heavenly Star sect and the Thousand Wonders Monastery as one of the 3 great sects in the state of Yuanwu? The tool refining techniques there, as well as the formations of the Heavenly Star sect and the Thousand Wonders Monastery's Tao of Talismans, were all incredibly well known by many cultivators in the neighboring states. In this way, it seemed that the other person's tool refinement insight was truly not average. Although Han Li would most likely not end up learning it, even having it in his possessions could be a bargaining chip. Who knew if in the future he would have some use for it? Han Li made a decision in his heart. However, he still asked, "Can your 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools really be further improved?" "It definitely can be. My friend has long reached perfection in the Tao of formations. Adding on my tool refining technique, improving this formation establishment magic tool will not pose a big problem." Seeing that Han Li asked that question, the youth knew that he had most likely agreed. Thus he immediately became joyful and assured Han Li, patting his chest. Han Li nodded his head and did not continue speaking. However, he took the lid off the box in his hand, and immediately a medicinal fragrance filled with spiritual qi filled the soundproof barrier. The youth lightly sniffed it a few times, then used his eyes to closely examine it several more times. The delight in his eyes greatly increased, and he nodded his head repeatedly to express his satisfaction. Seeing this, Han Li gently smiled. He reached out his hand and handed it over. The youth hurriedly and happily stretched out his hand to receive it. However, when he grabbed a corner of the box wanting to take it away, it seemed that this box containing the spiritual medicine had grown roots on Han Li's hand and did not budge at all. This caused the youth to stare blankly, and a surprised expression was revealed on his face. Han Li, seeing the other person raise his head and look at him at a loss, couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like this individual truly was an influential family's young master who had not experienced many trials and hardships. He still did not recognize such an obvious hint from Han Li. Helplessly, Han Li could only use his mouth to clarify for the other person. "Shouldn't you also take out that set of magic tool and your tool refining insights? That way we can exchange the goods at the same time. Isn't doing it this way somewhat more appropriate?" "Oh, Senior spoke correctly. Junior forgot this matter in my excitement." The short, stocky youth finally was enlightened and he let go of the box, his face blood red. He clumsily pulled out a stack of items from his storage pouch. "Here are 18 formation plates and 36 formation flags. These are the complete set of the 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools. As long as you follow the instructions on this piece of jade and set them up exactly as described, the formation will immediately take effect. Also, this Xianxia technique insight manual was compiled from 20 years of my tool refining experience. I hope that Senior can avoid spreading it around in the future to prevent the divine weapons sect from coming to your door. This is because many of the tool refining techniques in here are all secrets of the divine weapons sect." The youth explained in great detail. In addition, he also gave Han Li a significant piece of advice. When Han Li heard these words, his impression of this youth became even more favorable. Another idea suddenly emerged in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li stuffed the box in his hand into the bosom of the other person, then received the stack of item from the other person's hand. Han Li's sudden movements, which were contrary to his usual behavior, actually caused the short, stocky youth to feel at a loss, as if he didn't know what he had done wrong. "Xianxia technique insight. Xianxia is your name, right? What is your surname?" Han Li changed the indifferent expression he had used earlier. He received the items and gave them a few cursory glances before amiably asking the youth. "Junior's surname is Ji Xianxia. Does Senior have any more instructions?" The youth hesitated for a moment, but he still ended up speaking. However, he did not know what Han Li's intentions were. "Nothing really. I just wanted to tell you that although I have received your collection of insights, I will use a sealing technique to seal it and will not touch it for 5 years. If in these 5 years, you can truly successfully improve this spell formation set for me, I will return the manual to you without having looked at a single page. What do you think?" "Really? Then Junior can't thank you enough." Senior can rest assured concerning this matter of improving the 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools. Even if Junior's friend does not successfully improve it, I will still try to persuade him to make a truly great formation for Senior. After hearing Han Li say this, the youth was overjoyed and hurriedly assured him. Han Li gently smiled and picked up the Xianxia experience manual, holding it in his hands. Following Han Li's muttered incantations, a row of silver runes suddenly appeared on his hands. After circling in his palms for a while, they entered the book and vanished. At the same time, a silver light flashed across the Xianxia experience manual, and a faint silver light dissipated from it. This caused the entire book to suddenly become a chunk of silver, with no way of opening it even a tiny bit. Okay, I've finished sealing it. Now circulate your spiritual qi through the seal. In this way, when we make the exchange in the future, you will know whether or not I've broken the seal. Han Li sealed the book, then threw it over. The youth caught the book with surprise and happiness. The youth stared at it slack-jawed for a moment, but with a stomp of his foot, he left some spiritual qi on the seal. Then, with an expression both of doubt and gratitude, he returned the book to Han Li. At this time, Han Li had pretty much figured out the other person's state of mind. He knew that immediately gaining the other person's trust was an impossible task. But when he returned the sealed book to the other person after a number of years, he would presumably be able to secure the friendship of both the youth and that magic formation master, building up a relationship with them. Of course, determining whether or not the other person was really worth building a relationship with still required them to interact for a long period of time before it would become clear. Thus Han Li stowed the book away. After asking for a method to communicate with the youth, he floated away without another superfluous sentence and left the area. The youth was left in the same location with an expression of disbelief. He had obtained this 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine just like that? He fiercely squeezed the hard medicine box, and an expression of both confusion and excitement was revealed in his eyes. Han Li naturally was in a very good mood, and he headed towards the tool refining store. Qi Yunxiao's tool refining technique and his backer's identity as a magic formation master were much more valuable than a lifeless book. If he could build up relations with them, perhaps in the future it would be very helpful for his cultivation path. Han Li had no doubts about this. Han Li finally returned to the store that had received his contract. There, the white-haired elder was waiting anxiously for his arrival. When he saw that Han Li really had kept his promise and returned, the store owner immediately beamed with joy and had the dark-skinned man quickly bring tea and rare fruits. He personally accompanied Han Li to sit down at the table and incessantly addressed him as senior. Although Han Li was a thick-skinned person, his face still faintly blushed. Next, Han Li took out the centipede's back shell out in front of the elder. This caused the elder's expression to change, and he immediately picked up a small piece, carefully caressing it and identifying it. This is the shell of an advanced grade 1 poisonous insect demonic beast. It truly is a very good tool refining ingredient. Especially since the demonic beasts in the outside world are decreasing in number, encountering a poisonous insect demonic beast is an especially rare circumstance, the elder said with a smile. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have smoothed out. The materials the other person possessed were all within his expectations. They weren't junk metal or any kind of miscellaneous garbage. Instead, they were actually the outer shell of a poisonous insect demonic beast. They were extremely good materials, highly suited for crafting armor or shield-like magic tools. According to his estimation, prior to being refined, these bug shells could forcefully receive an attack from a top-grade magic tool without any serious damage. If it were successfully refined, it naturally could effortlessly reach the ranks of a top-grade magic tool. The white-haired elder became happier the more he looked at it, and he happily picked up these pieces of shell about to begin. However, he was stopped by Han Li. "Store owner, don't be hasty. There are still some ingredients that I haven't brought out yet." Seeing the elder's frazzled behavior, Han Li couldn't help but knit his eyebrows together and wonder if he had found himself the wrong tool refining master. Chapter 228 Puppet Cultivator. Chapter 228 Puppet Cultivator. There's more? The elder first stared blankly, but then he immediately became even happier. He laughed giddily for quite some time. Although he didn't know what sort of materials Han Li would pull out next, saving the best for last was a principle of common sense. His gaze towards Han Li was filled with even more expectation. Although Han Li was somewhat doubtful of this store owner's tool refining methods, he would be unable to find another tool refining master that he trusted more for some time. Thus he could only somewhat hesitatingly place the inky flood dragon's raw materials onto the table. However, he had already decided in his heart that if this elder was unable to identify the origins of these materials, it would prove that the other person's experience and methods would be problematic. If that time came, he would at most allow the elder to refine the hard shell in front of him. As for the high-quality materials from the inky flood dragon, he would have to wait to find a superior tool refining master. Since Han Li had made this plan, he naturally followed the elder's expression and movements even more closely. In the end, when he saw the pile of materials that Han Li had taken out, the elder spat out his mouthful of clear tea onto the ground in front of him with a poochie. This is a flood dragon's hide. Even its horns, fangs. These are its eyes. Heavens, could Senior have single-handedly killed an evil flood dragon? The white-haired store owner was shocked out of his normal behavior. He gazed at the materials in front of him with disbelief, incessantly muttering to himself. No wonder this elder was so shocked. Demonic beasts like the flood dragon had already disappeared from nearby cultivation worlds for a long time. Even if there were some in hiding, this kind of evil flood dragon, which had seemingly evolved into a grade 2 demonic beast, was comparable to a cultivator beyond the foundation establishment stage. Apart from core formation cultivators, how could average foundation establishment cultivators possibly be its opponent? Even if that many cultivators in foundation establishment took action together, the pile of flood dragon materials in front of him was too complete. It was practically as if Han Li had dismembered an entire flood dragon and directly carried it over. Could he have taken ownership of the complete corpse for himself, leaving nothing for the other cultivators? Or did this person have some terrifying method that allowed him to take care of this flood dragon on his own? The elder's imagination began to run wild as he fumbled around with these materials. It was only now that a reverent attitude appeared in his heart towards Han Li. The fact that the store owner had been able to immediately recognize these materials was somewhat beyond Han Li's expectations. He originally believed that even if the other person was able to recognize these items, it would perhaps still require a lot of time and energy for him to do so. But since the elder had so easily identified the materials, Han Li gained some more faith in him. Store owner Su recognized them so quickly. This actually has assured me a lot. Then Elder Su, please begin refining. Han Li politely said after thinking things over in his heart. Okay. Senior, please have faith. When I, Su, was still an apprentice, I refined a flood dragon corpse once before with my father. My grasp of it will definitely not be small. The elder replied, nodding his head repeatedly. He held one of the inky flood dragon's talons in his hand, unwilling to put it down. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt that it was somewhat comical. However, he also understood that this elder most likely was a person who was obsessed with refining tools. Otherwise, even if the materials were better, he would not have lost his self-control like this. Could there be people who knew I would pass through this place and set up an ambush for me ahead of time? Han Li could not help but think this in his surprise and fury. Then he immediately pulled out 2 azure-red dual-colored spheres, gently touching them together. A ping sounded out. Instantly, a surge of dense azure-red fog simultaneously shot out of the 2 spheres, rapidly enveloping Han Li. In addition, it continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge azure-red cloud roughly 100 feet in size. Han Li's figure completely disappeared in the cloud of fog. With the protection of this azure-red cloud, Han Li slightly lowered his guard, coldly gazing at the earth below. When he saw clearly the circumstance below, Han Li's jaw dropped wide open, and he had no way of closing it for quite some time. This was because there was a gang war going on below him. 4 or 5 foundation establishment cultivators were at a disadvantage, confronting nearly 100 enemies that had completely surrounded them. In addition, their opponents were all expressionless and spiritless. They were actually all tiger and leopard mechanical puppet beasts. There were even a few humanoid mechanical puppets, very similar to the one in Han Li's storage pouch. Although the seemingly slow movements of the puppets made them seem easy to deal with, when one puppet was defeated or destroyed by these cultivators' magic tools, a few more puppets would walk out of the nearby forest and reinforce them, causing the numbers of puppets surrounding them to be constant and unchanging. In addition, these puppets' offensive abilities were very frightening. When these mechanical beasts occasionally opened their mouths, a huge column of light as big as a bowl, identical to the one that had almost hit Han Li, would shoot from their mouths. However, their columns of light were multicolored, representing their various attributes. It seemed as if Han Li had been accidentally shot at by them. As for those humanoid puppets, they were even stronger. There were puppet bowmen that were the same as the puppet bowmen in Han Li's possession. They directly shot out finger-wide multicolored light arrows from the long bow in their hands. Although their strength was not as great as the light columns shot by the mechanical beasts, they were superior because they formed an endless onslaught. If it weren't for the fact that these cultivators had combined their efforts to set up a huge barrier, perhaps they would have long since died under the indiscriminate barrage of light arrows and columns. However, what gave them the greatest headache was still those spear and saber-wielding close combat puppets. Not only were those puppets wearing heavy armor, the weapons in their hands all shone with light, indicating that they were all genuine low to mid-grade magic tools. Although there were only 10 of them or so, they attacked incessantly after thoroughly surrounding the barrier. Under the onslaught, the barrier began to crumble and its brightness fluctuated. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 cultivators pressing their hands to the barrier and replenishing its magic power at all times, it would have most likely been broken through numerous times already. It wasn't that the cultivators really couldn't do anything about these puppets. They were, after all, Foundation establishment cultivators. Not only was their magic power very deep, the magic tools they possessed were also frighteningly powerful. In this small amount of time, 30 or 40 puppets had already been demolished by their attacks. However, no matter how strong the magic tools in their hands were, the number of puppets in the forest seemed to be inexhaustible. They continuously supplemented the existing number without stopping, and so the battle became one of attrition. The more these cultivators fought, the colder their hearts grew. Han Li, hiding in midair within the azure cloud, was also stunned by what he saw. It seemed as if in this span of time nobody had yet discovered his existence. That column of light had been nothing but an accident. Finally, one cultivator ran out of patience. He suddenly added on numerous layers of protective spells onto his body. Then, waving a banner-shaped defensive magic tool, he directly escaped out of the large barrier, flying towards the sky. It seemed as if he wanted to flee from this area. Seeing this, the other few cultivators couldn't help but break the silence and begin to curse him out. However, their curses had just left their mouths when a gigantic column of light tens of feet wide suddenly shot out from the forest. In a flash, it directly hit the cultivator in midair. He was immediately turned into a fireball, leaving him no time to even whimper before he fell to the ground. Whether he was alive or dead was a mystery. Thus, although they were still attacking with their various magic tools and the fight appeared to be very intense, Han Li could see that the strength of their attacks was far weaker than they were originally. This was obviously because everyone had their own ulterior motives and appeared to be unwilling to resist the enemy together anymore. Just as Han Li was quietly shaking his head, an elderly cultivator within the barrier seemingly also became aware that something was wrong. He suddenly yelled loudly towards the forest. "Does Sir really want to continue the slaughter? We are all disciples from various sects of the state of Yuanwu. If you kill us, you will have wronged the state of Yuanwu's entire cultivation world. Are you not afraid of incurring a fatal disaster?" Hee. Fatal disaster? If you had said so before I killed that cultivator who had wanted to fly away, perhaps I would have considered it. However, now that someone has already died, offending once is still an offense. It would be better to kill everybody off. Perhaps this way no one will know of this matter. We don't have any malicious intentions. As long as you are willing to make peace, we will swear an oath that we definitely will keep this matter a secret. A significantly younger cultivator hurriedly vowed. Swearing an oath? I don't believe in such trifles. You guys were stealthily following behind me for such a long time, yet you still say that you don't have any malicious intentions? Could it be that you want to invite me to a meal? Besides, I am not a person from the state of Yuanwu. Even if I did offend the cultivation world of your state, what can you do? Do you want to follow me back to the Thousand Bamboo School to demand justice? If that's really the case, I very much admire your sect's elder's boldness. An extremely harsh voice came from within the forest. Upon hearing this voice, Han Li thought that it sounded very familiar. It's him. Han Li quietly thought, somewhat surprised. Based on the sound of his voice, it was definitely the burly man who had bought the mechanical puppet beasts at the auction. Hearing their exchange, it was obvious that these cultivators had secretly followed this person right after the auction had ended. They probably wanted to use some dishonorable methods to discover the puppet beast's secrets. Who knew that this Thousand Bamboo School fellow became aware of their actions a long time ago and actually laid a trap for them, instantly trapping them here? Everybody, we have no choice but to go all out against him. He has already made it clear that he wants to silence us. The first cultivator to speak was not stupid. He immediately attempted to arouse the fighting spirit of the other cultivators, intending to fight to the death. Do you even have the qualifications to go all out against me? Don't talk about going all out if you can't even win against my puppet beast army. I have toyed around enough with you people. It's best if I hurry up and send you on your way. The burly man's tone was still just as harsh, but the killing intent in his words was undoubtedly revealed. Just as his words left his mouth, a loud, earth-shaking sound suddenly emerged from within the forest. Then booming, heavy footsteps came charging out of the forest, causing the cultivators inside the barrier and Han Li, who was in midair, to glance around wildly, not knowing exactly what had occurred. Although the footsteps were very heavy, they were very quick. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in an area nearby the forest. Now all of the people could see what was happening clearly. A roughly 50 or 60-foot tall puppet tiger leapt out of the forest. The burly cultivator, still wearing a cloak, was naturally sitting on the head of the giant tiger. Upon seeing that the puppet tiger was so enormous, the few cultivators were all secretly shocked and couldn't help but think of the huge column of light that they had seen earlier. It was likely that it had been shot by this beast. After it appeared, the burly man did not say anything superfluous and directly patted the tiger's head. Instantly, the puppet tiger beneath him slowly opened its lower jaw. Faint white light began to condense in its huge mouth. The other puppets that were attacking the barrier instantly stopped one by one, retreating a few steps in an orderly fashion. These cultivators obviously knew that the situation did not look good, so all of them reached out their hands and pressed them against the barrier. This was the only barrier that could save their lives. As for escaping the barrier and flying away, everybody had once harbored this idea but learned from the unfortunate cultivator's mistake. Nobody dared to lightly make such a move. The huge column of white light appeared once again. This time the domineering light column was actually forcefully blocked by the cooperative efforts of the few cultivators with the help of the barrier, temporarily creating a stalemate. Although Han Li was very high up in the sky, by virtue of his extraordinary eyesight, he could still clearly see that these cultivators did not appear happy even though they had successfully blocked the column of light. Instead, their faces became pale after pouring such large quantities of their spiritual energy into this barrier. However, Han Li believed that this destructive attack could not continue for long and would be over before long. The few cultivators inside the barrier also seemed to understand this principle, so they each continued to grit their teeth and bitterly hold on. As expected, the column of light was maintained for a brief moment before gradually thinning, then disappearing from the tiger's mouth. Having received a new lease on life, the cultivators revealed joyful expressions as they finally retrieved the hands that they had placed on the barrier, letting out a big sigh. However, the burly man coldly laughed upon seeing this. He suddenly uncovered a secret panel on the tiger's head, then flipped his hand and tossed a mid-grade fire attribute spirit stone into opening. Then the originally extinguished white light in the tiger's mouth began to shine again, causing the other cultivators to become completely dazed when they saw this scene. Han Li gnawed on his lips even more, speechless at the extravagant expense. One mid-grade spirit stone for an all-out attack. How was this a battle tactic? It was clearly using piles of spirit stones to forcefully bash these cultivators. It seemed like the Thousand Bamboo School in his faraway country was extremely rich and had huge stores of spirit stones. Just as Han Li's imagination was running wild, the cultivators who were originally able to work together finally scattered under the extremely large threat facing them. This was because the magic power they had remaining was not very much. Continuing to forcefully resist would only bring them an earlier death. Thus, it would be better for them to each rely on their own luck and escape individually. As expected, the burly man willed the huge tiger to attack two of the cultivators one after the other with the huge column of light. Their fates were almost the same as the first individual. Their bodies were charred black and their remains were truly too horrible to look at. Han Li's extremely large movements were naturally noticed by the four below, causing them to grow greatly frightened. They could not help but slow down their fighting. None of them expected that someone had actually been eavesdropping on their conversation all along. It seemed that the person who had heard their secret wasn't weak, but after seeing Han Li tactfully flee into the distance without intending to help anyone, the four looked at each other and wordlessly agreed to continue their battle. Chapter 231 Disaster Knocking on the Door. Chapter 231. Disaster knocking at the door. Flying as fast as he could, Han Li returned to his immortal's cave after a short while. Without doing anything further, he took out the formation establishment jade slip that Qi Yunxiao had given him and immersed his consciousness into it, carefully reading the method of using the formation establishment magic tools. Han Li decided to push his previous plans to the side and first set up the great formation around his immortal's cave. After all, those cultivators were fighting not too far away. He did not feel safe. The setup of the 5 elements reversal formation was quite simple. After precisely inserting the formation flags and burying the formation plates, he was required to place down several small-scale magic formations with spirit stones outside of the formation center to provide the large formation with sufficient spiritual power. Like that, the large formation was able to immediately function. Furthermore, the formation's master only needed to know a few simple control commands and use the master formation flag on hand to ceaselessly shift and control the formation patterns, trapping enemies within illusions. Han Li inserted the formation flags and buried the formation's plates. Then he begrudgingly embedded several mid-grade spirit stones. These were half of all the spirit stones he possessed, and the loss caused his heart to ache for the majority of the day. But because he didn't want to reduce the power of this great formation, he could only resign himself to parting with his wealth. Though if he were to exchange some spiritual medicines of a certain age at the market city, Han Li would be able to acquire a great amount of spirit stones, but the odds of others discovering his secret and putting him under torturous interrogation would increase threefold. If he were not cautious and careful, he could have been attacked from all sides like that scene he just witnessed. After testing the large formation's operations, it seemed quite effective, but the specific defensive trapping ability could only be tested during an enemy trespass. But regarding its ability to completely shroud the vicinity of the Immortal's cave for several acres without the slightest of abnormalities, Han Li found it to be greatly worth it. Han Li, now feeling completely safe, returned to his chambers and started to think about his cultivation. If he wanted even the slightest chance of entering the cycle of core formation, he would have to possess a top-grade cultivation technique, talent that 1 in 10,000 didn't even possess, as well as the greatest of fortunes. The problem of foundation establishment fundamentally didn't compare. After all, foundation establishment only required sufficient aptitude and 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills. With this, the odds of entering foundation establishment were rather large. As for core formation, even with all of the above-mentioned circumstances, cultivators truly capable of entering core formation were few in number. Thus, every time a core formation cultivator appeared, almost every clan and sect would convene to celebrate without reserve. Furthermore, news of this would spread quickly throughout the cultivation world. The reason why the Masked Moon sect had become the #1 cultivation sect in the state of Yu, apart from having over 1,000 foundation establishment disciples, a number that far exceeded that of other sects, was because they had more than 10 core formation experts. This allowed them to look down upon the other 6 sects with disdain. Han Li knew that his own aptitudes were disastrous, far below that of other formation establishment disciples. The only cultivation technique he possessed was a very dubious, azure essence sword art. A cultivation technique he couldn't use under any circumstance. His current chances were as thin as a veil. It was just as Junior Marshall Brother described it. However, I was confused during that time. I will certainly compensate Junior Marshall Brother for the fright. I wish that Sir Junior Marshall Brother will be gracious and will not stoop down to Senior Marshall Brother's level. Han Li heard Senior Marshall Brother Li's embarrassed response along with repeated apologies. Chapter 232. Great Development Technique. When Han Li heard the other person's words, he didn't actually open his mouth to say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and began to think while he tightly grasped the other person's primordial spirit with a single hand that glowed with white light. After a long while, Han Li lifted his head up and said coldly, "If your primordial spirit's invasion had taken me by surprise, would you have had mercy on me? Your magic power is much deeper than mine, even though we're both at foundation establishment. More likely than not, I would have been consumed by you. Han Li's words were overflowing with ill intent. I can tell you a secret and give you an exceptional cultivation technique. Senior Martial Brother Li was greatly frightened and began to send transmissions through his primordial spirit. Secret cultivation technique? Could this be the great development technique of your Thousand Bamboo School? Han Li's indifferent sentence immediately caused the primordial spirit's green light to flash. In addition, it began to transmit with shock, stuttering, "How do you know of this matter? You're the person who was snooping yesterday." At this time, Senior Martial Brother Lin finally realized what had happened. "Okay, since you know that I am not clueless about your situation, you should obediently tell me everything. You wouldn't want me to immediately destroy your primordial spirit." Although Han Li spoke very casually, this caused Senior Martial Brother Lin's primordial spirit to tremble in his hand. Didn't Junior Martial Brother pretty much hear all that there was to say yesterday? Senior Martial Brother Lin let out a long sigh and asked faintly. Meanwhile, those people from the Thousand Bamboo School outside the formation, seeing that no response came after they transmitted their words through the large formation, couldn't help but be shamed into anger. They released their puppet beasts, unleashing a new round of attacks. The large formation became lively once again, but the interior of the formation was still just as calm as before apart from some noise and aftershocks. Junior Martial Brother, what strange formation is this? It can actually withstand this fierce attack. It truly is unbelievable. Senior Martial Brother Lin interjected upon seeing this scene. He purposefully acted surprised and spoke. Don't worry about my formation and don't recklessly change the subject either. I have absolutely no interest in the internal strife of your Thousand Bamboo School. All I want to know is whether you have a portion of the great development technique and if you gain any remarkable abilities as you cultivate it. If you want to purposefully stall for time, I will immediately destroy you, Han Li said, his tone suddenly becoming cold as he knitted his eyebrows. Next, the white light on his hand abruptly flourished, and with a gentle force of his finger, he instantly caused Senior Martial Brother Lin's primordial spirit to cry out repeatedly that he wouldn't dare. This great development technique is the original secret technique created by my sect's founding ancestor. It is a secret technique specifically used to greatly increase one's divine sense, as well as to split one's primordial spirit. This is also a necessary cultivation technique for our Thousand Bamboo School to cultivate in order to use the puppets. Only when one has cultivated this technique can one imprint one's divine sense on all the numerous puppets and control them with ease. Otherwise, even if I were to refine more puppets, what use would they be to me if I couldn't control them all at once? Senior Martial Brother Lin said unhurriedly, not daring to procrastinate after tasting Han Li's methods. Since it is a basic cultivation technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, why would you still need to scheme about it? You even mentioned something about another half. Senior Martial Brother Lin's primordial spirit hesitated a little bit as if it wanted to bring up some conditions. However, Han Li didn't even give him the opportunity to speak any further. He directly gave the other person another taste of suffering, almost shattering Senior Martial Brother Lin's primordial spirit. This caused the other person to immediately change his tune, panic-stricken. "If you won't do this the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. It's best if you don't raise any conditions before telling me everything that I want to hear." Han Li's tone was cold and bone-piercing. Senior Martial Brother Lin had been completely shaken by Han Li's vicious tactics. He said hurriedly with fright, "In actuality, this secret is related to the Great Development Technique. In addition, it has been widely spread in the upper echelons of the Thousand Bamboo School. It's only that nobody knows whether or not it's true. However, when my father was still here, he secretly told me that there was a 50 to 60% chance that this secret was true. I don't know when it started, but in the upper echelons of our Thousand Bamboo School, a rumor was secretly spread that anyone who cultivated the Great Development Technique to a high enough layer could form their core much more easily than regular cultivators, and it would be easier for them to break through the bottlenecks in their cultivation. This was because the previous schoolmaster's heir's success rate of forming his core was extraordinarily high." After a brief pause, he still told Han Li the secret. "It can raise one's chances of entering the core formation stage?" The originally cold-faced Han Li finally changed his expression. "Yes. If Junior Martial Brother is willing to help me find a corpse so that I can refine and control it, I am willing to share the incantation for the first 4 layers with junior martial brother. Afterward, we can join forces and devise a way to take the remaining layers from the son of that thief surnamed Jean. Then we can reach core formation together. Wouldn't it be much faster? He began to move his non-existent mouth again, attempting to entice Han Li. Han Li snorted and remained silent. He lowered his head and entered deep contemplation once again, causing senior martial brother Lin to instantly feel uneasy yet again. There is only a 50 or 60% chance that it can raise one's success rate for core formation? Han Li suddenly raised his head and muttered, his eyebrows tightly locked together. Junior martial brother, a 50 to 60% chance is already pretty good. After all, this is related to the formation of a gold core. You should at least try it. Senior martial brother Lin added hastily upon seeing this. In reality, what his father had told him was not actually a 50 to 60% chance, but rather a 30% chance. As his words were leaving his mouth, the success rate had been doubled. Is this great development technique easy to cultivate? Apart from increasing one's divine sense, can it increase one's cultivation base? In addition, how long has senior martial brother Lin been in the foundation establishment stage, and how long have you been cultivating this great development technique? Han Li suddenly asked coldly, raising his eyebrows. Cultivating speed is decent and it can add ever so slightly to your cultivation base. I successfully reached foundation establishment over 100 years ago. At that time I was only 20 years old. I started cultivating the great development technique after reaching foundation establishment. Why does junior martial brother ask these questions? Senior martial brother Lin had never thought that the other person would suddenly ask a train of questions. After staring blankly for a moment, he could only stammer and answer the first 2 questions because he had not had time to prepare his defenses. However, he answered the last 2 questions very clearly. Han Li's expression relaxed as if he were very satisfied with the other person's responses. However, the right hand that was holding on to senior martial brother Lin's primordial spirit suddenly flashed with bright white light. Then he tightly closed his fingers. The primordial spirit in his hand only had time to let out a tragic yell before it instantly became dots of starlight, forever disappearing from this world. What a terrible coincidence. The thing I hate the most is being possessed by other people. This reminded me of some unpleasant things. In addition, although I am truly piqued by the great development technique, it is difficult to cultivate and cannot increase one's magic power. How could I cultivate it as my primary cultivation technique? If my magic power hadn't even been cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, what use would the great development technique be to me even if I were to cultivate it diligently? This fellow's natural talent was pretty good, but after cultivating this great development technique for nearly 100 years, he was still only at the peak of the 3rd layer, and because he was distracted, his magic power hovered around that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. A fish and a bear's paw, how could they be so easily linked together? In addition, there is nothing strange about the Thousand Bamboo School's previous schoolmaster being able to balance the 2 and form a golden core. Since he could become a head of a school, he definitely would possess a peerless innate talent and could be considered a 1 in 10,000 genius. Thus, the credibility of the claim that the great development technique can increase one's chances of forming one's core is even lower. I am definitely not considered a genius, so I have no faith that I can cultivate both my own magic power and the great development technique to any deep point. TL, a fish and a bear's paw means you can't have your cake and eat it too. The worst is that he doesn't even possess the entire great development technique. He even wants me to become an enemy of a sect school. Isn't this just bringing about my own destruction? Even if I were to let you go, who could guarantee that you wouldn't bear a grudge about today's matters and use underhanded methods behind my back? Please tell me, with all these reasons, how could I let you go? Han Li muttered to himself, looking at the right hand that had taken the life of a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 233. Lei Wanhe. As it stood, this was the second cultivator whom Han Li had eliminated after his primordial spirit abandoned his body. Within battles, most cultivators wouldn't separate their primordial spirit from their body as it required a certain amount of time to perform. During this period of time, one could not move about freely. During a battle between cultivators, who would give their enemy enough time to escape? Long before one would have the time to separate their primordial spirit from their body, they would have already died more than 10 times. Furthermore, Only those in the nascent soul stage or later would be able to separate their primordial spirit from their body in an instant with the help of their nascent soul. This senior martial brother Lin was just as unfortunate as that Yu Zhitong. Note: Yu Zhitong was the primordial spirit inside Dr. Mo. He originally thought to pass through the location of Han Li's Immortal's Cave and head straight to Yellow Maple Valley for treatment and protection. However, he accidentally burst into Han Li's Great Formation and was completely trapped in the shifting illusions of the formation, unable to escape in the slightest. He helplessly looked on as the poison spread through his body and could only detach his primordial spirit from its corporeal vessel. This also caused senior martial brother Lin to hold resentment towards the Great Formation's master. Because he required a flesh body to be revived and assumed Han Li to be his killer, he thought to seize Han Li's body regardless of the consequences. However, he didn't think in the least that Han Li would be so swift that he could stop senior martial brother Lin's primordial spirit even after being caught off guard and exterminate him. Now that this person was already dead, Han Li naturally didn't think about the dead man's words in the slightest. He now had to deal with the great problem that was lying outside of his Immortal's Cave. Although the attacks of the Thousand Bamboo School were frightening, Han Li didn't see a single trace of damage on his Great Formation, putting him at great ease. Furthermore, he was confident that these people wouldn't dare to stay here too long. Although this place was remote and could be considered the outskirts of the Taiyu mountain range, it was still an area within Yellow Maple Valley's influence. After performing such loud movements, Han Li did not believe that they weren't afraid of the consequences. He reckoned that even though their current attacks weren't effective against the Great Formation, they had already reached the stage where it was hard to stop halfway. Hard to stop halfway. Originally, after riding a tiger, it is hard to get off. Actually, Han Li wasn't against the idea of handing over senior martial brother Lin's corpse to send them on their way. However, the trace of one's primordial spirit leaving their body was far too obvious. When they acquire the body, they would only pursue the matter even further. Thus it would be better to make like an ostrich and hide within the Great Formation. In any case, the other party couldn't break through this 5 elements reversal formation. With this said, Han Li could only praise himself. He actually had such foresight to set up his Great Formation at the very first chance. Otherwise, he would certainly have become their prisoner without the slightest of resistance. However, although there currently appeared to be no problem with the Great Formation, Han Li didn't dare to return to his Immortal's Cave and sleep. He simply took a stone chair out from his home and sat down and rested his eyes. Since these people used puppets to attack, Han Li was somewhat worried about a persistent attack. After a whole 2 hours of indiscriminate attacks, the Great Formation finally showed the first sign of change. The formation that was originally as peaceful as water began to flicker with dim azure light. The formation covering the sky began to ripple like water from the light arrow and light beam attacks coming from above. Seeing this, those from the Thousand Bamboo School began to grow excited. After all, seeing this kind of change meant that the formation could be destroyed by force. With more strength, it was possible to burst the formation open. In truth, if the barrier maintained its originally peaceful appearance, Huang Long and company would have decided to retreat. Just as the Thousand Bamboo School planned an even greater offensive and Han Li's expression slightly changed, a thunderous roar came from the distance. You dare to cause such ruckus in the Taiyu mountain range and even dare to attack our sect disciples' Immortal's Cave? Since you are tired of living, this old man will send you off. This roar left Han Li, who was protected by the Great Formation, with his ears ringing and with a pale complexion, not to mention those outside of the formation. Having directly heard the roar, they were swaying side to side, nearly falling off their boat. It's a core formation cultivator. Quickly retreat. Although Huang Long seemed to be the crude and ferocious sort, he was actually the shrewdest among them. Thus, after he heard this person's voice contain such power, his face lost color, and he immediately wanted to escape. But it was clear that Huang Long had underestimated the flight speed and the immeasurable magic power of a core formation cultivator. Just as those several people were putting away their puppets in a panic and intending to escape, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared on the horizon. White light flew across the sky, closely followed by a strand of silver light. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them, scaring them so much that their spirits nearly left their body. They were unable to retrieve the remaining puppets and instead jumped up to escape individually. However, the huge streak of silver light that spanned over 30 meters simply didn't give Huang Long and company any chance. The streak of light suddenly separated into 6 or 7 smaller silver light streaks, surrounding those from the Thousand Bamboo School, all of whom were already in mid-flight. "Senior, please spare our lives. Huang Long grew terrified and he hastily wanted to say something. However, these silver lights didn't stop in the slightest. They lightly coiled around them. Then after several soft thunderclaps, these people who were vainly trying to escape had all turned to ash. Huang Long did not have the fortune to escape this end. At this moment, all of the silver lights converged into one, revealing a very large fatty. All that was seen of his eyes were 2 slits. His chins were folded with many layers. It was unknown how many there truly were. In addition, his waist was as thick as a barrel. This was undoubtedly the fattest person Han Li had seen in his lifetime. But it was this very person who was able to become a core formation cultivator. Furthermore, from the techniques he used, it seemed that he had lightning attribute mutated spiritual roots. This caused Han Li to be greatly shocked. Regardless of the newcomer's appearance, this person did break Han Li's encirclement. Furthermore, this person was an elder from Yellow Maple Valley. As a result, after Han Li witnessed the extermination of the fellows from Thousand Bamboo School, Han Li opened his great formation without the slightest of hesitation and hastily flew up on a magic tool to greet him. When he was in front of the fatty, Han Li respectfully saluted him. "Marshal Nephew Han Li, pay his respects to Marshal Senior. Great thanks to this Marshal Senior's assistance. If it weren't for Marshal Senior, my life may not have been guaranteed." Ever since Han Li was flying up, the fatty had been sizing up Han Li with his eye slits. When he saw Han Li respectfully greet him, his huge face revealed a slight smile. It seemed he had a pretty good first impression toward Han Li. "I am your Marshal Senior, Lei Wanhe. You can call me Marshal Senior Lei. How could these people from the Thousand Bamboo School attack you without cause? Could it be that you provoked them?" The fatty dove straight to the heart of the matter. It could clearly be seen that this Marshal Senior Lei was a shrewd person who wasn't easily fooled. "Til, Lei Wanhe. His name means thunder. 10,000 cranes." Han Li inwardly shivered, but with his expression remained calm as always. He gave this Marshal Senior an explanation while omitting some unnecessary details. Naturally, Han Li did not mention his affairs at the Heavenly Star Sex Market City or his extermination of Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit. Lei Wanhe remained calm throughout the explanation, but when he heard that Senior Marshal Brother Lin had died from poison while inside the formation, he said, "So he turned out to be a fellow from the Thousand Bamboo School. I knew when we took him into Yellow Maple Valley that this person would certainly bring trouble. However, I didn't think that after so many years, there would still be people sent to kill him. That great schoolmaster Jin's mindset is quite narrow." This Marshal Senior Lei Wanhe didn't reveal any sorrow. After a light sigh, he asked, "Where is Marshal Nephew Lin's corpse? Lead me to it." "As you wish. Marshal Senior, this way." How could Han Li dare to refuse? He hastily led him into his great formation. As Han Li walked, he was inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, since he had been busy with those from the Thousand Bamboo School, he didn't touch the storage pouch on Senior Marshal Lin's body. Otherwise, the situation would become unsightly. This great formation of yours is rather unusual. It seems that even if I didn't come, those scoundrels still wouldn't have been able to do anything to you." Not long after Lei Wanhe entered the 5 Elements Reversal Formation, he made out a few of its intricacies. These are merely high-grade formation flags that I exchanged for quite a bit of money from the market city. How could they enter Marshal Senior's eyes?" When Han Li heard the fatty's praise, he could not help but rejoice inwardly, but he still spoke quite modestly. "No, this formation spell of yours has a great origin. Even if I were to try to break through this formation without using any tricks, it would be quite difficult to break through." Lei Wanhe shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it, continuously disagreeing. At this moment the two had arrived. Senior Marshal Brother Lin's corpse was openly lying on his body, completely intact. When the fatty saw this, he waved a pair of fans in his hands. The corpse immediately flew to the pair of palm leaf fans. Lei Wanhe then examined the body without restraint. "It seems what you said was true. The Far East's venomous poison sex poison has spread throughout his body." After the fatty finished his inspection, he nodded his head, but his following words caused Han Li to inwardly shiver. However, before his body had completely decayed, his primordial spirit should have left his body. Perhaps martial nephew Han Li has seen it? The fatty threw the corpse onto the ground and calmly asked Han Li. Chapter 235. Han Li's intentions. The common medicine pills of this world were of no use to a core formation cultivator. Only medicine pills refined with medicine ingredients that were aged over several hundred years and a few spiritual medicines that were born from heaven and earth could increase the speed of their cultivation. Thus, core formation cultivators would have to travel far and spend a majority of their time to search and scrape together extremely rare medicinal ingredients. This was also why when Li Huayuan saw the great amount of spiritual medicines Han Li took out from the forbidden area, he fundamentally thought of every means to immediately accept him as a disciple. He was truly too covetous toward these spiritual medicines of heaven and earth. Actually, even if Li Huayuan hadn't been the one to bring the group to the forbidden area and it was instead Lei Wanhe or another core formation cultivator, it was unlikely they would have let a portion of Han Li's spiritual medicines slip by. In most cases they would have used a similar trick. Li Huayuan, on the other hand, was truly a bit stingy and only made Han Li an in-name disciple. However, taking medicine pills was only of assistance toward progressing one's magic power. They still had to seclude themselves in meditation and absorb spiritual qi for a time. Bitter and diligent cultivation was the true way to turn spiritual qi into one's own magic power. Otherwise, if one took medicine pills and didn't spend time to refine spiritual qi afterwards, it would be of no effect and wouldn't increase one's magic power in the slightest. After all, external spiritual qi and one's magic power were fundamentally two different things. There were also ancient records of people who took heaven-defying medicine pills, resulting in their bodies exploding. As a result, wanton use of medicine pill beyond one's limits could be extremely dangerous. In addition to increasing magic power, when one encountered a bottleneck, using the spiritual power of the medicine pill to break through was a common action taken by many cultivators. Its common use further proved its efficacy. Cultivators who could break through bottlenecks without drawing the support of medicinal power were far too few in number in the cultivation world. Furthermore, they were all geniuses who appeared only once every 100 years. Those possessing heavenly spiritual roots were the ones with the greatest aptitude, but when those possessing mutated spiritual roots came across a bottleneck, they had no method to break through without using medicine pills. They were similar to those possessing ordinary spiritual roots in this aspect. This cultivator Lei Wanhe happened to have come across this sort of bottleneck. Thus, in order to refine supplementary medicine pills, he had gone on a search in the secular world and had just returned. However, on this trip he didn't have much luck at all. Apart from 2 medicinal herbs that were slightly older than 400 years old, he had ended up empty-handed. This caused him to hold a belly full of grievances. This was also the primary reason why he immediately killed the cultivators from the Thousand Bamboo School when he laid eyes on them. If he hadn't vented his feelings at that very moment, his mood would likely not have improved for quite a long time. It could only be said that Huang Long and his company were too unfortunate and happened to run into this foul-mood demon. Up to this moment, Lei Wanhe's mood was continuously fluctuating. In his 300-year-long experience as a cultivator, he had never seen such spiritual herbs before. When these 2 spiritual herbs entered his eyes, he immediately made an accurate judgment of their age. He couldn't help but become exalted after doing so. He was currently planning to refine soul-strengthening pills but was lacking medicinal herbs that had reached a maturity of 500 years. Thus, he went on this trip that had nearly taken a full year. However, after browsing everywhere, including the state of Yu's large and small market cities as well as the great medicine stores of the mortal world, he still hadn't found any medicinal ingredients that satisfied him. He could only reluctantly take the 2 mediocre 400-year-old herbs and make his preparations. However, he knew in his heart that using these spiritual herbs to refine the soul-strengthening pills wouldn't be enough. Perhaps their medicinal efficacy would be greatly reduced when he created them and wouldn't be of much assistance to him. However, he truly did not have any appropriate core medicines at hand. Could he even refine them? He continued his search, but he only ended up squandering his time. Even if a great medicinal ingredient had actually appeared somewhere, it would have long been hastily acquired by a cultivation sect or clan. By the time he arrived, there wouldn't be a single strand of medicine left. As for the cultivation worlds of nearby countries, looking there would be even more uncertain. That was why when he heard that this martial nephew had medicinal ingredients of a certain maturity, his heart beat. He decided to take a look, entering the incomparably crude and simple cave dwelling. Actually, Lei Wanhe thought to himself, how could a foundation establishment disciple possibly stumble on good medicinal ingredients? It's most likely a 200- or 300-year-old medicinal herb. After all, he had searched for such a long time but could only acquire 400-year-old medicinal ingredients. This was also because he was a core formation expert. No one dared to compete with him over them. All of a sudden, this pair of 600- to 700-year-old medicinal herbs before him. This caused him to become absolutely baffled and overly joyous from the surprise. Thus, although it seemed that his eyes were staring at the two medicinal herbs, appraising it, he was actually already considering how he would ask this martial nephew to hand it over to him. After all, leaving such rare items in this martial nephew's hand would be far too much of a waste. They would reach their greatest potential in the hands of this great cultivator Lei if he refined them into pills. However, he was also an old fox of many years. He had already thought of a good excuse in the blink of an eye. He coughed 2 times and after reluctantly returning the medicinal herbs to the case, he turned his nearly obscured neck toward Han Li and amiably said, "These 2 medicinal herbs are truly rarely seen items of value. They are over 600 and 700 years of age. Martial nephew must have spilled quite a bit of blood to acquire them." That's right. This disciple spent quite a bit of strength to acquire them from an action at a secret store. At that time, there was also a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb that appeared. Unfortunately, this disciple lacked the power to acquire it. I absolutely won't let martial nephew suffer any losses. Do you want to exchange it for a top-grade magic tool? Or any medicinal pills that you currently need? When Han Li heard the other party's grand words, he grew greatly happy. He had maneuvered in such a large circle, waiting for these words to be spoken out loud. However, with his outward appearance hesitant, he said in embarrassment, "I will not hide this from Martial Senior Lei. Disciple is very interesting in the Tao of pill refinement. However, the storage room in Yulu Hall doesn't have any practical pill refining recipes." Disciple later found out that the pill refining skills of ancient times has nearly died out. The current pill refining skills of my fellow martial disciples and seniors were all either bitterly researched for several tens of generations or happened to be discovered from ancient ruins. Each are as precious as one's own life and are not easily acquired. Thus, Disciple intended to use these 2 spiritual herbs to exchange for pill formulas that he could use for himself. Chapter 236 Ancient Formula. Chapter 236 Ancient Formula, Exchange for Pill Formulas? The fatty's originally smiling expression instantly froze. This disciple knows that pill formulas are precious to every martial brother and senior, so I won't be too picky. It's enough as long as it can slightly raise this disciple's cultivating speed in foundation establishment. I will definitely not pick and choose. Han Li said very sincerely. After a certain conversation with the small old man from whom Han Li had learned about the circumstances behind pill formulas in the cultivating world, he racked his brains on how to obtain a few pill formulas for his own uses. After all, he owned a secret technique for ripening medicinal herbs. How could he not exploit this advantage as much as he could? However, the slightly better pill formulas all landed in the hands of core formation cultivators. Even if foundation establishment disciples had 1 or 2 pill formulas, they could only refine insignificant medicine pills. Thus, his original plan was based off of his master, Li Huayuan, but since he had run into this Martial Senior Lei, Han Li immediately changed the target of his plan. No matter how one looked at it, this Martial Senior Lei was easier to manipulate than that master of his. This was not merely Han Li's intuition. Li Huayuan was truly too stingy towards this in-name disciple of his. In addition, he was even more demanding and restricting because of their master-disciple relationship. Most likely, if today's methods had been used on Li Huayuan, Han Li's master would only need to make an understatement and say, "Good filial piety," taking away these two spiritual medicines in a justified way. Han Li would have to act as if he had been moved to tears and thank his master for kindly accepting his offering. Now with great difficulty he had finally encountered another core formation cultivator, so naturally he wanted to seize this rare opportunity. You want to exchange medicinal formulas? This truly is a very tricky matter. Lei Wanhe's expression finally eased up after he seemingly thought of something. Then his eyebrows became tightly knit as if he were uncertain about it. Upon seeing this, Han Li did not feel disappointed. In fact, he began to yell, "There's a chance," in his heart. Otherwise, this Martial Senior Lei would not have this kind of an expression. As long as it's useful to this disciple, any pill formula is fine. Martial Nephew won't make things difficult for Martial Senior. Han Li hurriedly lowered his demands a notch. Martial Nephew Han. Martial Senior does have some pretty good pill formulas, but these things are all the foundational, secretly transmitted formulas that only my clan possesses. I truly cannot bring them out to exchange with you. Lei Wanhe said with regret, shaking his head. Han Li was incredibly disappointed after hearing this. He didn't attempt to cover up any of his emotions, so when the fatty noticed this he began to laugh and said, "Although I cannot exchange my clan's pill formulas with you, I still have a few ancient formulas on hand. Some I found within historical ruins while others I obtained by exchanging with friends. There'd be no problem if I were to exchange them with you." "Really? Then this disciple thanks Martial Senior." Han Li hurriedly thanked with joy. "Wait until I finish speaking, it's still too early to thank me," the fatty interjected disapprovingly, waving his hand. "Since we are going to make an exchange as a Martial Senior, I need to make one thing clear," the fatty said seriously, causing Han Li to be startled slightly. "Please, Martial Senior, say it. This disciple will definitely listen to your teachings." Han Li immediately answered respectfully. "What do you mean listening to my teachings? I want to tell you the bad news first before you regret it in the future." Lei Wanhe glanced at Han Li and added indifferently, "If you follow these ancient formulas to refine medicinal pills, the result will all be genuine top-grade spiritual pills. But most importantly, the ingredients of these pill formulas are truly too difficult to find. I don't know if you will be able to obtain these items. Of course, although these ingredients are difficult to find, they definitely do exist in this realm. It's not the same as some other ancient formulas, where the ingredients have already gone extinct for an unknown number of years. In reality, many of the newly researched pill formulas are only the results of testing many ancient formulas with substitute ingredients. So although the ingredients for refining pills are there, the pill's effectiveness decreased significantly. This is truly something that the cultivation world can do nothing about." The fatty's words shocked Han Li multiple times upon hearing them. However, he still understood the other person's meaning. Martial Senior's meaning is? It's very easy. After you obtain the pill formulas, if you truly can't find all the ingredients to refine the pills, look for a substitute and try it out. Who knows, there might be a chance you'll succeed," the fatty solemnly said to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he was speechless. However, he was clear in his heart that this Martial Senior probably felt that the ingredients for the pill formulas he was about to exchange for were truly too difficult to obtain. Most likely he felt somewhat sorry, thus he gave Han Li a reminder. It seemed in this way that Martial Senior Lei's integrity was not too bad. Han Li secretly thought this, but he nonetheless put on a lovable outward appearance, repeatedly saying okay, demonstrating that he was not considering backing out from the exchange. Seeing this, Lei Wanhe was extremely happy in his heart. He still felt that he had taken advantage of this Martial Nephew too much and felt somewhat sorry. After thinking for a moment, he spoke once again. "How about this? You have 2 spiritual herbs here. We'll exchange 1 herb for 1 formula. This Martial Senior can't let you take too much of a loss." When Han Li heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. However, immediately afterward he began to exult with joy, and his positive feeling for this Martial Senior Lei instantly increased greatly. He repeatedly thanked Lei Wanhe. This time Han Li said it out of complete sincerity without any pretense. "Enough. This is the list of pill formulas. Phew. All of the medicinal pill attributes and the necessary ingredients are listed in there. When you have finished picking, I will give you the actual pill formulas." Saying this, the fatty pulled out a jade slip and tossed it towards Han Li. When Han Li excitedly received this item, he felt that something was strange. When had this martial senior prepared this catalog? But this question only flashed briefly in the back of his mind. Han Li received the jade slip, then very carefully scanned it, looking for any appropriate pill formulas. This spirit-gathering pill and this qi-refining powder. Han Li retrieved his consciousness from the jade slip, then excitedly exclaimed. Spirit-gathering pill, qi-refining powder? The fatty indifferently nodded his head after hearing this and didn't say anything. He immediately pulled out 2 more jade slips from his storage pouch and tossed them out. Alright, it's no longer early, I should be heading back. The fatty happily stored the spiritual herbs on the table, then immediately said his goodbyes and left. Now that he had gathered all his ingredients, he hurried back to refine his own soul-strengthening pill. Upon hearing this, Han Li hurriedly stood up to escort him out. However, when Han Li was escorting him to the cave entrance, he suddenly remembered something. He then asked the other person about the whereabouts and cave location of his master, Li Huayuan. When the fatty heard that Han Li was actually Li Huayuan's in-name disciple, his shock was not small. However, he still told Han Li the location, then flew away on a streak of silver light. Han Li watched Lei Wanhe completely disappear before happily pulling out the jade slips with the pill formulas on them, playing around with them for a while. After a long time he turned around wanting to return to his cave. However, Han Li had only taken 2 steps before an object near the cave attracted his attention. With a glance, it was actually Senior Martial Brother Lin's body lying on the ground, curled up. It even preserved the posture of having been thrown out by the fatty. Han Li started for a moment, then walked towards it without hesitation. When he reached the corpse, he bent down and began to search. He remembered very clearly that Marshal Senior Lei had not touched anything on the corpse. He didn't know whether it was because he was too ashamed to do it in front of a junior like him, or if the items of a Foundation establishment disciple simply couldn't enter his eyes. As expected, Han Li found a storage pouch on the corpse's waist. This caused Han Li to begin to grin widely. After all, he was very interested in those puppets. The other person's storage pouch should have a huge pile of them. But when Han Li examined the storage pouch, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The storage pouch actually did not have a single puppet inside of it. Apart from a few spirit stones and 2 bottles of regular medicinal pills, there was only an unassuming jade slip inside. This caused Han Li's fired-up mood to immediately be extinguished. He clearly controlled so many puppets that day. How could all of them have disappeared? Could they all have been destroyed? Han Li muttered to himself with an unhappy expression on his face. Han Li's guess was actually pretty much correct. On that day, Senior Martial Brother Lin had controlled numerous puppets and was able to fight evenly with his opponents. However, when the quadruplets from the Thousand Bamboo sect killed the 2 escaping cultivators, they hurried over to harass him. Senior Martial Brother Lin, seeing that the circumstances were not good, immediately detonated all of his puppets. He then took advantage of the confusion and rushed out into the forest. Thus, not even a single mechanical puppet could be found in his storage pouch. In his disappointment, Han Li carelessly pulled out that jade slip. Then, as if it were a routine, he sent his consciousness into it, then carelessly gave it a few cursory glances. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes greatly widened, and the lazy expression on his face instantly froze. This was because as soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, 3 golden words emerged: Great Development Technique. Chapter 237 Paying Respects. Chapter 237. Paying Respects, Great Development Technique. This was what Han Li had repeatedly heard of from Senior Martial Brother Lin, the cultivation technique that the primordial soul tried to entice him with. He was actually able to rummage through his body as he wished and easily found it. This caused Han Li to feel ecstatic beyond belief. This great development technique had actually been carried on Senior Martial Lin's body. This truly went against his expectations. Han Li truly didn't know whether this Senior Martial Brother Lin had been extremely stupid or extremely clever. He quickly skimmed through the jade slip with the great development technique once through and found that it was as Senior Martial Lin had said. There truly were only incantations up to the 4th layer. However, what appeared next caused Han Li to feel even more shocked. After he finished completely looking through the great development technique, a scripture called the True Puppet Insights appeared immediately afterward, completely instructing him on how to refine puppet beasts and soldiers of all grades. It was a very detailed and extraordinary puppet creation collection. After Han Li looked through it for a moment, he immediately withdrew his excited consciousness and wore an extremely happy expression. But after he looked at the jade slip in his hand, he soon thought of something, and his expression suddenly became strange. The great development technique and the true puppet insights were a pair. If he simultaneously cultivated them, they would be flawless together. So long as he cultivated the both of them to a certain layer, he would surely be like Huang Long, a single person who relied on a great amount of puppets to remain unwavering against several cultivators of the same strength level and didn't give them the slightest opportunity to resist. This kind of power that suppressed other Foundation establishment cultivators caused Han Li's heart to thump. However, he was very clear that there was a certain flaw. It was very possible that it would interfere with his own cultivation and cause his originally indistinct chances of core formation to be completely null. This was a matter where the gains did not make up for the losses. As for the odds that the great development technique could promote core formation, Han Li simply did not trust that kind of baseless nonsense. Han Li lowered his head and pondered for a moment. This was a very hard choice. He shook his head and first put away the jade slip into his storage bag before deciding to deal with it in the future. After all, deciding whether to cultivate the great development technique along with the puppet creation technique that had dropped from the sky was a bit too sudden. This was a matter to be thought over after his heart calmed down. Regardless, this harvest had caused Han Li to be excited. He suddenly thought that although the storage pouches of Huang Long and his fellow disciples had all been thoroughly decimated by Lei Wanhe's lightning attribute sword light, there were a few puppets that they had not retrieved in time still standing outside the formation. These were good items that would be a waste not to acquire. With this thought, Han Li left the great formation in a good mood. As expected, not far from the formation's outer boundary, he found many palm-sized puppet soldiers and mechanical beasts that had shrunk since nobody was controlling them. However, there weren't as many as Han Li had imagined, only about 20. The rest had been turned to ash by Lei Wanhe's sword light. But even if that was the case, Han Li collected them one by one while in high spirits. In one moment he managed to sweep up so many good items. Han Li still wished to continue, wishing for hundreds of more puppet soldiers to appear before his eyes so he could gather them all. That's right. Master is still waiting inside the cave for junior martial disciple. It's better to not let our elders wait for long. Let's first enter the Green Ripple Cave. It seemed Yu Kun had just thought of something. After he patted the back of his head, he said this with a chuckle. When Han Li saw the other party's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, but his face maintained a solemn and respectful expression. He agreed at once and flew through the water curtain. After he passed through the water curtain, a small, naturally formed valley appeared before his eyes. Not only was it as beautiful as a spring day, but the trees were green and the water clear. Furthermore, there were a few remarkably strange small animals jumping about in an adorable manner. This is... Han Li's mind tumbled. The scene before him. Could it be that his own master, a respected expert, was fond of raising small animals? The thought barged into Han Li's mind unexpectedly. Hee. What? Is Junior Martial Brother surprised? You're not the only one who reacted this way. Every visitor that comes is astonished. However, these weren't raised by Master but rather are the treasures of Master's wife. You mustn't harm them by any means, else the mistress will absolutely end you. Yu Kun chuckled, revealing an "I already knew you would be greatly surprised" expression. Master's wife. That's right. Although Mistress San is only at mid-stage Foundation establishment, the Master dotes on her very much. You must act good-natured and get along well with her. Yu Kun said this as he shrugged his shoulders. Yu Kun brought him further into the large cave, where much to Han Li's surprise he saw not only his master Li Huayuan, but also a young, beautiful 27 or 28-year-old woman. Nothing needed to be said about his own master's ice-cold face, but when he saw Han Li, Li Huayuan revealed a slight smile. Although Han Li thought the young woman was beautiful, how could he dare to look in front of Li Huayuan? He only took a quick look and stepped forward, respectfully saluting. Disciple Han Li greets Master. And, you've come. This is your master's wife, greet her as well. Li Huayuan was greatly satisfied with Han Li's respectful and solemn bearing and pointed to the young woman at his side. Disciple pays respects to master's wife. Han Li inwardly sighed. He could only salute to this woman who didn't seem much older than himself. That's enough, no need to be overly polite. When the young woman saw Han Li step forward to pay his respects, she said this with a smile. Her voice was soft and pleasant, displaying the sweet temper of a woman from a river village. As expected, she was an extremely dainty woman. Han Li, I've only heard of the matter of your success into foundation establishment a few days ago. To tell the truth, this matter was rather hard for me to believe and amazed me by no small amount. Li Huayuan said this with a smile and an incomparably gentle tone. This caused Han Li to truly feel overwhelmed by his superior's favor. This was disciple's fluke. Achieving foundation establishment also shocked this disciple. Han Li's face was slightly red, appearing as if he were embarrassed. He. Great luck also reflects one's own aptitude. Otherwise, wouldn't those born with outstanding aptitudes have even greater luck? Li Huayuan shook his head and said this with a smile. This. Not once did Han Li think he would feel so embarrassed and be rendered speechless. Chapter 238 Yu Kuan's Fearsomeness. Chapter 238. Yu Kuan's Fearsomeness. Humph, this fellow has only been a disciple for a short while. Don't use a lecturing tone immediately upon meeting him, the young woman said gently to Li Huayuan upon seeing Han Li's uncomfortable appearance, a trace of laughter in her eyes. Okay. Husband knows. No matter what, this good disciple is also my wife's savior. As his master, I must compensate him well. Li Huayuan glanced at the young woman with a tender gaze, then turned around and said to Yu Kuan standing to the side, You can withdraw for now. Your master's wife and I are going to talk individually with your junior martial brother Han. Don't let anybody disturb us. As you command, master. Yu Kuan respectfully replied, then stole an envious glance at Han Li before quietly withdrawing. Savior? Reward? Now Han Li was truly stunned. He really didn't know when these two words had suddenly become related to him. When had he earned a reward for saving someone, and how could he himself not know about it? Seeing Han Li's confused appearance, the young woman couldn't help but laugh and said, Lord husband, why don't you explain it to him? Your disciple doesn't know anything yet. Don't let his head be filled with fog. Hearing the young woman's words, Li Huayuan lightly smiled and explained to Han Li, nodding, Han Li, by now you should know the reason why I accepted you as my disciple back then. There's no embarrassment for me to talk about it. As your elder, I truly did covet your spiritual medicines. Thus I used the excuse of receiving you as my disciple to take away a half of your portion. Otherwise you should have received 2 foundation establishment pills, not just 1. However, although I confess that I caused your rewards to decrease for no apparent reason, you could have in turn also used my reputation to your advantage and people wouldn't lightly offend you. This could be considered my way of making things up to you. After all, with regards to your natural talent back then, even if you were to have an extra foundation establishment pill, it seemed like your chances of successfully establishing your foundation were non-existent. Li Huayuan said, his expression nonchalant as if he did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about what he had done. But soon after, the situation changed. Not long after I obtained these spiritual medicines and was about to refine them into pills that could increase one's magic power, an accident suddenly occurred while my wife was cultivating, plunging her into danger. Luckily, I hadn't used your spiritual medicines yet, and thus I was able to temporarily preserve her life. In the few years afterward, I was able to use the remaining spiritual medicines to refine a pill that could save her, causing my wife to finally recover in the past few days. Because of this, when I told my wife about the origins of these spiritual medicines, my wife immediately expressed that I must reward you. After all, her life was preserved solely because of your spiritual medicines. You could also be considered her savior. When Li Huayuan talked about the young woman's life-threatening condition, his expression changed, as if he were reliving the dangerous circumstances of those times. It seemed as if he really dearly loved the young woman beside him. After I heard her say that, I felt that what she said was very reasonable, and so I wanted to officially accept you as my disciple before you reached the foundation establishment stage. But who knew that before I could make a move, I had already received the news that you had successfully established your foundation. This really surprised me. After all, I had previously said that as long as you entered the foundation establishment stage, I would officially accept you as my disciple. Thus, this could no longer be considered some kind of reward. I could only think of other ways within my abilities to reward you, Li Huayuan finally explained the whole situation once, causing Han Li to become somewhat dazed upon hearing it. He never expected that meat pies falling from the sky could actually land on his head. Even when he heard Li Huayuan personally say that he would reward him, Han Li still did not dare to believe it. Instead, he could only stand there stunned. What about this? Since it seems you haven't thought it through yet, you can think about it in your cave for a day. Tomorrow morning, you can come to your master and raise a request. You have to think about it carefully. Normally your master is not a very generous person, so this is an opportunity that is hard to come by. The young woman gently said to Han Li, glancing at Li Huayuan. This caused Li Huayuan to dryly laugh a few times as if he were somewhat embarrassed. Han Li, who finally regained consciousness, hesitated for a moment. Originally, he wanted to request a cultivation technique, but upon being reminded by his master's wife, he could not refuse the other person's good intentions, so he nodded his head and accepted. Then Li Huayuan called Yu Kun to give Han Li a tour of the cave. This senior martial brother immediately agreed with a smile, then brought Han Li and walked out. They had not yet left the large lobby when he had already begun to introduce Han Li to the entire cave. Master, your Green Ripple Cave is about a few hundred acres in size. As for rooms. The young woman, after seeing Han Li and Yu Kun walk far away, suddenly said to Li Huayuan with a smile. Do you think our new disciple can handle Yu Kun's harassment? Every time I see Yu Kun open his mouth, I feel a headache coming on even if he hasn't said anything yet. Yu Kun's long-windedness truly causes many headaches. Not to mention you, even I have no way of dealing with him. Han Li definitely cannot endure for too long. Li Huayuan said with helplessness. This is also true. But what kind of request do you think this disciple of yours will make? The young woman suddenly asked as she opened her round eyes. A trace of cunning could be found within them. What requests could he make besides pills, cultivation techniques, magic tools and the sort? If it weren't for Madame's relentless requests to reward this disciple, I really would not be willing to be so generous. Li Huayuan had not even handed anything out yet, but he already appeared to be in excruciating pain. What are you talking about? If you don't repay his saving grace, the ice heart technique that I cultivate would contain many leaks, and I would not be able to cultivate it to the great circle of completion. Then, in the future, how could I enter the core formation stage and spend the rest of my life with you? The young woman first gave Li Huayuan a haughty look, but her next sentence was filled with deep affection, causing Li Huayuan to feel greatly moved upon hearing it. He thumped his chest and expressed that he would definitely fulfill Han Li's requests and that he would not allow any troubles to be left in the way of his wife's cultivation. Han Li naturally did not know that the huge meat pie that fell on his head was actually related to the young woman's cultivation technique. At that moment he was following senior martial brother Yu wandering around, but in his heart he still felt that the arrival of this kind of good fortune was too sudden. This caused him to feel strangely unsettled. Senior martial brother Yu has time to come to this sword discussion hall. How about us senior martial brothers exchange a few magic techniques? When Yu Kun had brought Han Li near an extremely large stone room, an extremely buff man just so happened to be walking out of it. When he saw Yu Kun, he carelessly said this. However, his gaze was constantly sweeping over Han Li. Who hasn't heard about the combat strength of 4th Junior Martial Brothers' 5 Elements magic technique? It is the #1 under Master's family. I think I'll pass and not make a fool of myself. Yu Kun's expression first changed upon hearing the man's words, then laughed and refused. However, he suddenly turned around and pointed at Han Li while laughing. I still haven't introduced 4th Junior Martial Brother to this individual. He is the new disciple that Master is going to accept. He is the Junior Martial Brother Han, who is soon to become our 8th Junior Martial Brother. And this is your 4th Senior Martial Brother Song Meng. You can just call him Senior Martial Brother Song. Everyone come meet each other. After today we will all be martial brothers from the same family. 8th Junior Martial Brother. When this 4th Junior Martial Brother heard these words, a radiant light shone out from his eyes, focusing directly on Han Li. Han Li's expression did not change, but in his heart he quietly sighed. This individual was clearly a battle-crazy individual. Being gazed at him could not have any good outcomes. Thus, before this individual even opened his mouth, Han Li spoke first. Greetings, 4th Senior Martial Brother. Junior Martial Brother has just recently entered the Foundation establishment stage. I ask that Senior Martial Brother take good care of me. Having said this, Han Li greeted him. However, these words from Han Li caused this man to reveal a disappointed expression. He lost interest in Han Li, and after indifferently nodding his head a few times, he didn't glance at Han Li even once. Then he coldly walked directly between the two of them, leaving to attend to his own business. Only Han Li and Yu Kuan remained, and they looked at each other in dismay for quite some time. Junior Martial Brother Han, please don't take offense. Junior Martial Brother Song just has this kind of a strange temper. Although outwardly he appears somewhat cold, in actuality his personality is pretty good. It was still Yu Kuan who recovered first, and with a few sentences he shook off the awkward atmosphere. Han Li naturally adopted an understanding attitude, and the two of them immediately continued on their way, laughing and talking. Although the cave was not small, apart from Li Huayuan and his wife as well as that Song Meng, there were no other people in such a large place. Han Li did not encounter any of the other 5 senior martial brothers. Afterwards, Han Li learned that the other 5 were all like him and had their own caves outside. They would occasionally come to pay their respects to Li Huayuan and his wife. As for Yu Kuan and Song Meng, they had grown up next to Li Huayuan and his wife. As such, they already had very deep feelings for them, so they naturally would stay in this place instead of building their own cave. As Han Li was idly chatting with Yu Kuan, he finally gained some understanding of the other few cultivators. However, he had unwittingly finished touring the entire cave. This eldest senior martial brother's spirit seemed to rise the more he spoke, so he just pulled Han Li and began to walk towards his own room, wanting to continue their extended discussion. Although Han Li felt slightly surprised, he didn't mind, and so he indifferently followed him over. After all, this person was the eldest senior martial brother, so he still had to give him this face. In the beginning, he was intently listening to this eldest senior martial brother, hoping to find a few pieces of useful information. But not too long after, this senior martial brother Yu's ability to chatter away was revealed to be truly frightening, and Han Li slowly began to experience it firsthand. The endless flow of words snuck into his head like evil spirits, causing Han Li's head to begin to hurt, having heard them for numerous hours. It wasn't until this moment that Han Li finally realized the truth. The attitude this eldest senior martial brother had shown when he had come to pick Han Li up was not enthusiasm. It was clearly that a hard-to-find guest had finally appeared to satisfy his addiction to flapping his lips. After another moment, Han Li could not longer take it, his physical fatigue finally growing too extreme. He hurriedly escaped from the other person's room, then found a room used to accommodate guests and collapsed. Hearing this senior martial brother Yu's verbal attack was truly damaging to one's soul. Han Li had completely served this person's urges. Han Li's horizons had been broadened. This world actually contained men who could chatter like this. Chapter 239 Choice. Chapter 239. Choice. After a day in the Immortal's cave, Han Li stood in front of his master Li Huayuan and his wife. He then heard his master indifferently say, Han Li, have you finished thinking about what you want your master to give you? You can say it now. Disciple wants a cultivation art compatible with him. He hopes master can give 1 or 2 of them. This didn't need to be deeply thought about. Han Li, who had long known this answer, immediately blurted it out. When Li Huayuan heard this, he didn't show any surprise and instead faintly smiled to his wife at the side. He seemed to be saying, how about it? I wasn't wrong. He wanted a cultivation art as expected. Then he returned his gaze to Han Li and calmly said, and your choice isn't bad. First, let master examine your spiritual roots and then I will decide what cultivation art to give you. When Han Li heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately approached him. His master grabbed his wrist and quickly circulated energy around his meridians. Apart from metal cultivation techniques, all other attributes can be cultivated. You actually had 4 attribute spiritual roots. How shocking. On that day, I only saw that you had false spiritual roots, but I didn't think it'd be to such a degree. After a moment of examination, Li Huayuan's expression grew slightly strange and he sighed. When the young woman at the side heard this, She also revealed an expression of slight surprise. She remained silent and could not help but size up Han Li. Disciple's aptitude is inferior and has disappointed master. Han Li's face was a bit red as he replied this with slight shame. This is nothing. Since the heavens have allowed you to reach foundation establishment, you surely have your own luck. But since it is like this, your choices for cultivation are a bit troublesome. What do you mean? When Han Li heard this, he blinked. Although Han Li did not take the initiative to ask, he displayed great doubt. Really? Give disciple a proper explanation. You're always so vague. Actually, what your master means was that he originally wanted to let you choose a decent cultivation art, but now that he has seen your spiritual root attributes, he's hesitant. After all, the better the cultivation art, the harder it is to cultivate. It would be better to let you cultivate a simpler cultivation art so that you advance a bit more quickly. The young woman rebuked Li Huayuan and gave Han Li an explanation with a warm tone. That's right. My wife read my thoughts. Li Huayuan repeatedly nodded his head. He then continued to explain, the cultivation arts of immortal cultivators can generally be classified into 3 main types in accordance with speed and effects. For the first time after it is cultivated, one's magic power progresses at a speed that is similar to that of inferior cultivation arts. However, it grants an supplementary divine ability that can suppress enemies and seize victory. Its power is likely to be outstanding and extremely suitable for combat. If one's magic power is at a lower layer, they will be able to, with slight difficulty, prevail against cultivators of a higher layer. Thus, cultivators who know they are unable to enter core formation most likely choose this type of cultivation art. The second type of cultivation technique is the exact opposite. These cultivation techniques progress one's magic powers at an astonishing rate and are easy to cultivate. But naturally there is a flaw. The advantage of the first type of cultivation technique is precisely this type's fatal flaw. Furthermore, although those who cultivate the second type come across far fewer bottlenecks than those who use the first type of cultivation techniques, this kind of cultivation art has no powerful self-defense methods, and their divine abilities are pathetic. Those who choose this method are doomed to spend their life cultivating and are the weaker among cultivators of the same grade. But similarly, they wish to cultivate to the highest layer in vain pursuit of the heavenly Tao. Those who choose this path are not few. After all, this is the easiest method to approach core formation. After Li Huayuan said this, he stopped for a moment and then looked at Han Li with a smile. What kind of magic technique does disciple wish to use? Perhaps there is a type between these two that fits you? When Han Li heard this, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. He asked, Master, were there not 3 kinds? Why have you only explained 2? When they both heard Han Li's question, the young woman gave a knowing smile. Li Huayuan faced Han Li and answered, apart from the first 2 types, there are the extraordinarily few cultivation arts that exist of the third type. Many cultivators pursue these top-grade cultivation arts. However, as your master, I do not recommend you cultivate these. Furthermore, none of your 7 senior martial brothers chose to cultivate these cultivation arts. Although they combine the several strong aspects of the first 2 type of cultivation arts, having both great power and astonishing magic progression, they have many restrictions. They are increasingly difficult as one progresses, and they are very dangerous to cultivate. If one is not careful, they will be beyond hope. Your master's wife cultivates such a top-grade cultivation art, but she was not careful and nearly died. Thus, if one cultivates these cultivation arts without transcendent aptitude, it would be a near equivalent to suicide. Although I have 2 or 3 of such top-grade cultivation arts, would you be able to succeed with them? Naturally, because I do owe you compensation if you must choose these top-grade cultivation methods, Master will give them to you. However, if you encounter dangers or difficulties in the future, you will only be able to rely on yourself. Li Huayuan clearly did not approve of Han Li selecting these last types of cultivation arts and warned Han Li in advance. Han Li wrinkled his brow and sunk his head in thought. This was a truly hard decision. But not long after, Han Li lifted his head with clear eyes. It was obvious that he made his decision. Master, please forgive this disciple's rudeness. Disciple wishes to ask in advance, what cultivation art did Master cultivate? Han Li suddenly asked. Your master cultivated the top-grade cultivation technique True Sun Arts. However, your master has a body only second to that of heavenly spiritual Poots, a 3-yang body. Cultivating this art suited me like a fish to water and was far superior to other cultivation arts. Otherwise, how could master form his golden core? Although Li Huayuan did not predict Han Li's question, he had still arrogantly replied. Disciple understands. Then disciple will select the second type of magic techniques. Han Li said with a peaceful expression. The second type. Li Huayuan's expression slightly changed, but after a second, it returned to normal. Under the appearance of deep thought, he re-examined Han Li. When the young woman at the side heard this, she also wore a rather interested expression. You chose the second choice, so how could master say anything against this? If your cultivator's heart is resolute, then master will truly be grateful. However, you should know the so-called easy refinement of magic power only applies to those with rather good aptitudes. Furthermore, even if they have outstanding aptitudes, only a few of them will be able to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, your master leans toward you choosing the first type of cultivation arts. With your prospects of achieving core formation so uncertain, at the very least, you'll be able to hold your head high among your fellow foundation establishment cultivators and accept no humiliation. In truth, regardless of what type of cultivation art is chosen, those who achieve core formation are few in number. Li Huayuan originally thought to give Han Li a few words of advice, but as he said this he seemed to have recalled something. With his mood serious, he actually remained silent. When the young woman to the side saw this, she lightly sighed and said to Han Li, think of this well. What kind of cultivation art do you truly want? Although your choice does not match our thoughts, if your cultivator's heart is truly resolute, your master will naturally not oppose you. If you overestimate your own abilities and absolutely insist on choosing the top-grade magic techniques, although we as husband and wife will not object, we will be greatly troubled. After all, it would no longer be a question of the resolution of one's cultivator's heart but rather that of biting off far more than one can chew. Correct. Your master's wife has spoken your master's thoughts. Your master will not say more. I will only ask you once more, is that your final decision? Li Huayuan's attention returned just as the young woman finished speaking, and he nodded his head in approval. Yes, disciple has firmly decided. After Han Li calmly listened to Li Huayuan's wife's words, he replied with a deep tone. And since you've made up your mind, follow me to my library. Madam, please wait here. Han Li and I will return in a moment. When Li Huayuan heard this, he said no more and stood up, bringing Han Li out and leaving the young woman to wait behind. The library room wasn't far away from the main hall and also wasn't very large. It was only a normal-looking short stone room. However, the stone room had a flaming barrier protecting it, denying entry to outsiders. Li Huayuan stood in front of the barrier. Without care, he extended his finger toward the surface of the barrier and casually swiped, causing the barrier to immediately open a 3-meter gap, just enough for 2 people to enter through. He then easily pushed open the stone door and led Han Li in. After Han Li entered, his eyes greatly widened. Inside the room, all sorts of jade slips, book pages, boxes and collections were suspended in midair, displaying strange lights of all colors. There were more than 60 items. They were Li Huayuan's collection of cultivation techniques that he had gathered over several hundred years. All the items here are under my restrictions. If someone aside from me or my wife personally reaches within, the formation spell within the stone room will immediately activate, and they will be completely trapped inside. Li Huayuan explained to Han Li with satisfaction. However, Han Li heard the trace of warning within those words, so he repeatedly nodded his head, expressing his understanding. Chapter 240. Pages of a book. Seeing that Han Li was quite discreet, Li Huayuan revealed an expression of satisfaction. Then he reached his hand out in midair and gently grabbed at something. Instantly, a red streak of cloud flew out from his hand, wrapped around a jade slip and brought it back to his hand. Li Huayuan didn't even glance at it and directly handed it to Han Li. Then he used the same method to grab 7 or 8 items in a row before halting. At this time, Han Li was already holding a huge pile of items, too many for his eyes to take in. These cultivation techniques can all progress one's magic power quickly, and they are also easy to cultivate. Pick one to use as your main cultivation technique. You have to put the other ones back in their original position. When you have finished picking one out, come tell me. Li Huayuan said to Han Li indifferently. Then he sat down cross-legged on a prayer mat in the stone room. Han Li felt that his eyes were seeing stars. Although there weren't many cultivation techniques, they all had their own unique attributes. For example, one of them, the essence gathering technique, apart from having a decent speed in increasing one's magic power, also had the essence gathering spirit armor, an incredibly practical minor divine ability. When facing an enemy, in addition to the protection of a defensive magic technique, one could condense one's magic power into spirit armor as an additional layer of protection. It could serve as a life-saving technique, and the spirit armor's defense could also slowly increase as one progressed in the essence gathering technique. Another jade slip recorded the just as impressive Mirage spirit art, which also included the Mirage shadow ability. One could produce an avatar exactly like oneself at any time to confuse enemies. The higher one's cultivating layer was, the more avatars one could produce, which would confuse enemies even more. Apart from these two kinds of cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques included small abilities that were extremely suited for escaping despite not being too powerful. It seemed as if the creators of these cultivation techniques were also very clear that these cultivation techniques would not allow individuals to fight fiercely against others. Instead, it was more important to flee with one's small life. However, after Han Li had browsed through all of them once, a golden page inside a jade box jolted Han Li awake. That was because this page's script and size were too familiar. Han Li confirmed that it was identical to the silver page that he himself possessed. The only difference was that this page seemed to be thinner, and its surface did not have those strange patterns. Instead, it was covered with densely packed ancient writings. But when he took a closer look, the technique that was recorded was a common magic technique, the essence concentration technique. Its ability was also an extremely average support technique called the spirit gathering technique, and could only increase the speed at which spiritual chi was gathered. The silver page first appeared in. Han Li studied the golden page numerous times, but doing so only increased the uncertainty in his heart. However, he also knew that even though he had a strong urge to pull out the silver page in his storage pouch and compare the two of them, now was not the time to solve this mystery. Regardless, he had to make a decision now, otherwise he would arouse his master's suspicions. With this in mind, Han Li hefted this golden page in his hand and made his decision. As such, he opened his mouth and said to Li Huayuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Master, I have made a decision. I choose this cultivation technique." When Li Huayuan heard this, he opened his eyes. Seeing the golden page in his hand, he was slightly startled, but he didn't say anything. He simply nodded his head and brought him out of the stone room. Even if he had no way of unraveling its mysteries, Han Li did not mind. At the very last, he would cultivate the essence concentration technique. Although this cultivation technique didn't have any great effects, Han Li had other ways of protecting himself, so he did not worry about this matter. When he returned to his own cave, Han Li immediately went into his own room and hurriedly pulled out the gold and silver pages from his storage pouch, carefully comparing the two. The silver page was still the same as the last time he studied it. Han Li placed both the silver page and the gold page in front of his eyes and superimposed the two. As expected, they were identical in size. With one glance, one could tell that they were closely linked. Han Li took these two pages, one on the left and one on the right, weighing them individually in each hand. He judged that the silver page was slightly heavier. It seemed as if his speculation that the golden page was somewhat thinner was not incorrect. Their thickness was truly different. Han Li tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took only the silver page and raised it to his eye, carefully scrutinizing the strange patterns on it and stroking it with his hand incessantly. At this time, his eyes twinkled indefinitely as if there was a very difficult problem ahead of him that he could not make a decision about. However, an unwavering expression still appeared on Han Li's face. He suddenly placed the page between his two hands, then he gently rubbed his hands together. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a fierce flame, casting a red glow onto Han Li's face. However, he did not care at all, instead staring at the page in the flames without blinking. At this time, the surface of the page was beginning to melt due to high temperatures. Suddenly, Han Li's expression changed, and then an expression of joy surfaced on his face because the silver page, now with its surface layer melted, actually revealed a golden light. Sure enough, the page contained a secret. Seeing this situation, Han Li carefully controlled the flames, not allowing the golden layer to also be damaged. However, Han Li clearly was overly worried. The newly revealed golden page seemingly didn't fear being roasted by the fierce flames and didn't warp at all. When a brand new golden page was completely revealed, Han Li waved his hand, and the flames immediately disappeared. Then he began to read the newly obtained page, his heart beating like crazy. He only read the first few words before he froze, stunned. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. That was because this page was actually a manual written to teach people how to control flying swords and was specifically geared towards those who cultivate sword arts. Although it appeared to be extremely remarkable, it was something that Han Li simply did not need. It seemed as if that barefooted man from the giant sword sect had cultivated the page's contents. However, though these techniques may have been considered treasures to Qi condensation disciples, to Han Li, who had reached the great success stage of foundation establishment, they were only average and simply had no way of piquing his interest. Han Li was still unwilling to give up. He closely examined it one more time, even going so far as to use the fierce flames to burn it again, but he made no further discoveries. The more Han Li looked at this golden page, the more he felt resentful. He had busied himself with this for the greater half of the day. Having wasted so much time, he actually obtained such a useless item. How could he not feel extremely depressed? Han Li was especially provoked upon seeing the two words sword art, because he had already cultivated an azure essence sword art. Could it be that he would have to cultivate yet another sword art? The gloomy-faced Han Li suddenly grabbed the page and threw it into midair. Immediately afterward, he used his right hand and pointed, shooting out an azure sword edge as wide as a bowl, directly hitting the page. Han Li decided to completely destroy this thing, lest he become angry just from looking at it. Whoosh! The explosion that Han Li had expected did not appear. Instead, the azure sword streak disappeared into page upon contact as if it had been absorbed. This is... Han Li was very shocked, but immediately after, his heart stirred with anticipation. Chapter 241. 3 Essence Revolutions Technique. He raised his hand and cast a floating technique on the golden page that had fallen in his hand, causing it to float many feet in the air, acting as a target. He then began to use small bursts of azure essence sword streaks to attack it bit by bit, eagerly gazing at the page, which seemed to absorb all of the sword streaks like a bottomless pit. While doing this, Han Li had also tried to shoot an ice arrow towards it to see if that magic spell could also be absorbed. In the end, one arrow caused the page to go flying, ending Han Li's experiences with a fright. Instead, he obediently continued to shoot sword streaks into it. Han Li's azure essence sword streaks of the 4th layer should have been quite powerful, but the page had yet to respond as he was on the edge of exhaustion. Han Li bitterly complained as a result. He truly did not know whether or not all his hard work would go to waste if he didn't satisfy this page's absorption of sword streaks all in one go. Just as Han Li was conflicted about whether to proceed or stop, the page finally began to change, and the golden light on the page's surface exploded out. The page was no longer able to absorb the sword streaks. Instead, it began to reflect them, carving quite a few holes in the walls of the cave. Han Li repressed the excitement in his heart, and he watched the page's transformation without blinking at all. The light on the page slowly began to retreat and converged into words of light as large as ants. The page soon became densely dotted with golden light, like the stars in the sky, causing Han Li to feel great shock. Then, with a patter, the floating spell suddenly lost its effectiveness, and the golden page fell straight to the ground. Han Li, still in shock, instinctively and immediately stretched out and grabbed the golden page. But just when Han Li's fingers made contact with this item, it was as if the words of light had found an outlet and rushed in through that hand, fiercely channeling themselves throughout his entire body. Han Li was greatly shocked and the color drained from his face. He hurriedly wanted to toss aside the page, but the page forcibly stuck itself onto Han Li's hand as if it were alive. Han Li was unable to shake it off despite his best efforts. The transmission of the words of light was just too fast. In an instant, all of the words of light had crawled all over Han Li. Glistening words of light covered Han Li's body from head to toe, appearing incomparably strange. Han Li was helpless and scared witless. Suddenly, the words of light appeared to have received a command and flocked toward his head. The countless words seeped into his brain in an instant, but because of the sudden rush, Han Li immediately held his head while screaming in pain. If the current circumstances continued for even a bit longer, Han Li's brain would most likely violently burst. Fortunately, the pain only lasted a short moment before the words of light all finished entering his head. Han Li then weakly fell to the ground and was unable to move in the slightest. After no less than the quarter of an hour, Han Li regained some of his spirit and was finally barely able to stand. Although the pain inside his head had greatly alleviated, buzzing still lingered and his nerves were stretched thin. Han Li hurriedly climbed into the stone bed, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, allowing his mind to completely relax. Han Li meditated like that for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only did all feeling of discomfort disappear from his head, but he also figured out the reason behind the overflow of words of light. Azure Essence Sword Art. Furthermore, it was the complete magic art, all 13 layers without any gaps or lost sections. It could even be cultivated all the way until the legendary deity transformation stage without question. These were the words that were brought forth from the words of light. After 3 or 4 days, Han Li created an opening in his great formation outside his immortal's cave and entered it, closing it behind him. Then he entered secluded cultivation for his first time after reaching foundation establishment. Time does not stop for cultivation. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Underneath the concealment of the formation spell, the cave's entrance had been tightly closed since that day and hadn't been opened since. Then one day, a blue streak of light suddenly flew from the distant horizon. After it circled several times around the great formation, it turned into a chuckling Confucian scholar holding a blue wooden board in his hand. So this is young junior Martial Brothers Immortal's cave. Why did you pick such a remote place? Furthermore, the spiritual chi also isn't very abundant. If Martial Senior Lei hadn't given me a few directions, it would have truly been hard to find. The Confucian scholar muttered to himself with an expression of surprise. Soon after, the Confucian scholar sized up the great formation outside the Immortal's cave, suddenly displaying a desire to test it out. Martial Senior Lei said this young junior Martial Brothers' great defensive formation was incomparably ferocious and that if a core formation cultivator were to come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. This must truly be false. How could it possibly be so ferocious? Should I give it a try? But after a bit of consideration, the Confucian scholar dejectedly hung his head and said to himself, "Forget about it. This will interfere with Master's plans." With that said, he took out a sound transmission talisman and looked at Han Li's great formation. The sound transmission talisman suddenly turned into a streak of fiery light and silently entered the formation. Then the Confucian scholar immediately threw the wooden board in his hand into the air and left, flying away on his flying magic tool. At this moment, in the secluded room with the spirit well spring, Han Li was meditating with his eyes closed. His appearance was actually exactly the same as 4 years ago without the slightest of change. However, his body was enveloped in a layer of faint azure light that continuously flickered, appearing as if it were an exceptionally beautiful illusion. But if someone were to look it around, they would be beyond speechless. That was because there were talismans of all grades scattered around Han Li, from the elementary low-grade fireball and ice arrow techniques to the elementary high-grade techniques, earth wall, and fire cloud, and more. It seemed as if this were a large storehouse for talismans. In addition, there were a few empty boxes of cinnabar as well as stacks of blank talisman paper scattered about, appearing extremely messy. Not knowing how much time had passed, Han Li wrinkled his brow in response to something and opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he suddenly stood and walked out of the seclusion chamber. As soon as he stood, all of the talismans and other items on the floor silently entered his storage pouch. His room instantly became spotless. As he walked out of the seclusion chamber, Han Li waved his hand and a small yellow flag appeared in it. Then he threw it out, turning the small flag into a streak of yellow light that flew outwards. Before Han Li could finish walking to his bedroom, the small flag that had turned into a yellow light returned with a streak of fiery light in tow. When Han Li saw this, he calmly moved his hand and summoned the small flag into it. He opened his other hand and shot out azure light toward the fiery light before him. Chapter 243 Medical Efficacy. Chapter 243 Medicinal Efficacy. Han Li flicked his finger, and the streak of azure light flew into the flame. With a bang, the flames shot up a few feet, and Li Huiyan's voice suddenly came out of it clearly. Immediately come to Green Ripple Cave. Your master has something to talk to you about. After these words, that streak of flame light immediately exploded into a shower of sparks that filled the sky, dissipating without a trace. After Han Li heard the message, he rubbed his nose and entered his own room, his expression calm. Upon entering his room, Han Li pulled out a small wooden trunk from underneath the stone bed. The trunk contained 10 or so different styles of storage pouches. Han Li pulled out the one that he was currently carrying, then dumped out the large pile that had been stored inside the trunk. Then he divided them individually by type and quality, placing them into different locations. Next, Han Li shoved the trunk back into its original place, hesitated for a brief moment, then headed directly for the main entrance to the cave. Standing on the Divine Wind boat, Han Li began to recall the circumstances of his cultivation and talisman manufacturing during these past 4 years, his expression somewhat heavy. When Han Li sealed his cave, he had set up a small, very well-hidden medicinal garden in his cave. Although it wasn't large, it was enough for him to nurture his medicinal herbs while cultivating. The benefits of doing it this way were that when he was behind closed doors, he wouldn't have to worry about the medicinal herbs he was ripening being discovered. There would be no need for him to leave his cave, and he could be completely self-sufficient. For this, he had purposefully opened countless small hidden holes in the rock wall near the medicinal garden to allow sunlight to enter, which the little bottle could use to absorb spiritual qi. Of course, the locations of these small holes were all definitely in the effective range of the Great Formation, so he didn't need to be concerned about others finding it. As for the large medicinal garden outside, Han Li naturally planned to use it as a protective decoy. With the small medicinal garden, Han Li could assuredly ripen his spiritual medicines while refining medicinal pills using innate true fire. Although true fire was somewhat worse than earth fire, it was superior in its stability and safety. In addition, Han Li wouldn't have to worry about the number of times that he failed to refine them. The medicinal pills refined from the ancient recipes were, as expected, no small matter. After Han Li had refined the qi refining powder and consumed it, he experienced afresh the kind of explosion of spiritual qi that he had felt when establishing his foundation, causing him to immediately sit down in shock and begin to refine it, not daring to have the slightest amount of neglect. This shocking outcome naturally caused his magic power within the first year of closed-door cultivation to vigorously shoot up, far outstripping any of his expectations. Extravagantly ingesting medicine saved Han Li the time he would have spent on absorbing spiritual qi and allowed him to throw himself directly into refining it into magic power. His efficiency in increasing his magic power naturally multiplied many times. This caused Han Li to be unable to contain his joy. Recultivating the Azure Essence Sword art 3 times suddenly became a very realizable prospect. Although the Azure Essence Sword art truly did strangely cause a portion of one's magic power to dissipate every few days just like how he had been told, with 1 pouch of qi refining powder every 6 or 7 days, this defect could be completely overlooked. During this time, Han Li also ingested a foundation establishment pill out of curiosity. In the end, its effect was minimal, so Han Li completely gave up on this train of thought. After all, he still possessed another ancient recipe for which he had not yet prepared raw ingredients for. Only by refining this kind of spiritual pill could his magic power vigorously shoot up again. In addition, he planned on searching for a few more pill recipes. If the spirit-gathering pill also lost its effectiveness like the qi refining powder, Han Li could only resort to taking another kind of pill every few years. As for refining talismans, the process went extremely smoothly. Every day he would set aside the first half of a day, starting by practicing low-grade magic techniques that he could already perform, not treasuring the raw materials and crazily refining talismans non-stop. This kind of wasteful method, which other talisman refinement masters could not even conceive of, caused Han Li's skill in talisman refinement to rise continuously. Now he could just barely refine elementary high-grade talismans, even though his success rates were still pitifully low. He had already decided that the next time he cultivated behind closed doors, he would begin to practice refining mid-tier magic spells and attempt to refine mid-grade talismans. These were his primary goals for talisman refinement. In addition, while he was behind closed doors, Han Li also refined 7 or 8 face-setting pills in his free time apart from chi refining pills and ingested one out of curiosity. If it could truly preserve his appearance, Han Li naturally would feel extremely happy. After all, nobody would wish for the day when one becomes white-haired, even if cultivators' fleshly bodies aged at an extremely slow pace. At this time, because his pill had lost its effectiveness, Han Li was incredibly depressed in flight. However, he was still somewhat curious about why his master Li Huayuan would suddenly want to see him. He couldn't help but guess reasons as to why after 4 years he would take the initiative to seek him out. In this way, Han Li arrived at the Green Ripple Cave, his mind preoccupied with many things. Only after sending a voice transmission did he realize that the one who opened the restrictions for him was no longer that eldest brother Yu, but rather a 20-year-old handsome male with red lips and white teeth. Before Han Li was even able to open his mouth, this youth first said to him indifferently, "It's junior brother Han, right? I am Wu Xian, Master's 6th disciple. Master wanted me to wait here for you for a while. Come with me." After Wu Xian said this, he didn't even glance at Han Li once and turned around, then left. This caused Han Li to rub his face, baffled. "My face isn't that unpleasant, is it?" Han Li could only somewhat helplessly and unhappily follow closely after him. Naturally, there were no words spoken between them and they directly arrived at the guest lobby just like that. 3 people were sitting on the chairs in the lobby and 2 people stood beside them. The people sitting were Li Huayuan, his wife, and a red-clad woman around 30 years old. Although her appearance was decent and she still possessed some charm, her face was icy cold, faintly revealing a killing intent rarely possessed by cultivators. At this time, Li Huayuan was seemingly saying something to the woman. Based on his expression and words, he seemed to respect this woman very much. As for the 2 people standing to the side, one was the 4th senior martial brother Song Meng that he had met before. The other was an 18 or 19-year-old young woman who was also fully clothed in red. Her face could be considered pretty, but she wore a flirty expression, and it seemed from her appearance that she was very closely related to the red-clothed woman. "Han Li, come over and meet your martial senior Hong Fu." Li Huayuan, upon seeing Han Li walk in, immediately called him over with a happy tone. Then Wu Xian silently walked over to Song Meng's side, standing with his hands clasped together. Chapter 244. Pair Cultivation Satisfied. What does he meaning, satisfied? When Han Li heard this, he did not know why he felt uneasy. All he knew was that when he heard Li Huayuan incessantly praise him again, he had an even worse premonition. Furthermore, he already discovered that ever since he entered the room, that young woman had shot several stealthy glances at him with an expression of complete discontent. In addition, when this martial senior Hong Fu said that he was very good, his figure slightly shook and he hastily lowered his head. Meanwhile, a gaze filled with hostility swept toward Han Li, frightening him for a moment. He couldn't help but return the gaze. It was actually 7th senior martial brother Wu Xian who had previously introduced him. When Wu Xian saw Han Li respond to his gaze, his face contorted with surprise. He immediately shifted his gaze with a guilty appearance. When Han Li saw this, he was filled with suspicion. However, his expression maintained his usual patient and calm expression. Seeing him instinctively maintain his calm, the red-clothed woman inwardly continued to nod her head. "It will be this child. I feel like he is very suitable. I will first return with Xian Air and will calmly wait for good news from martial disciple," the red-clothed woman suddenly said as she nodded her head. "Senior martial sister, be at ease. I will surely make the proper arrangements." Li Huayuan saw that the woman wanted to leave, so he hastily consented and saw them both out. As Han Li regained his senses, martial senior Hong Fu had already left with that young woman. When Li Huayuan and his wife brought Han Li and the others to the main hall, they were beaming with happiness, both smiling without saying a word. The 2 returned to their seats and sized up Han Li without end. It was unknown what intention they had. Han Li, as your master, I must first congratulate you. Li Huayuan happily looked at Han Li for a moment before suddenly saying such senseless words. This caused Han Li's heart to beat harder and be even more uneasy. Disciple truly doesn't know what to be happy about. Master, please enlighten me. Han Li respectfully said with a dark foreboding dwelling in his heart. Cici, this is an extraordinary matter. When your martial senior Hong Fu saw you, she was interested in having you and that disciple of hers to form a bond as pair cultivation companions. The young woman did not wait for Li Huayuan to reply and was the first to unravel the riddle, causing Han Li to become dumbstruck. Become pair cultivation companions? Han Li muttered and became despondent. This was far too surprising. What is this? This is a fine thing that others dream of having but can't obtain. You should know that female cultivation disciples are originally few in number. Those capable of cultivating to foundation establishment are pathetically fewer. Also, pair cultivation a mutually beneficial method to enormously advance the cultivation of both sides. Others will not be able to find such a boon even with a lantern. Li Huayuan said with a happy expression. With what he said, to be able to form a relationship with martial ancestor Hong Fu who possessed profound magic power was greatly advantageous. Who didn't know that this female immortal Hong Fu stood near the top of ratings in the state of Yu for core formation cultivators? In Yellow Maple Valley, her magic power was only second to the great ancestor. After thinking about the benefits of forming a close relationship between disciples, Li Huayuan had a dignified, old-fashioned bearing and chuckled continuously. This disciple had never thought of pair cultivation before. This is truly unexpected. Moreover, there are so many male cultivators with appearances and aptitudes far greater than this disciple. How could she come to find me? With his wits returned, Han Li could only bravely reply to his question. However, this caused him to remain greatly perplexed. Hehe. This is disciple's good luck. Your martial ancestor Hong Fu previously had an emotional wound when she was young and came to completely loathe frivolous, handsome men. Thus, she came to select a companion for her disciple. Naturally, males she finds unpleasant to the eye were beneath her consideration. As such, finding a disciple with a similar age and looks that do not disgust her could not be found with the several hundreds of foundation establishment disciples inside Yellow Maple Valley. Your martial senior Hong Fu has visited several immortals' caves similar to your master's, and you were the first one she saw that she was completely satisfied with, Li Huayuan said with satisfaction. As for aptitude, your martial senior isn't particularly picky. The disciple of your martial senior, that young woman who stood at her side today, although her aptitude isn't nearly as ridiculous as your own, she is also mediocre and isn't exceptional in any way. I heard that she had to take 3 foundation establishment pills and many precious medicines in order to barely reach foundation establishment. If it weren't for the fact that she was a close descendant of your martial ancestor, there absolutely wouldn't be much reason to spend such a large amount of attention on that girl. But because of their relationship, the girl received much favor. Li Huayuan explained to Han Li. He then nodded for a moment and sighed, continuing, Actually in the start, I hadn't thought to recommend you but instead call forth your 7th senior martial brother. After all, whether it's appearance or aptitude, your senior martial brother Wu Xian exceeds you by no small amount. Although I knew that your martial senior Hong Fu has some prejudice against handsome men, I held a slight hope to try for a fluke. You should know what resulted. Your senior martial brother Wu was unable to pass by your martial senior and was denied, though I did see that Dong girl greatly approve. After Li Huayuan said this, he looked at Wu Xian, causing his face to become very red and be at a complete loss. Han Li suddenly realized why his senior martial brother was hostile and cold towards him. It was because he had been eliminated as a candidate. It seemed he and the young woman had taken a liking to each other. However, Li Huayuan's words Dong girl caused Han Li to recall of the matter of senior martial brother Lu, whom he had previously killed. TL. The Dong girl and martial senior Hong Fu were first mentioned in by senior martial brother Wu, who wanted to rape junior martial sister Chen. On the night of senior martial brother Lu brutal display, he seemed to have mentioned the name of that Dong girl and martial ancestor Hong Fu. Could it be that this girl had been on good terms with that wretched ingrate? With that thought, Han Li felt uncomfortable from head to toe. His impression of martial senior Hong Fu's disciple immediately dropped down without the slightest good opinion towards her. After he heard Li Huayuan's analysis, he felt that he had to thoroughly extinguishing this matter. In truth, Han Li wasn't particularly opposed to pair cultivation, let alone if the other party was a disciple of a core formation cultivator. Becoming a Dao companion with such a figure would bring endless benefits. He didn't immediately agree with apprehension as the secrets he held were too many. He truly couldn't allow for anyone to stick close to him. As of current, Han Li couldn't agree to such an absurd matter. He had no interest in picking up a companion. Furthermore, that Dong girl should have a favorable impression toward young, confident and handsome men. She simply wouldn't fancy him. With this thought, Han Li hesitated for a moment and said somewhat unnaturally, "Disciple feels that this is somewhat inappropriate. On one hand, this is somewhat too unexpected. Disciple hadn't prepared himself in the slightest. On the other hand, Disciple saw that Marshal Senior Hong Fu's disciple wasn't satisfied toward this disciple. Although Senior Hong Fu may be strongly pressuring her, creating a good chance for Disciple, in the end a strongly wrung melon isn't sweet. Master, please look for another disciple and give him a try. Perhaps there would be a more appropriate candidate than this disciple." When those words left Han Li's mouth, the intent of rejection in those words was undoubtable, slightly surprising Li Huayuan and his wife. The young woman seemed to have thought of something but didn't speak. His master wrinkled his brow and seemed somewhat irritated. "You hear this out? Your master has already patted his chest, agreeing to this matter with your Marshal Senior Hong Fu. How could I go back on it? Even if there were more appropriate candidates, your master would not go back on his word. As for your worries that the girl isn't willing, that is a matter not worth fussing about. Of us cultivators, how many Dao companions are there that immediately have affinity for one another? Even if they spent a long time with each other, they naturally wouldn't all be completely harmonious." Li Huayuan had a somewhat strict tone. His words faintly carried a trace of rebuke. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly complained without end, but when he immediately searched for an excuse, he was unable to find one. But at this moment, the young woman suddenly said a few words that startled Li Huayuan, finally breaking the siege on Han Li. "Han Li, you and that Dong girl entered the sect around the same time, and your time to enter Foundation establishment wasn't too far from hers as well. During this time, have you heard the rumors flowing around?" Rumors? The young woman's words stunned Li Huayuan. He couldn't help but ask this with surprise. When he saw Han Li's silent tacit agreement, he felt even more surprised. "This was something that several close friends and I chatted about a few times. I heard a few bits of rumors, but they most certainly couldn't be true." The young woman faintly bit her lips as if she were embarrassed to have said this. "You two leave for a bit. Han Li by himself will be enough." When Li Huayuan saw his wife act as such, he muttered to himself for a moment. Then he waved his hand, gesturing for Song Meng and Wu Xian to leave the guest room. Han Li was now the only disciple inside. Song Meng was indifferent. When he heard the order, he saluted and asked to be excused. Although that Wu Xian didn't dare to disobey his master and closely followed behind Song Meng, there was a trace of unwillingness on his face. He looked at Han Li with a rather peculiar gaze. After Han Li noticed this, he sunk into deep thought. Chapter 245. A long journey and mishaps. Now there are no outsiders here anymore. Why doesn't Madam speak the truth? That way I can determine what appropriate action to take, lest there be anything that I didn't consider appropriately, Li Huayuan said, his expression respectful. When the young wife heard this, she glanced at Han Li, who was scratching his head and smiling bitterly, then finally opened her mouth and said, "In the past 2 years I unintentionally heard a few pieces of information concerning this matter, but whether they're true or not, I don't know. From hearsay, this Marshal Senior Hong Fu's female disciple is not restrained at all in the matters between males and females. When she was in the qi condensation stage, she had unclear relationships with numerous males. People have even privately fought for her, almost leading to disciples from the same sect killing each other. In the end, Marshal Senior Hong Fu flew into a rage when she found out, grounding her to the confines of her cave and increasing supervision until she established her foundation, at which point she was released again. But not too long after, word spread that she had gotten into a relationship with the young master of the Feng clan and seemingly intended to cultivate as a pair with him. However, Marshal Senior Hong Fu hates people from the Feng clan the most, so she naturally would not agree to this matter and locked her up again. In the past 2 years, no such news has spread. Because there was no solid evidence to support these claims, I never paid any attention to them. Thus, when Martial Senior Hong Fu took her disciple along to visit, I didn't think about this matter. Now, seeing Han Li's extremely unhappy appearance, I felt that it was somewhat strange and suddenly remembered the rumors. The young woman's somewhat apologetic remarks caused both Han Li and Li Huayuan to become slightly dazed upon hearing them. Li Huayuan had never expected that the young woman surnamed Dong would actually have such a sloppy reputation, yet he had so hastily agreed to Martial Senior Hong Fu's requests. How could this be a good thing? Likewise, Han Li naturally did not expect that this young woman not only had an unclear relationship with Senior Martial Brother Lu, but she actually had such a long string of lovers that even Han Li did not know how extensive it was. This rendered him to speechless once again. Wife, are you speaking the truth? Is Martial Senior Hong Fu's disciple's reputation really so poor? Li Huayuan asked in disbelief. He could restrain himself no longer and stood up, then began to pace anxiously around the room continuously. This was no longer simply a question of whether or not Han Li was willing to pair cultivate anymore. If he really allowed his own disciple to accept such a woman, his own reputation would definitely not improve. I don't know. Because this matter was somewhat carelessly mentioned by someone else. Perhaps even the person who told me this doesn't know whether it's true or not. The young woman sighed helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Han Li rolled his eyes and cried out loudly in his heart. What do you mean you don't know if it's real or not? At least this little girl definitely had an unclear relationship with Senior Martial Brother Lu. Otherwise, how could he so easily try to kill his former female companion? Of course, Han Li wouldn't say these words out loud. Instead, he stood awkwardly in the same spot, acting as if he were saying, "As long as you know about this matter, I'll be okay, madam." This caused Li Huayuan to immediately feel a headache coming on upon seeing him. Now that he knew about what had happened, Li Huayuan naturally would not force Han Li to agree to this matter. Even he had intentions of reneging. However, this Martial Senior Hong Fu was not a person to carelessly slander. In addition, his reason for reneging was not appropriate to talk about plainly. How could he not feel incredibly vexed? After Li Huayuan paced around the room a number of times, he still couldn't think of any strategies. After his eyes slanted, he discovered that Han Li was still standing to the side, eagerly awaiting for his reply as his master. He couldn't help but feel even more dispirited in his heart and said with no happiness, "You can return first. When your master's wife and I have discussed this matter, we will let you know how we are going to deal with this matter, all right?" Anxiously standing to the side, Han Li was also worried that the other person wouldn't care about the facts of the situation, forcing him to agree to this matter of pair cultivation. But now, upon hearing Li Huiyan's instructions, his heart relaxed, knowing that this matter would most likely not go through. Thus he agreed extremely happily and slipped out. Then Han Li hurriedly flew away from the cave under the watchful gazes of Song Meng and Wu Xian, who were standing guard outside the large lobby. Han Li finally received Li Huayuan's voice transmission talisman after 3 uneasy days. In the end, upon hearing the results of the negotiations between his master and Martial Senior Hong Fu, Han Li couldn't help but look up at the sky and let out a huge sigh. Half a month later, in front of Green Ripple Cave's waterfall, Li Huayuan and his wife as well as female immortal Hong Fu were all there to send 2 people off. These 2 people were about to undertake a long journey but wore somewhat stiff expressions, only submissively answering incessantly. They did not possess any of the excitement that people who were about to take a long journey would normally have. This male and female pair was Han Li and female immortal Hong Fu's disciple Dong Xianer. Han Li, on this trip you two must be careful and help each other out. I heard that the cultivation world hasn't been so peaceful lately, and cultivators will often disappear. At first it was just Qi condensation disciples, but recently even foundation establishment cultivators have been involved in accidents. Although Li Huayuan had only exhorted Han Li simply with a few sentences before the 2 of them left, Han Li still felt quite moved in his heart. However, Martial Senior Hong Fu's words to the young woman were a big eye-opener to Han Li. During this entire trip, you have to listen to your senior martial brother Han's words and behave yourself. If anything happens this time, don't blame me on not speaking my feelings as your master. Marshal Senior Hong Fu's extremely blunt words caused the young woman's face to turn deathly pale, and she repeatedly nodded her head, wearing an extremely pitiful appearance. Han Li and Dong Xianer both flew into the air on their magic tools, then flew towards the south, disappearing along the horizon. As Li Huayuan watched the dots of light from these two people slowly disappear, he suddenly and somewhat anxiously said to female immortal Hong Fu, "Does Marshal Senior really have the faith to allow those two people represent you and me at the Yen clan's treasure-seizing assembly? You surely know that those two have only just established their foundations not too long ago. They don't even stand a chance. What, does Marshal Jr. Li fear that not sending competent disciples will damage your reputation, or are you regretful about the Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman that the Yen clan is taking out this time?" Female immortal Hong Fu rebuked, glancing sideways at Li Huayuan. This caused him to laugh bitterly. "Of course my husband does not have this intention. But I wonder why didn't Marshal Senior Hong Fu send out her strongest disciples? Han Li and young Lady Dong, when compared to those true foundation establishment experts, definitely won't withstand even a single blow. Does Marshal Senior want to use this opportunity to pair the two together?" The young woman gently explained for Li Huayuan after gently laughing once. "Junior Marshal Brother Li, your wife really is a good wife. It's not like I didn't have this kind of intention. Of course it would be best if she could develop a relationship with your disciple along the way. However, this was not my original intention. My main purpose is still for Xianer to experience some setbacks during this trip to the Yen clan and kill off some of her arrogance. I heard that the Yen clan has a young woman with heavenly spiritual roots who will also be attending this treasure-seizing assembly. In this way, Xianer will be able to realize the difference between her and true geniuses instead of believing that she is extraordinary among female foundation establishment cultivators and not knowing how things really stand. Because she was the only descendant of my deceased elder brother, I've pampered her too much. She actually dared to do such indecent things, creating such scandals by mixing with a few male disciples. She completely corrupted her clean reputation as a woman. If I hadn't examined her body many times to ensure that she had preserved her virginity, I would have exterminated her with one palm, lest others think that our Dong clan produced such a dishonest woman." The red-clothed woman said these things coldly, but at the very end it seemed as if her words were referring to something. This caused Li Huayuan and his wife to glance at each other, having understood the meaning in her words, their faces revealing awkward expressions. One day, Li Huayuan and his wife had gathered up their courage to stammeringly bring up the matter of reneging on the arrangement with this Marshal Senior Hong Fu. In the end, greatly outside of his expectations, this Marshal Senior of his, whose temper was normally not too good, actually let out a soft sigh and agreed. This caused the two of them to become extremely happy. However, Hong Fu still raised one condition, which was that Han Li would accompany Dong Xianer on a trip outside to attend the upcoming treasure-seizing assembly hosted by the Yen clan. The State of Yu's number 1 clan, the Yen clan, had invited disciples of core formation experts from the few neighboring states to gather together in their treasure-seizing assembly, most likely to improve relations with all the core formation cultivators and benefit the Yen clan's future expansion. They had even taken out the legendary Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman this time to serve as the number 1 prize. Of course, there were also a substantial amount of other unique treasures, magic tools and spiritual medicines. Thus, many core formation cultivators who received the invitation all sent out their strongest disciples to attend this great assembly. After all, that Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman was something that even core formation cultivators greatly coveted. Of course, because of distance constraints, the chance that core formation cultivators outside of the State of Yu would send people to participate was not too high. Instead, it was still cultivators from the state that made up the majority of the participants. When Li Huayuan heard the other person's conditions, he initially felt that to allow Han Li to participate with his weak cultivation base in this year's Great Assembly was truly too big of a waste. However, upon considering it once more, he realized that his 2 strongest disciples were out taking care of business and would not be able to rush to this year's Great Assembly. If he were to send other disciples, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance at taking first place. Even if they were to reach other rankings and received a few magic tools or the like, he looked upon them with disdain. As he agreed. Li Huayuan and his wife originally believed that this matter was over, and so they had wanted to say their goodbyes and then leave. But who know that female immortal Hong Fu suddenly wanted his wife to stay for a while, saying that there were a few matters that she wanted to discuss with her alone. Having said this, she only chased out Li Huayuan, who had a stomach full of doubt. In the end, half a day later, the young master's wife, upon returning from Hong Fu's cave, told Li Huayuan something that left him dumbstruck. Chapter 246. Dong Xian's martial ancestor Hong Fu brought the young woman to the back room and had her examine the flawless arm of the deeply blushing Dong Xianer. The gecko cinnabar on it revealed that her chastity was shown to actually be intact. This caused Han Li's master's wife to be greatly shocked. TL. Gecko cinnabar supposedly tells if you're a virgin. From the appearance of her flirtatious behavior, how could this Dong Xianer possibility not have had intercourse? On the day that the couple tried to renege on the matter of pair cultivation, they had pretended to not know of the rumors and remained ambiguous. However, they completely didn't expect that the girl's reputation had long been common knowledge. This very matter was what drove the couple to renege on their agreement for the sake of their reputation. While the young woman was astonished, Hong Fu explained to her. Because her disciple desired the wondrous effect of preserving her appearance, she had first cultivated the top-grade magic technique she had on hand, the spring transformation art, which altered the bearing of her appearance through cultivation. A few cultivators with women essence identification techniques had seen Dong Xianer and assumed she had already lost her virginity, giving birth to many unflattering rumors. TL. The spring in spring transformation art can also mean joy, lust and youth. It was without a doubt that this disciple truly did not care much for her own reputation and actually had a rather familiar relationship with many male cultivators. However, because of the seductive effect of the spring transformation arts along with her extraordinary status, to have no illicit affairs with any of the male cultivators who were circling around her was a truly remarkable and unexpected matter. However, the male cultivators who stayed by her side grew more numerous as Dong Xianer gradually formed a habit of shooting flirty looks at young men, immediately planting the strange notion that she wanted them to get underneath her skirt. This even went far enough as to cause discord between a few men, all rivals for her affection. Fortunately, as a prerequisite for Hong Fu allowing this girl to cultivating the spring transformation art, she was not allowed to throw away her chastity. If she didn't find any trace of the gecko cinnabar, Master Hong Fu would have immediately dispersed her magic power and would have forced her to live on as a mortal. This was to prevent Dong Xianer, who had bewitchment techniques from cultivating the spring transformation art, from ruining the principles of the Dong clan. Underneath very restrictive conditions, although Dong Xianer had often sent flirting glances at these young men, she hadn't dared to step too far out of line. However, these small antics slowly reached Hong Fu's ears and caused this female core formation cultivator to become furious. She firmly punished Dong Xianer and immediately confined her in a restrictive formation for a period of time. But it was already too late, and Dong Xianer's terrible reputation had already spread throughout Yellow Maple Valley. This rumor had quickly spread and was fundamentally impossible to stifle. Even the core formation cultivator Hong Fu was unable to do anything about this. Currently, even if those cultivators who knew of her reputation found out that Dong Xianer had truly remained chaste, they wouldn't dare to become pair cultivation companions for the sake of preserving their own reputation. However, she had reached a stage of cultivation for spring transformation where she was required to pair cultivate in order to progress her magic power, else it would regress. As for those cultivators who still sought Dong Xianer, Hong Fu did not find any that satisfied her, finding faults in their moral character and lewd attempts. But eventually she made a trip to Li Huayuan's Immortal's cave and chose Han Li. Having heard all of this, the young woman wore a very embarrassed expression and returned to Li Huayuan's side. After she told her husband, they both remained silent for a good amount of time. Although the couple had truly mistaken Dong Xianer's purity, it was as Hong Fu had said. Even if she had remained truly chaste, her reputation was truly spoiled, preventing Li Huayuan from willingly allowing his own disciple from being pair cultivation companions with her, since the damage to his own reputation would be far too great. Thus he could only feel guilt toward this martial ancestor Hong Fu. In order to make up for his guilt toward Hong Fu, Li Huayuan naturally didn't obstruct Han Li's trip to the treasure-seizing assembly in the slightest. Instead, he spared no effort to facilitate this long trip for Han Li and Dong Xianer. In Li Huayuan's mind, with regards toward Han Li's terrible impression toward Dong Xianer, this long trip would change nothing. In truth, ever since his seventh disciple Wuxuan had first seen Dong Xianer, that girl had constantly remained in his mind. Several days before, he had actually summoned to courage to ask Li Huayuan whether or not he could raise the issue to Hong Fu to see if she would reconsider Wuxuan. Naturally, Li Huayuan couldn't agree to such an absurd action. After fiercely rebuking this disciple, he sent the disciple out to handle external affairs to avoid having Wuxuan stir up trouble within the mountain. After the strict scolding, Wuxuan became much more obedient and obeyed orders to handle matters. But Li Huayuan was still clearly able to feel this disciple's wily thoughts were still present. He couldn't help but sense an oncoming headache. After seeing off the two young cultivators, female immortal Hong Fu chatted with the husband and wife a bit more before departing. Li Huayuan and the young woman entered Green Ripple Cave and started their daily cultivation as the matter of Han Li and Dong Xianer had been set aside for the time being. The number one clan of the state of Yu, the Yen clan, had its foundation in the unremarkable Lin province. Not only was the area of this province ordinary, but the population was also of an average number. Could be said to be a completely ordinary land. Qingliang Town was a common small town of the Lin province. Were it not for the exceptional scenery of Yanliang Mountain, there wasn't anything that the population could have said to distinguish this place from any other. The Yen clan's most important location, Yanling Castle, was located within Yanliang Mountain. Currently, Han Li held a sheet of paper in his hand. This was the invitation letter to the treasure-seizing assembly. The location of the assembly's meeting place was written on it, Yanling Castle. After taking another look at the invitation letter and seeing that he wasn't mistaken, Han Li calmly put it away. Then he heard mocking words of ridicule from the girl at his side. "You really are a blockhead. You actually read the invitation letter 5 or 6 times through and still don't feel ease. You truly have no small amount of shortcomings." This young woman's voice was very soft, yet it contained a deep allure. It was very capable of charming males and would even drive younger men wilder. However, Han Li's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if he hadn't heard her. He unexpectedly raised his hand and shot 3 bowl-sized fireballs to the sky, erupting when they were high enough. He then insipidly said, "If the Yen clan still doesn't send people to us after another moment, then we will leave and wait until tomorrow. Junior Marshal Sister, since you have enough energy to quarrel, you may as well keep an eye out at a higher area and see if there is anyone else nearby just in case. Senior Marshal Brother Han's guts are truly very small. We are at the entrance of the Yen clan and you still believe there are any dangers? I see that you are a completely foolish and paranoid person." Dong Xianer slanted her red lips and lazily said this. She leaned against a pine tree without the slightest intent of obeying. At this moment, Han Li and the young woman stood at the peak of a somewhat small mountain, waiting for something to happen. This was where the invitation letter indicated they would pick up guests. However, the two had arrived a while ago, but they still hadn't seen anyone from the Yen clan. Han Li couldn't help but grow greatly alert for fear there would be some mishap. However, this little Princess Dong viewed Han Li's cautiousness with contempt, believing Han Li was merely cowardly. It has already been 7 or 8 days since they left Green Ripple Cave. But on the journey, perhaps due to having inharmonious dispositions, the two found each other rather displeasing to the eye. A man and a woman would have feelings toward each other during such a long journey, but with them, not the slightest feeling had developed. Dong Xianer did not know why her bewitching flirts that had charmed hundreds of male cultivators hadn't the slightest effect on Han Li. Because of her wicked disposition, not long after she failed to control Han Li, she burst out, releasing a great temper. However, Han Li didn't pay attention to the young girl and fundamentally ignored her rudeness. He only uttered one sentence. "I can tell Martial Ancestor Hong Fu the exact words you just said." This immediately stifled Dong Xianer. Although the young woman was accustomed to being spoiled with affection, she knew that Hong Fu was truly furious regarding her own reputation. She truly took to heart the warning she was given when she had departed. If the loathable man before her truly told her master a few unpleasant words, heavy criticism would be unavoidable. Even locking her up again wouldn't be out of the question. Recalling her last period of confinement, Dong Xianer couldn't help but shiver. Although she wasn't willing to be completely subdued, she didn't dare to act as recklessly as before. However, Han Li didn't make it too difficult for her, even allowing the girl to have cheap victories in verbal exchanges, not caring in the least. But if Dong Xianer was the slightest bit excessive, he would bluntly bring up Marshal Senior Hong Fu, immediately rigidly suppressing Dong Xianer without the slightest leeway. After all, before departure Hong Fu had spoken to the two, allowing Han Li to hear her stern warning. On the journey, as this girl eloquently mocked and taunted him without end, as if he hadn't heard her words, Han Li only hurried on the journey. But when he insipidly mentioned Hong Fu's words, the originally eloquent Xianer's expression greatly changed, and she didn't dare to be so impudent. Thus, the two hurried on their journey as they clashed during the day and slept during the night. Several days later they eventually reached the peak of Yanliang Mountain. However, they were greeted by unexpected silence. The people from the Yan clan should have already appeared, but the two of them have had to wait for over half a day, causing them to be a bit impatient. Chapter 247 Yan Siblings. Chapter 247. Yan's siblings. Perhaps they had been too impatient, but to the sky west of the mountain peak, two black dots eventually appeared. Two huge two-headed demonic birds gradually flew closer. They were the two-headed ducks he had previously seen at the Great South Gathering. Saddled upon the demonic beasts were a man and a woman. When she saw that strangers had appeared, the originally lazy Dong Xianer immediately roused her spirit and stood straight. She curiously stared at the large two-headed birds as they approached. "We are truly sorry for having you two wait so long. This one is Yanyu. The other is Yanling, my younger sister. We have come to bring you to Yanling Castle." When the two ducks flew onto the mountain peak, the man and woman immediately jumped off. The young man firmly stood and said this with an apologetic tone. "It is no matter, we also didn't wait very long." Before Han Li could even open his mouth, Dong Xianer daintily said this with bright eyes after having seen this heroic-looking man Yanyu. Her voice was extremely smooth, causing Han Li to raise his eyebrow upon hearing her. Hearing Dong Xianer's new voice, it was as if the wicked and unruly woman he spent the past few days with had transformed into a girl from a noble house. Yanyu naturally did not know of this. When he saw Dong Xianer, a young woman as pretty as a flower, and heard her soft words aimed at him, his heart immediately shook and a peculiar feeling rose. He straightened his back and brightly said, "Actually, there were Yan clan disciples waiting here for guests. However, the disciples that were waiting here had to take care of some mishap. As such, there was no one here and you two were neglected. On behalf of the Yan clan, I, Yanyu, apologize to the two of you and hope you do not take offense." When Dong Xianer heard this, she wore a smooth smile and attraction flashed through her eyes. Just as she thought to say something else, Han Li's dull voice suddenly reached her ear. "With Junior Marshal Sister's appearance, aren't you afraid of the repercussions from Marshal Senior Hong Fu?" When she heard this, Dong Xianer's expression greatly changed. Her mouth opened but no words came out. This bizarre scene caused the Yan siblings to be a bit puzzled. Yanling was a young woman that was 15 or 16 years old. She seemed to be a lively and charming person. She continuously switched her gaze between Han Li and Dong Xianer with her bright black eyes, giving people the impression that she was extremely clever. It was as Junior Marshal Sister Dong had said. "It was nothing, you were only a bit late." This one is certain that the Yan clan wouldn't deliberately treat guests coldly. However, I am a bit baffled. What sort of mishap did the disciples who were originally here to receive guests encounter? Could it be that they clashed against guests? Stopping Dong Xianer's careless use of the spring transformation art seduction, Han Li lightly coughed 2 times and said a few polite words. He then made an inquiry of this mishap that was mentioned under the guise of a joke. When Yanyu heard Han Li's words, his face wore a difficult expression. It was as if he were troubled about something and couldn't say it clearly. "Han Li, since it isn't convenient for this senior martial brother, you don't bother him as you wish. We should first travel to Yanling Castle and take a look. There should already be quite a few people there, yes?" "That's right. Let us go to Yanling Castle. There have already been many guests who arrived. They are currently discussing cultivation insights and are making all kinds of exchanges. Let us go now so you two should be able to participate." When Dong Xianer saw Yanyu hesitate a bit, She said a few friendly words on his behalf and caused that Yen clan disciple to greatly relax. He repeatedly agreed, and his good feelings toward Dong Xianer grew even greater. At the side, Yen Ling faintly became aware of Dong Xianer's bad intentions, and unhappily pouted with her small mouth. At this moment, without paying heed to Dong Xianer, Han Li only faintly smiled and nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Then I must ask Senior Marshal Brother Yen and Young Lady Yen to lead the way. Junior Marshal Sister Dong and I are fine following from behind." Noticing that Han Li didn't further press the question, Yen Yu grew happier. Then he said apologetically, "I will first lead the way. I must ask that you diligently keep close. I hope you do not take offense." Although Yen Yu said this politely, Han Li clearly sensed that his words were largely directed to Dong Xianer. It seemed that this Yen clan disciple had already quickly fallen to Dong Xianer's gentle grasp. Han Li inwardly laughed coldly several times. He was disinterested in getting involved with Dong Xianer's absurd matters and feigned ignorance. Then he took out Li Huayuan's invitation letter, nimbly handing it over to Yen Yu. That Dong Xianer also took out her invitation letter from female immortal Hong Fu and handed it over with her slim lily-white hands. The alluring scent of her body and the luster of her jade-white skin dazzled Yen Yu for a moment, and he actually forgot to accept the letter. His little sister was no longer able to stand idle and angrily took the invitation in place of Yen Yu. Her elder brother was then woken up by Dong Xianer's soft chuckles, causing him to deeply blush. There are no problems with Junior Marshal Brother Han and Junior Marshal Sister Dong's invitation cards. Let us set off then. After Yen Yu handed back their invitations, he mounted the two-headed duck, feeling strange. He occasionally stole a few glances at Dong Xianer on the way. But at this moment, that wicked and unruly girl was actually displaying a decent and honorable appearance. This caused the Yen clan elite's imagination to run wild. The four leaped off the ground in succession and headed straight back to where Yen clan siblings had come from. After flying for tens of kilometers, the group landed at an area between two mountains. At this moment, Yen Yu searched for a command tile he had on hand and firmly held it with both hands, violently pouring spiritual power into it. Suddenly, the command tile emitted a magnificent yellow mist of light over a large area, shooting toward the empty area ahead of them. When the yellow light swept past the originally empty area, a rainbow-colored thread of light suddenly appeared. Then this rainbow streak of light flashed and scattered before their eyes, revealing an imposing ancient castle in the originally empty mountain ridge. It seemed the huge walls reached about 100 meters in height. There were even countless tall buildings that reached over the walls. Han Li and Dong Xianer felt this was rather unfamiliar and a bit too much to take in. This is our Yen clan's most important location, Yanling Castle. We are honored to welcome Junior Marshal Brother Han and Junior Marshal Sister Dong. Yen Yu suddenly straightened his appearance before solemnly saying this. Han Li smiled. Just as he thought to say something, at his side Dong Xianer suddenly yelped, "E." She gazed at the castle with an expression full of shock. Seeing the girl with such an expression, Han Li naturally followed her gaze. He only saw a martial competition stage to the side of a castle with two floating, differently dressed male disciples in a confrontation. One was wearing the brown clothes of the Yen clan, a man with a swift and fierce appearance. The other had a curled beard, gray eyes, dark skin and yellow hair. He was wearing an azure robe. He appeared quite strange. There was a giant barrier of white light enveloping the stage. The barrier seemed to be sparkling. Outside of the light barrier there stood two crowds, one to the east and one to the west. What was most eye-catching were the types of clothing worn by the two crowds. One of the crowds were standing in formation and were absolutely silent, having the bearing of regular training. They were those from the Yen clan. The other crowd mostly consisted of eccentrics with curly beards. They were all wearing green robes and had green eyes and yellow hair. There were also a few average people in there. After Han Li clearly saw this, he wore a somewhat amazed expression. He could not help but look at the Yen siblings to his side. Perhaps they had an explanation? Without waiting for Han Li to open his mouth, Yen Yu's expression became a bit unnatural after watching this scene. To the side, Yen Ling clenched a fist and said completely furiously, "They actually started another challenge. They even act so viciously. This is truly outrageous." When Han Li heard this, his heart shook. He then asked a probing question. Could it be that these people aren't the Yen clan's guests? Naturally they aren't. These fellows came knocking on our door and injured two of our disciples, a 15-year-old junior martial brother and a 16-year-old junior martial brother. Furthermore, they insisted on participating in the treasure seizing assembly. I don't know what the elders were thinking, but they actually agreed. This is truly infuriating. Yanling hadn't noticed Yen Yu's gaze, a clear sign for her to stop. But she continued unrestrained, releasing a girl's small temper. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Yen Yu then wore an embarrassed expression, not knowing what to say. It seems this is the main reason why we were waiting on the mountain peak for so long. Could senior martial brother Yu tell Xin'er a few details? Without Han Li needing to inquire, Dong Xin'er curiously hooked onto Yen Yu as if she had bewitched him. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Yu gave a straightforward answer. These people arrived this morning at our Yanling castle. When they arrived outside the castle, they had no invitations and wanted to break through, injuring two of the junior martial brothers who were receiving guests. When the other disciples hurried after received the request for help, intending to teach these fellows a lesson, they did not think that these people would actually take out a letter and a token that actually made the squad elders grow solemn. They even swallowed their words and courteously invited them into the castle. However, these people didn't know their place, and immediately after entering Yanling Castle, they requested the Yen clan to exchange pointers with them. After some consideration from the elders, they agreed to give them a bit of difficulty. The competition would be 10 matches, all between Foundation Establishment disciples. I fought 2 competitions ago for several matches. As for the results, Yen Yu shook his head, his expression somewhat mournful. It was clear that the Yen clan was in a disadvantageous position. Chapter 248. Rivals. Normally in a competition, casualties and injuries are nothing, a very common matter. But these people don't cultivate any cultivation techniques. Each and every one of them uses poison and magic arts of the devilish Tao. All the disciples who went against them were defeated. They either indescribably fainted or were poisoned by mysterious means. All of their injuries were extremely cruel and are unable to be easily treated. But fortunately, because these people felt a bit of fear being inside Yanling Castle, there were no serious injuries or deaths. This really is the only silver lining. Sai, if you two currently saw the Yen clan on stage, it would truly be too shameful. Yen Yu said with an embarrassed expression. When we went left, we heard that the elders were no longer able to hold their ground and had already called elder brothers subordinates, the martial arms hall disciples. They are the elite disciples of the Yen clan, cultivating secret magics. They will certainly teach these fellows a lesson. Yanling could not help but say this, waving a clenched fist. Making trouble? What does a little girl know about fighting and killing? Right now, these guests have already had us come to receive them and bring them back. Hurry, have Uncle Li send more disciples to welcome the guests, else would you have the other guests wait longer? Yen Yu stiffened his face and rebuked his little sister. Then he sent the unhappy young girl on her way. At that moment, Yen Yu turned towards Han Li and Dong Xin'er and explained, because there had recently been many guests, there have been many shadier characters mixed in among them. As a result, a portion of the protection formation guarding the Yen clan castle has been activated. Currently within the castle, there has been many particular areas in the castle that no longer allow the use of sound transmission talismans and other long-distance magic techniques. Thus, I could only send my younger sister off. My younger sister and I weren't originally supposed to welcome guests, but the castle is currently short of hands and there have been many people harboring malicious intentions dropping on our door, forcing us to temporarily lend a hand. After Yen Yu said this, his face sunk as he gazed into the distance, watching the magic battle between the Yen clan disciple and the eccentric. That being said, senior martial brother Yu is an elite disciple of the Yen clan. Surely you are of a high position in the Yen clan. Dong Xin'er eyes gleamed as she said this with a sweet smile. Since she was already beautiful, this suddenly strong grace caused Yen Yu to despondently sink into her gaze for a moment. It's nothing. Yen Yu restlessly muttered to himself. He didn't know what to say. He only felt that this young lady Dong was far too beautiful, as if she were the perfect sweetheart of his dreams. He giggled. Senior brother Yen, I don't know if it is convenient, But could we go look at the competition over there? This one wants to see who dared to cause trouble at the sacred Yen clan. Dong Xianer felt that Yen Yu's expression was rather amusing and laughed crisply several times. She wanted to tease him some more, but she did not think that Han Li would suddenly speak and interrupt what she was going to say next. "Ah, you want to watch? Of course you can. This match is against my own senior cousin of the martial arms hall. His Dao spells are refined to the point where he is among the top 10. Surely he can give his opponent a hard time." Han Li had roused Yen Yu. At first he stared blankly, but he soon delightedly replied. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly smiled. On one hand, Han Li knew that he had no reason to deny Yen Yu. On the other, he felt that this time the chances for victory against Dong Xianer were great, allowing him to feel refreshed. As such, they flew toward the competition stage nearby and walked toward the crowd. After Han Li walked closer, he became startled upon discovering that there were no less than 100 cultivators watching. Furthermore, from their appearances, a majority of them weren't from the state of Yu but rather travelers from other countries. It was truly strange. Han Li was greatly puzzled, but as a guest, it wouldn't be proper for him to ask about too many things. He could only hold his curiosity in his belly and feign ignorance. As for Dong Xianer at the side, she was smiling and happily chatting with Yen Yu. However, she gave a slight look at Han Li with surprise in her eyes. It seemed she wasn't just a pillow-embroidered pretty face after all. It was unknown what this wicked and unruly girl planned to do, but she was the same as Han Li. Although they felt that something was fishy, they didn't want to ask. This caused Han Li to be a bit gloomy. "Xianer, you also came. This is great. I thought Marshal Senior Hong Fu hadn't released you." Of 3 people who walked by, one was a male cultivator with an elegant face who happened to turn his head and saw Dong Xianer. This person immediately wore an extremely happy expression and quickly walked over, calling her with great affection. When this person ran over, Dong Xianer stared with a smile, but Yen Yu grew somewhat annoyed. His gaze started to continuously flicker. As an outsider, Han Li's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. He clearly understood that this person was most likely one of Dong Xianer's previous toys. Could this be the Feng clan youngster that his master's wife had previously mentioned? Senior Martial Brother Feng. I truly did not think that Marshal Senior Du would send Senior Martial Brother to this assembly. An exceptional expression flashed on Dong Xianer's face, and after she rolled her eyes, she calmly greeted him as if this person was an ordinary friend. This caused Yen Yu's expression to improve by much. But this Senior Martial Brother Feng was startled and immediately paid attention to Yen Yu and Han Li, who were at Dong Xianer's side. Fortunately, Han Li saw this person's gaze. He then faintly smiled and took a half step back from Dong Xianer, revealing his innocence. But when he saw Yen Yu giving an unrestrained gaze in return, Senior Martial Brother Feng clearly knew who his enemy was. His expression immediately darkened as he sized up Yen Yu several times. Although Han Li found this scene somewhat funny, he was somewhat baffled. Rumors had it that Dong Xianer and this Senior Martial Brother Feng had long wished to pair cultivate. But now, this wicked and unruly girl no longer treated this Senior Martial Brother Feng favorably. Could it be that the rumor was wrong? As Han Li thought of this, Han Li shook his head, disinclined to further this matter. He didn't want to waste energy by pondering about such gossip. As a result, he walked a few steps away, leaving the 3 behind. Han Li didn't care if this Senior Martial Brother Feng and Yen Yu were rivals in love, and he cared even less about whether everything went Dong Xianer's way. At this moment he was completely focused on the battle inside the light barrier. Yen Yu truly did not boast. This elder cousin of his was truly a sight to behold. The earth attribute Dao technique he used had reached perfection. He had rushed forth, summoning stones the size of several meters from his palm to smash the opposition. The barrage seemed endless. A yellow triangular banner was erected in front of him, summoning a yellow wind. The wind tightly wrapped around him as protection. However, this green-robed opponent wasn't going to take it lying down. He madly hissed and fluttered like a viper, weaving a black net in front of him that wind and rain couldn't penetrate. The rocks were all bounced back by the net. A few happened to directly bounce back, keeping the hands and feet of that Yen clan elite busy. As for magic tools, the green-robed opponent had 6 to 7 shining white magic skulls floating all around him. It was unknown what purpose they served. As such, one person wildly attacked and one steadily guarded. For the time being, a deadlock had occurred. But it was very clear that these two were probing each other out and hadn't made any real moves. As a result, although the scene was very lively with stones flying throughout the sky and surging black chi, they were both calm and composed, neither hurried nor impatient. The slightest appearance of strain was not shown. As Han Li watched, he was entranced. But then he heard Zhou Xian say, "Senior Marshal Brother Han, what do you say?" This slightly distracted him. Without even turning his head, he reflexively replied, "Yeah." But when he said, "Yeah," Han Li immediately felt this was a mistake and hastily turned his head. He only saw those two who should have been hostile rivals in love suddenly show an undesirable expression towards him as if they were teaming up in opposition of a common enemy. It was obvious he had been framed by that wicked and unruly girl. "You've heard it. Senior Marshal Brother Han also admits it. I must stay close to him on this journey. This was an order that came from my own master." Zhou Xian lamented with a cute, pitiful appearance. She took advantage of the thoughtlessness from the two's infatuation and immediately had Han Li become the scapegoat, leaving him dumbfounded. During his time of carelessness, this Zhou Xian took advantage of this vulnerability and passed on two great annoyances onto him. It was obviously her revenge towards him because he had long used Hong Fu's name on the journey to greatly suppress her. Surely if those two taught him a lesson, her mood would greatly improve. Han Li looked at the two as they gazed onto him like prey and sighed. Just as he thought to say something, the two's expressions suddenly changed, and their gaze shifted onto the stage behind Han Li. Yan Yu's expression became especially strained. Seeing this scene, Han Li naturally realized that something had happened and hurriedly turned his head. He saw the deadlock in the light barrier break. The person from the Yen clan had already stopped summoning the huge stones and was grasping a yellow-green paper fan with both hands. He strenuously waved his fan toward his opponent. This paper fan clearly should have been light, but every time he waved the fan, he seemed to consume a great amount of physical strength, causing his face to lace with sweat. Chapter 249. Competition. With every wave of the fan, dense green fog shot out from the fan, directly heading toward the green-robed eccentric in front. With these 7 to 8 fan waves, the purple fog had long become incredibly thick and tightly enveloped the other person, forming a large purple sphere. The green-robed eccentric was enshrouded in a sphere of black chi, which blocked the green fog from entering it. The black chi and the green fog incessantly roiled and bit at each other as if they were both alive. But regardless of how it was seen, under the control of the Yen clan disciple, the green fog had a large advantage and was steadily suppressing the black chi further and further. My cousin's bone-rotting treasure fan is an extremely well-known top-grade magic tool. If one comes into contact with even a tiny amount of the poisonous fog it releases, it will definitely melt away one's flesh. However, my cousin always used to believe that this fan is too vicious, and so he was unwilling to use it lightly. But now that he is taking this seriously and has used it immediately, it is apparent that he has already determined not to allow the other person to retreat with their entire body intact. Seeing this, Yan Yu smiled exuberantly, explaining to the Zhou Xian standing to the side. "Whoa! Is this fan really so well known? Do you know how it would compare to the famous wind lightning fan? Which one is more powerful?" Zhou Xian lightly smiled and the corner of her mouth raised slightly, putting on an exciting foxy charm. Based on power alone, this fan may not be as strong as the wind lightning fan. But as long as a cultivator with what attributes spiritual roots uses it, the magic tool can be easily controlled, unlike the wind lightning fan. Unless one has both wind and thunder attributes spiritual roots, one cannot release the wind lightning fan's full power. Thus, this bone-rotting fan's value is even above that of the wind lightning fan. Yan Yu was barely able to suppress the fantasies in his thoughts and carefully explained it, his heart beating wildly upon seeing Zhou Xian's enchanting smile. "What rubbish! This kind of a common top-grade magic tool, how can you even compare it to the wind lightning fan? To have even 1/10 of its power would already be considered decent. In reality, I think that this fan is not even as powerful as the magic tool I possess, the purple light symbols." A jealous expression surfaced on Senior Marshal Brother Feng. Zhou Xian and Yan Yu were talking and laughing with one another, so he intentionally spoke sardonically. You dare to look down upon the magic tools that my Yen clan refines? Good. Let me see the power of your purple light symbols, then. Yen Yu, hearing the other person belittle the bone-rotting fan's power like that, couldn't help but want to test the other person a little out of anger. Good, I was just wanting to experience the magic power of the Yen clan's gifted disciple anyways. Senior martial brother Feng heard the other person's words, then coldly laughed once and immediately agreed. The two had seemingly forgotten all about their common enemy Han Li for the moment. Forget about it, this junior sister was only carelessly asking. Why is it necessary to become so enraged? The two senior martial brothers should each take a step back. Is this not possible? Dong Xianer seemed as if she was discouraging them, but in reality this caused the two people to be unwilling to show weakness in front of their sweetheart. Neither of them was willing to lose face in front of Dong Xianer. Of course, for these two people to immediately begin fighting was also not entirely likely. After all, the two of them were only jealous of each other. What they said earlier was all only said in a moment of anger. They were still aware of the misgivings in their heart. However, if Dong Xianer were to tease both sides with a few more sentences, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Although Han Li did not care about this conflict, he still heard the things going on beside him very clearly and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. He felt that this wicked and unruly woman was truly a demon who stirred up trouble. Sure enough, there would be disturbances no matter where they went. No wonder that Hong Fu always wanted him to control this little girl. Even so, both the one surnamed Feng and Yen Yu both did not appear to be stupid people, so how come now they seem to be so impulsive and aggressive? Could this Dong Xianer's seductive technique actually be so powerful? Would even late Foundation establishment cultivators unwittingly have their mental states affected? After Han Li thought about it again, he couldn't help but feel inwardly shocked. However, Han Li was disinclined to ask these two muddled people. As for which one of them survived, what did it matter to him? But Han Li also felt that it was somewhat strange. No matter how this flirtatious Dong Xianer could bewitch people into falling head over heels for her, in his eyes, Dong Xianer had no charm whatsoever, nor did he get aroused. In reality, Han Li wasn't the only one who wondered about this matter. Dong Xianer was even more depressed. Her seduction technique, for some unknown reason, was actually completely ineffective against the most annoying person. Otherwise, she would have sent him turning about in circles. How could she let him be such threat on the journey here? Just when Han Li and Dong Xianer were both thinking about such things, the situation in the arena suddenly drastically changed. The black chi enveloped by the green fog suddenly contracted and began to thinly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed person who was deeply hidden suddenly came into view. The few skulls surrounding him opened their mouths and began to furiously suck in the black chi all around, causing the black chi to thin. Although the opposing Yen clan member did not know what the other person intended to do, since the other person had destroyed his own defenses, he naturally would not be polite. He immediately pointed the fan in his hands, and the green fog immediately surged forwards just when the black chi had no power to respond. Brat, you want to show off in front of me just based on some poisonous fog? You are acting quite recklessly. You still don't know yet that we are all martial ancestors who play with poison. The green-robed person guffawed, laughing strangely a few times. Next he stretched out a palm and quickly tapped the top of those skulls. These skulls immediately expanded to the size of chariot wheels. Their ghastly white exterior was then covered in a layer of black chi, appearing even more strange and malevolent. Suddenly, they sucked in all of the remaining black chi and abruptly opened their large mouths, absorbing the green fog that had originally been blocked outside into their mouths. In addition, with every breath they sucked in, they expanded slightly as if they were eating. Across from him, Yen Yu's elder cousin was shocked. He hurriedly directed the treasure fan in his hand, wanting to retrieve the green fog, but clearly he was already too late. Only 1/3 of the original poisonous fog could retreat. The majority was all swallowed up by the opponent's skulls. The yellow-green surface of the fan became pitch black, causing all the members of the Yen clan to feel pain in their hearts. They knew that from today onwards the power of this bone-rotting fan would be greatly reduced. This Yen clan disciple had yet to pull himself together from the destruction of his magic tool when the aggressively expanding huge skulls, under the control of the green-robed person, flew towards him making woo-woo noises. In a flash they appeared before his eyes, causing him to be greatly frightened, hurriedly reaching his hand towards his storage pouch. However, those skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, and numerous streaks of pitch-black columns of light simultaneously shot out, converging into a huge column of light. It actually instantaneously broke a hole in the Yen clan member's protective yellow wind, knocking him out. He lost consciousness and fell through the air with a gudong. A Yen clan disciple standing to the side, seeing that the victor had already been determined, was naturally unwilling to see a member of his clan fall and be severely injured, so he immediately flew out alone to catch Yen Yu's cousin, then flew back. The ghost spirit sect's profound techniques are, as expected, peerless and exquisite. Our Yen clan actually lost 4 out of 5 of the matches. Should we begin the 6th match next? A Yen clan elder stepped out and said coldly to those who called themselves the ghost spirit sect. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes shone brightly. Let's forget about it. It's not too late to hold the remaining 5 matches after the Yen clan's life and death hall's disciple comes. I have long heard of the great reputation of the Yen clan's blood cultivator. A mysterious person wearing a silver demonic mask stepped out from the group of ghost spirit sect disciples. From his gentle, refined and rich voice, he seemed to be a very young male. Okay. Since the young sect master really has such refined interest, my Yen clan is naturally willing to accommodate. Then today's competition will temporarily end here. The elder was first shocked upon hearing this. However, unwilling to show weakness, he agreed, then waved his sleeve, turned around and left. The young sect master did not mind. He gently laughed, then elegantly turned around and brought his men, leaving the area. The other onlooking cultivators, after taking in this treat for their eyes, also silently began to disappear. Han Li gently shook his head when he suddenly heard the sound of Yen Yu muttering to himself, "How is this possible? My cousin actually also lost? He is an expert of our martial arms hall." What expert? Wasn't he still easily defeated by the opponent? Senior martial brother Feng curled his lips. He naturally would not easily let an opportunity to attack his love rival slip by. You. Yen Yu's face revealed an expression of rage which was about to flare up, but Dong Xianer's following sentence immediately delighted him. Senior martial brother Yen Yu, I have been traveling for numerous days and am somewhat tired. Can you arrange for a suitable room to allow this junior sister to rest a moment? Any other exchange activities can wait until tomorrow. Dong Xianer said lazily, suddenly stretching her lithe waist. Of course I can. Junior martial sister Dong, I will bring you to a room specifically prepared for female cultivators. Junior martial brother Han and others, do as you please. Yen Yu happily said, appearing as if he were putting on a show. Han Li lightly laughed. He didn't have any objections. He had already safely brought Dong Xianer to Yanling Castle, thus successfully finishing his duty. As for any other matters, he couldn't worry about them and he didn't want to worry about them. This being the case, he lightly mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the surroundings, then left the group of people. Chapter 250 Meeting an Old Friend. Chapter 250. Meeting an old friend. As Han Li wished to be far away from Dong Xianer, senior martial brother Feng and Yen Yu naturally looked forward to this. Thus, not only did Yen Yu not attempt to stop him, but he even very warmly gave him a jade slip containing a map of Yanling Castle so that Han Li could save some time and directly head to his destination instead of running all over the place like a dizzy fly. As for Dong Xianer, although she felt very surprised that Han Li had suddenly let go and stopped restricting her, she was naturally very happy that she had regained her independence and, like a fish in water, could be among many male cultivators. Of course, she still used an astonished expression to glance at Han Li a few times. No matter how much she thought about it, she could not decipher the intentions behind his movements. Intentions? It's just that I don't want to carry around a burden with me. Also, moving as an individual is much more unrestrained. Han Li thought extremely leisurely while walking on the azure stone roads of Yanling Castle, his hands clasped behind his back. From time to time he would gaze at the shops to his left and right. These were all selling talisman, tool and pill refinement materials, and there were also a few that sold low-grade magic tools. However, the store owners were mostly mortals with no magic power. This was not that strange. The land of the entire Yanling castle was extremely large, and the population was around a few 100,000. However, those who had spiritual roots and could cultivate magic techniques were only a small portion. The vast majority were all mortals. Of these mortals who originally should have been living in the secular world, some did not have spiritual roots but were of the bloodline of the Yan clan, while others were relatives of Yan clan disciples. After all, marriages only between fellow members of the Yan clan was something that was highly inappropriate, so they appropriately assimilated some new blood, allowing the Yan clan to continue to be preserved and strengthened. Of course, to maintain secrecy, these mortals who had entered the Yanling castle could never leave the city. They could only grow old and die of sickness here. Although they no longer had to worry about basic necessities, it was still an extremely sorrowful matter. The new people who had been transferred and were not so bad. At least they had seen the teeming world outside. However, those who had been born in the castle but did not have spiritual roots did not have even a single opportunity to see the outside world. Even so, of the mortals who initially entered the castle, not a single one was coerced. They all were at the end of their ropes or had received the great aid of the Yan clan, and were willing for it to be this way. Adding on the fact that Yanling Castle was heavily guarded and was shrouded by formations, and mortals who tried to secretly leave the castle were immediately killed upon discovery, no one had heard yet of any mortal successfully escaping from this area. Of course, Hanli did not guess this information. Rather, it was a small piece of information included on the jade slip with the map. Thus Hanli had a rough impression of this Yanling Castle in his mind. Now he was headed to a tea house in the city. This was because, based on Han Li's understanding, the majority of cultivators liked good tea very much, and a tea house was an essential location for all cultivators to visit. Han Li felt that he could perhaps meet up with some other cultivators there and join up with a small group. This was an opportunity to exchange that was very difficult to come by. After all, to completely ignore the outside world was also not desirable. At the end of this stone street, near a three-way intersection, one should be able to see the tea house sign. Han Li, thinking in this way, couldn't help but quicken his steps. However, the sound of an intense argument between a male and a female suddenly could be heard from some shop to the side. Next, following a male's angry howls, a dressed-up young woman angrily walked out from the room, directly rushing towards the stone road, and just so happened to run into a flabbergasted Han Li. This young woman was extremely beautiful, so Han Li, who possessed the same weakness as every other male, couldn't help but absent-mindedly glance at her. In the end, when Han Li saw clearly the young woman's appearance, he instantly stopped in place, shocked. The young woman, seeing Han Li's gazing at her without restraint, felt incredibly aggravated in her heart. However, she had also lived in the castle for a long time. Although she had no magic power, she could tell Han Li's identity as a cultivator based on his attire. Although because she was angry and humiliated, she did not pay attention to Han Li's appearance. Only feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar, she still strongly resisted her anger, gently lowering her head yet saying stiffly, "Esteemed cultivator, could you let this young woman pass? I'm already married." This esteemed individual, gazing at a common young woman in this way, "Are you not worried that you are lacking in proper manners?" After saying this sentence, the young woman was not actually worried. After all, inside Yanling Castle, discipline was tight, and there were restrictions preventing cultivators from disturbing the lives of mortals. The punishment for disobeying this was extremely severe. Naturally, mortals also had to preserve their absolute respect for cultivators. If they neglected this, the cultivators could deal with them as they wished. In addition, because they were in a public place, she was even more unafraid that the other person would have any kind of improper conduct. But the young woman had lowered her head for a long time, yet she did not see the cultivator in front of her move at all. Since he did seem to intend to allow her to pass yet did not openly reprimand her either, this caused her to feel somewhat shocked. She couldn't help but raise her graceful body and glanced over. In the end, an impulsive face with an enigmatic smile appeared before her eyes. This face's familiarity immediately brought the young woman to a night in a rear courtyard 10 years ago. The scene of an incomparably stingy senior martial brother and a clever, sly little girl arguing with each other was vivid in her mind. Senior martial brother? Junior martial sister. The young woman finally recognized this face that had not changed at all. Han Li, after hearing the other person call him senior martial brother, became absolutely sure that this beautiful enough to eat young woman was truly the clever, sly little girl he had met many years ago. Huan, Dr. Mo's youngest daughter, the one whom he had personally called junior apprentice sister. Are you really senior martial brother Han Li? Huan was first extremely stunned. She asked with mixed feelings, but she still appeared to not dare to believe it. Is the winding fragrance pill I gave you still effective? Han Li suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Senior martial brother, it really is you. Seeing that Han Li had named the gift he had given her back then, Huan no longer had any doubt. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she began to sob as if she had been greatly wronged. Han Li was dumbfounded at the moment. After all, they were still on the stone road, so there were still passerbys and a few cultivators walking through. If this beautiful young woman were seen crying in front of him, wouldn't all kinds of assumptions made about him? Thinking of this, Han Li scratched his head, then summoned his courage and said to Huan, Junior martial sister, how about we find a different place to talk? This does not seem to be the right place to have a conversation. I'll listen to senior martial brother, Huan said obediently, temporarily stopping her crying. Her behavior just now greatly shocked Han Li. After all, the Huan in his memories was like a little demoness. For her to suddenly be so gentle and obedient was truly something that he was not used to. But what place was relatively peaceful? Han Li thought to himself and glanced at the street somewhat melancholically. Come to my house. My mother is also there. Huan suddenly opened her mouth and said after she had calmed down a little. Fourth martial mother is also at Yanling Castle? Han Li was shocked. It seemed like something big had really happened at the Missouri estate. Otherwise, with Lady Yen being the head of the Missouri estate, they would not lightly leave that place. Yes, senior martial brother. My mother is afflicted by a very severe illness. You must save her. Tears flashed in Huan's eyes as she bitterly begged him. Okay, if there's anything we can talk about it once we reach your mother's place. As long as it isn't an incurable disease, senior martial brother can still cure it. Seeing Huan's pitiful appearance, Han Li naturally thought of the carefree life that she led at the Missouri estate. Thus, his heart couldn't help but soften and he comforted her with his words. And I trust senior martial brother's words. That year, second elder sister said that senior martial brother's medical technique was already above hers. Now that you're here, my mother can be saved. Hearing Han Li's promise, Huan stopped weeping and began to laugh. When he saw her tender and beautiful appearance, Han Li was unable to stop himself from becoming absent-minded. Luckily, he immediately sobered up before he made a fool of himself. Let's go, my house is not far from here. As soon as we pass through one more street, we'll be there. When my mother meets senior martial brother, she will definitely be very happy. Huan very naturally pulled onto Han Li's sleeve, leading him forwards as they walked. She seemed to be elated as if she had found a pillar to lean on. A young woman taking the initiative to pull along a male, walking on the street in public, naturally attracted the sidelong glances of many bystanders. Luckily, Han Li's attire as a cultivator meant that nobody dared to say anything unpleasant in front of the two of them. As for what they would discuss when they were far away, it would be difficult to say. Junior martial sister, how did you and your mother end up here? Did something happen at the Missouri estate? Han Li and Huan had been walking shoulder to shoulder. Just when Huan was not paying attention, he gently retrieved his sleeve and asked, not revealing his thoughts. This matter will take a long time to explain. The Missouri estate was destroyed 7 years ago, and the fearsome Flood Dragon Association was also expelled. Upon hearing this, Huan faintly trembled, and her expression darkened as she responded. Then what about the other two junior martial sisters and their mothers? Although Han Li had long since guessed the situation pretty well, he still sighed and asked about the situation of her other family members. Second and fifth mother both died, and I'm not sure about the rest. Because my mother and I had to kill our way out, and at the time everything was too messy, everyone could only escape on their own. Huan's voice began to shake. Clearly she was suffering internally. Note: Han Li meets Huan and Lady Yen in. Yes, based on your intellect your life should be very good in the cultivating world. Not like me and your other martial mothers who have all become stray dogs. Sigh. Lady Yen had just sighed with regret when her face suddenly became blood red, and she was hit by a bout of coughing. Mother, you're okay, right? Senior martial brother. Emote Huan began to panic, and she hurriedly began to gently stroke Lady Yan's chest. Her gaze towards Han Li was filled with pleading. Let me take a look. Han Li could not resist Emote Huan's grief-filled gaze. He gently sighed, then reached his hand out and grasped the pulse on Lady Yan's wrist. After a brief moment, his expression naturally relaxed, and then he said, "It's not serious. It's just that her old wound has begun to act up again. Her illness is a result of this wound compounded with the lack of rest and years of overly taxing her mind and body." Is it easy to cure? Emote Huan asked anxiously. Don't worry, if I had to deal with these old wounds 10 years ago, it truly would have been somewhat difficult. But now it's a trivial matter. Han Li said comfortingly. Then he took out a box of needles from his storage pouch and performed an acupuncture technique on Lady Yen, causing her to immediately stop coughing. In the future, take 1 pill every day. After 10 or so days you should be completely cured. Han Li said self-confidently as he pulled out a small bottle and handed it to Lady Yen. Lady Yan's whole body did not feel uncomfortable at all. The disease that had plagued her for years actually and truly had gone without returning. At this time she glowed as if she had been revitalized and gotten a few years younger. Now that she received the bottle, she felt her mood surge even more. What was she to say? Han Li. Lady Yen had only just begun to express her gratitude when Han Li spoke and interrupted her. Now, can you tell me exactly what happened to the Missouri estate as well as how you guys arrived at Yanling Castle? Han Li still wanted to understand exactly how this had occurred. A sorrowful expression appeared on Lady Yan's face upon hearing this, and she slowly began to recount what happened that year. It turned out that when Han Li had taken care of Ouyang Feitian of the Hegemon's villa, it truly had allowed the fearsome Flood Dragon Association, which had been prepared for it, to take a large advantage and swallow up the greater half of the land and benefits. However, the other overlord in the state of Lan, the Rainbow Sect, responded rather quickly as well, swallowing the remaining smaller half. In this way, the state of Lan now consisted of 2 powers living side by side. But since the equilibrium between the 3 powers had been broken, naturally the same mountain could not house 2 tigers. In the end, when the Mo estate-led fearsome Flood Dragon Association and the Rainbow Sect exchanged blows, they discovered that they had made a grave mistake. They should not have let Ouyang Feitian die like that. This Rainbow Sect's strength had vastly exceeded the outward strength that they displayed. In just one battle, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association suffered a huge defeat. After that, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association was pulled up from its roots, and the Missouri estate also met with attacks from numerous experts. The helpless women could only break through the siege and run for their lives. In the end, second wife Lady Li and fifth wife Lady Wang lost their lives when breaking through, and when the others escaped from the siege, they immediately split up and went into hiding. As a result of their actions, Lady Yen and Emote Huan were heavily pursued. Just when it seemed the two were about to lose their lives, a middle-aged man who called himself Yen Zhu saved Lady and upon obtaining their consent, brought them into Yanling Castle, becoming mortals of the Yen clan fortress. Yen Shu was only a qi condensation low-status disciple in Yanling Castle, and his ability was limited, but he still treated both Lady Yen and her daughter very well. After a year, Lady Yen decided to bluntly marry this person to repay him for saving them. But because Emote Huan's beauty was so moving, out of fear of it attracting trouble, Lady Yen decided to publicly proclaim that Emote Huan was a widow who had been married before. After cursing her husband to die, she entered within the castle. In this way, when Emote Huan had someone in her heart and wanted to genuinely marry someone, she could give up her surname to whomever she chose. Lady Yen and her daughter actually lived 2 peaceful years inside the castle. Unfortunately, Yenju was involved in an accident while carrying out a mission for the clan and was buried in a foreign land. Suddenly, Lady Yen and her daughter had no one to rely on, nor could they leave the castle. They could only continue to depend solely on Yanling Castle and use their pension of spirit stones to start up a small shop, doing whatever bleak business they could. As long as they continued like this, Although the store's income was not great, it was enough to allow Lady Yen to see a doctor and buy medicine and keep the illness repressed. However, the store that always sent their store low-grade talismans suddenly became inaccessible to them, causing Lady Yen's small store to be on the verge of collapse. What kind of person was Lady Yen? She immediately saw through the core issue of the situation. After analyzing the situation, she discovered the person who was messing with their shop behind the scenes. As it turned out, some cultivator who lived nearby had taken a liking to Xianxia after seeing the mother and daughter walk past his door often. He actually did not care about the rumors of Xianxia having cursed her husband and directly proposed a request to marry Xianxia. Lady Yen naturally would not agree, and so in the end this cultivator left in a rage. As such, the person messing with things behind the scenes naturally was ready to emerge. When Hanli ran into Xianxia on the street today, it just so happened to be when Xianxia was looking for another supplier and had a large argument. Lady Yen thoroughly and slowly spoke, while Xianxia occasionally added a few sentences. Hanli roughly understood the whole story at this point. However, when hearing that Xianxia was being forced to marry someone, he couldn't help but gently laugh a few times. Who would expect that there were actually people who were willing to forcefully take the little demoness? However, this little demoness had truly grown into a big demoness in the years that he had not seen her, with a figure that could kill many people. Hanli, after so many years of cultivation, your cultivation should have advanced beyond the 9th layer, right? Lady Yen glanced over Hanli once again before politely asking. Having stayed in Yanling Castle over these years, although she had no way of cultivating, she knew quite a bit of common knowledge regarding the cultivation world. It's decent. Martial Mother no doubt wants me to deal with this cultivator's pestering. This person must be trouble, no? Hanli gently laughed before straightforwardly speaking. Hearing this, Lady Yen was somewhat embarrassed and relieved. From Hanli's tone, it seemed that he was willing to help. Chapter 252 Separation. Chapter 252 Separation. Do you know a bit about the details of this person's cultivation? If he isn't an important disciple or the Yen clan and his cultivation isn't high, I can go have a chat with him and should be able to smoothly resolve this, Hanli calmly said as he rubbed his nose. In fact, he clearly understood that being able to force a mortal girl required a high enough cultivation. Thus, he could only be a bit careful about this. I had Saihuan investigate this matter before. Apparently his fundamental cultivation had reached the 5th layer. Although his surname is Yen, he is certain to be an unimportant character of the Yen clan. Otherwise, if he were an important disciple, why would he live among us mortals? Lady Yen was worthy of being the former head of the Missouri estate. Even though she had reached such dire straits, she managed to neatly arrange this matter and thoroughly understood it. This is of no question. In a moment, Junior Marshall's sister will just have to show me the way, then I'll go and settle this problem. When Hanli heard this, he nodded his head and replied. Many thanks, Senior Marshall brother. I knew that Senior Marshall brother was certain to help. When Xianxia clearly heard this, she sweetly called out with extreme happiness. Hanli, we've truly troubled you. If we hadn't, how else could this mother and daughter possibly challenge a cultivator? Gratitude flashed through Lady Yen's eyes, but then she sighed and helplessly added, although this place appears to restrict cultivators from harassing us mortals, there are far too many counts of cultivators humiliating mortals. But how could the Yen clan possibly punish all those cultivators? Moreover, if a mortal is not careful and actually start a feud with a cultivator, he would evaporate without a trace. This is a rather common occurrence. Hanli had heard the unwillingness to be powerless in her words. After all, compared to the grandeur of the ultimate power grasped by the Missouri estate, their current life of swallowing their anger was, as Lady Yen had described, truly humiliating. After Hanli heard this, he was silent for a moment, then he asked a few questions of his misgivings. Master's wife, Junior Marshall's sister, should have long reached a suitable age for marriage. Why hasn't she found a suitable partner within the castle yet? If she married a cultivator, wouldn't you have someone to rely on? Marry? I won't marry those Yen clan cultivators. Just as Hanli had finished speaking, Lady Yen bitterly smiled as Xianxia loudly rejected this with an entirely unhappy expression. Why? Hanli was somewhat astonished. Senior Marshall brother. The cultivators of the Yen clan fundamentally do not treat us mortal girls justly. If a mortal were to marry to them, she would basically be treated as a mortal slave, nothing more. It would be undesirable for any girl to be in this position since she would be beaten and scolded often. I would rather remain single for my entire life than marry. Immerse's voice was quick and anxious. It was clear she greatly feared this. Han Li, you didn't know this, but your junior martial sister made a friend here, a mortal in this castle, and she was married to a Yen clan cultivator. The result was not as expected. She was frequently abused, and when her appearance aged, they found an excuse to abandon her, leaving her extremely miserable. That cultivator then married again to a young pretty woman. Sigh, if only there were a good-natured cultivator like her stepfather. There are truly too few of them there. I am also unwilling to subject Saihuan to hardship. As for marrying her to a mortal, her perspective is too large. How could she possibly put them in her eyes? Lady Yen explained Saihuan's actions. So it's like that. But if that's the case, will junior martial sister never get married her entire life? Han Li naturally asked, wrinkling his brow. When Han Li said this, Lady Yan's expression changed as if she wanted to say something. But after a moment of hesitation she decided to not say it. It was unknown what Saihuan was thinking since she too lowered her head and remained silent. Then Han Li realized the atmosphere felt a bit amiss, as if. He immediately broke the mood, saying, Junior martial sister, show your senior martial brother the way. Let's resolve this matter first and talk about this later. All right. Saihuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When Lady Yen saw this, she did not have any intention to oppose. Thus, Han Li and Saihuan departed from the store for the time being and went straight toward the cultivator's residence, which was quite far away. Senior martial brother, what layer is your cultivation? When you knocked on his door, it appeared to be like a mouse seeing a cat. He called you senior incessantly and bowed to you so many times. With that kind of respect, it was as if he saw his own ancestor. Saihuan returned to the lively bearing that Han Li remembered. On the desolate path on the way back, she continuously giggled. That was how a young 20-year-old woman should act. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and humbly answered, It's nothing, I was just a layer higher. According to the customs of the cultivation world, he truly should be calling me senior. When Saihuan heard this, happiness flashed through her eyes and she giggled even more. Regardless, when I remember that funny expression when he saw me, I can't help but laugh. This time Han Li didn't say anything and only silently smiled toward Saihuan. After a moment, Saihuan became shy and turned her face away, saying nothing else. But a moment later she said something that greatly surprised Han Li. Senior martial brother, without spiritual roots, is there truly no method to cultivate? I also want to be a cultivator like you. Saihuan turned her head toward him with a face of grief and a voice with hope. When Han Li saw this scene, he felt slight heartache but could only remain silent. Ever since ancient times, it was impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots. This has been a constant, rigid truth of the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he possibly have great enough ability to break this? When Saihuan saw Han Li's expression, her originally blazing heart grew cold. She knew that this extremely capable senior martial brother also to have no method for this. She could not help but become saddened, silently falling a few steps behind Han Li. The journey slowed and the two appeared to become quiet. When the two weren't far away from the small shop, Han Li suddenly stopped and turned towards Saihuan, saying, I still have matters to attend to and can't return to see martial mother. Let's depart here. Fortunately, I will be here at Yanling Castle for several more days. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to see you in the future. What? Senior martial brother wants to leave now? Saihuan was startled at first but then appeared greatly disappointed. And here are a few tens of spirit stones. Give them to martial mother to set them aside for emergencies. Right now this is all I can do. Han Li took out a small leather pouch from his storage pouch and handed it over to Saihuan. Many thanks, senior martial brother. Saihuan said this with a soft voice, appearing extremely feeble. Reluctance to separate appeared in her eyes. When Han Li saw this display he didn't know why, but he felt a peculiar pain in his heart. After he hesitated for a moment, he took out a silver bottle and tossed out a pink pill. Take this. Although it won't make you a cultivator, it will make it so your appearance will never age and you will forever stay young. This can be considered my present to you as your senior martial brother. Han Li said with a solemn expression. Senior martial brother I. When Immortality heard this, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Her desire to say the words in her heart grew stronger. However, Han Li did not let her say them. He flicked his finger and the medicine pill flew into her mouth, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Junior martial sister, I am leaving. You and martial mother take care of yourselves. When these words were spoken, Han Li faintly shook and his appearance remained for a second. He then completely disappeared. Senior martial brother. Immortality called out, astonished. She rushed forth several steps and looked around in every direction. Could there still be any trace of Han Li? Helpless, Immortality could only slowly walk back to the store with a saddened expression. After a short moment, Han Li appeared in a room not too far away. After he silently looked on for a moment more, he disappeared again without hesitation. Although Han Li was not certain what this junior martial sister was going to say to him, he could make a fairly accurate guess. But unfortunately, while they were destined to meet, they were not fated to be together. His feelings toward her had not reached that stage. Not to mention his lifespan as a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly far too different from her own. That was also why he was unwilling to touch these feelings. After all, powerlessly seeing the people he loved wither before his eyes was truly something Han Li found intolerable. Heavenly Crane Residence. The name of this tea house appeared before Han Li. It was an ancient building 3 stories high. As expected, it was somewhat imposing. With only a rough look, Han Li did not think deeper and entered. This was because he had already felt over 10 vibrations of magic power within the building, all of which were on par with his own. Only cultivators on the stage of Foundation establishment or greater could release such spiritual power. He entered the tea house and swept his gaze across without stopping in the slightest. Then he went up to the second floor. This was because on the first floor, there were only mortals without the slightest magic power. Although there were a few cultivators on the second floor, the majority of them were of the chi condensation stage. They were fundamentally unable to enter Han Li's eyes at this moment. Han Li felt the fluctuation of magic power grow greater as he approached the third floor, Han Li's real objective. Chapter 253. Ghost Spirit Sect. When Han Li entered the third floor, he immediately felt several spiritual senses sweep past him, causing his heart to shiver. These investigators' magic power was of mid-Foundation establishment stage, far greater than an early Foundation establishment cultivator such as himself. During his 4 years of secluded cultivation in his Immortal's Cave, his magic power had approached the mid-Foundation establishment stage, but he still had yet to pierce through a paper-thin bottleneck, much to Han Li's disappointment. However, these thoughts were rather ordinary. After all, with the speed of his 4 years of cultivation and having almost reached mid-Foundation establishment, he had already surpassed the speed of normal cultivators. Also, this final paper-thin bottleneck was the first he had encountered in Foundation establishment. This was not something that could be broken through solely with medicinal assistance. It also required an auspicious opportunity. If he were to just consume many different medicines, it would only deepen his magic power a bit, but he wouldn't be able to easily step over and advance through this layer. As Han Li thought of this, he acquired a rough understanding of the upper floors. The people of the third floor were all Foundation establishment cultivators, but it was obvious that they were divided into 2 groups. One group was dressed in the style of the 7 great sect of the state of Yu. The others were disorderly dressed, marking them as foreign cultivators. There were only 5 cultivators from the 7 great sects. They all sat at a table and were talking about something with a soft voice. They seemed to be somewhat close. As for the other cultivators, there were 7 or 8 sitting alone or in pairs. They were drinking tea with cold faces and weren't whispering or talking. With such a contrast between movement and stillness, Han Li felt an oppressive, hostile atmosphere. Han Li's arrival naturally aroused the other cultivators' attention. Apart from the few who had examined him at the beginning, the others also turned to study him. Then, without hesitation, Han Li walked toward the table with cultivators from the 7 great sects. After all, he was one of them, an ally. Han Li's movement caused the foreign cultivators to turn a blind eye to him. Then the people from the 7 sects stood up and welcomed him with a faint smile. Wearing the yellow Maple Valley uniform, Han Li naturally did not need to say anything about it. These people were already quite familiar with it. This one is Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li. I see there are several senior martial brothers and sisters. Han Li bowed. Of the 5 before him, 3 were actually mid-foundation establishment and the other 2 were early foundation establishment like himself. Junior martial brother Han. This one is the Clear Void Sect's Wu Fatsi. This is junior martial brother Wu Yuzi. These 3 are junior martial brother Wu of Spirit Beast Mountain, senior martial brother Ba of the Giant Sword Sect, and junior martial sister of Heavenly Imperial Castle. The eldest of the 2 Taoist priests sitting at the table politely saluted him and gave him a cursory introduction. Since junior martial brother has come, first sample the Yen clan's famed Snowbell tea. This tea house specializes in providing top-grade goods for us external cultivators. Cultivator Wu of Spirit Beast Mountain was a cheerful middle-aged man. Once Han Li sat down, he immediately took the teapot and poured Han Li a cup of cloudy white spiritual tea. Han Li nodded with a smile in response and then took a light sip. Regardless of whether this person had sincerely poured tea for him, their appearances were convincing. Good tea. Not paying particular attention to these people, Han Li could not help but praise the tea. As the tea went down, he immediately a slight cold chill rise from his stomach. The tea had left a strong lingering fragrance throughout his mouth. When Cultivator Wu heard this, his smile grew slightly stronger. Junior martial brother Han's appearance is rather unfamiliar. Are you a newly accepted brilliant disciple of a Yellow Maple Valley Martial Senior? The 20-year-old junior martial sister Fong with a common appearance calmly asked. My master is Li Huayuan. I was formally accepted as his disciple upon achieving foundation establishment. My age is but a few trifling years. I hope senior martial brothers and sister will give me a pointer of 2. Han Li responded with a sincere expression. How could we possibly talk about giving pointers? Everyone mutually exchanges a pointer or 2 with one another. Since junior martial brother Han was able to become martial senior Li's disciple and was even dispatched to this location when you were so young, you are certain to be outstanding. There is no need to undervalue yourself so much. The one speaking this time was the middle-aged man from the Giant Sword Sect. Although he appeared sincere and considerate, the words coming out of his mouth revealed none of that, leaving Han Li somewhat surprised. Han Li naturally said a few more modest words. As such, apart from that thin, short and silent Wu Yuzi, Han Li and the others broke into an excited discussion. What were you talking about just now? After a few more niceties, Han Li steered toward this topic, asking as he wished. It was nothing. We were guessing the reason as to why so many cultivators from foreign countries had come to Yanlin Castle. This is truly unusual. Although the Yin Yang Pagoda is very precious, it's certainly not this attractive. When Wu Fatsi heard Han Li's question, he answered with a solemn expression. These words dispelled Han Li's doubts. He could not help but repeatedly nod in agreement. We made a few comments about it a moment ago but weren't able to come to a conclusion. We all felt that the odds of an outstanding treasure appearing in this area were not high. Because if this were the case, not only would there be foundation establishment cultivators, core formation stage experts would have already long arrived and wouldn't be nearly as peaceful. As for their true reasons, we have no way of knowing, said the Fong woman from Heavenly Imperial Castle. We shouldn't have careless suspicions. Surely in 2 days on the start of the treasure seizing assembly, everything will be made known. I actually feel a bit uneasy toward the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators who arrived today. Overall, I feel that these people are of the wrong sort. They actually repeatedly beat down the disciples of the Yen clan and truly caused too much mishap. Do any of you know their origins? The middle-aged man named Wu asked with a wrinkled brow. His chuckling smile could no longer be seen. It seems he was truly felt great unease toward these cultivators. Cultivator Wu's question immediately caused this group of cultivators to look at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had heard of this sect, but how could they be a righteous group with that name of theirs? They most likely tread the devil Dao. Nobody knew whether they were a sect from a nearby country, but regardless, They were able to cause a local powerhouse like the Yen clan to be afraid of the consequences and remain timid even after they injured so many of their disciples. It seemed their aggressive arrogance knew no end. The majority's expression had changed except for that of Wu Yuzi, who had yet to speak. Only his expression hadn't changed. It seemed he knew something of this ghost spirit sect, causing everyone to be somewhat expectant. Junior Martial Brother, do you know of this ghost spirit sect? Wu Fatzi asked with great surprise. His junior martial brother had never been fond of interacting with others, but he did enjoy flipping through all sorts of books. Perhaps he truly knew a thing or two. The Ghost Spirit Sect, one of the 6 sects of the state of Tianluo. They are experts on controlling ghosts and enslaving demons. They are also proficient in poisonous techniques and a few dark techniques. Although they are the weakest of the 6 sects, they are more powerful and wealthier than the strongest sect in the state of Yu, the Masked Moon sect. After Wu Yuzi raised his head and coldly said this, he once again turned silent. However, these few words were enough to cause everyone's expression to greatly change. A devil sect of the state of Tianluo? No wonder the Yen clan submitted themselves to humiliation. They are absolutely several times more powerful than our own 7 sections. In our region, apart from the righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu, no other country's cultivators would have the power to resist an invasion from them. The man from the giant sword sect turned pale as he mentioned this. We can't make a mistake about this. How would a great power suddenly come to our state of Yu and participate in such a small treasure-seizing assembly? The Fang woman asked, not daring to be fully convinced. Her words naturally carried some doubt. Heavenly South Letter 2nd Scroll, Article 4. Wu Yuzi spoke with a cold voice. Ah. The female cultivator didn't understand at first, but after a moment she understood his meaning. Every great sect had a set of ancient records, in particular about the customs and relationships of every country, as well as a few fantastic tales and interesting anecdotes. They also touched quite a bit on the affairs of the cultivation world. However, because there was far too much, the female cultivator had only hurriedly looked through a few books before she became disinclined to look further. Could it be that the matters of the Ghost Spirit sect could be found in these records? She wasn't the only one. The others also expressed doubt. Wu Yuzi then reluctantly said, on the 2nd scroll, not only does it detail the Ghost Spirit sect but it also roughly introduces the other 5 sects of Tianluo. From Wu Yuzi's certain appearance, the others were convinced of his words. This time, apart from being shocked, the others began to ponder as to why the Ghost Spirit sect suddenly appeared at the Yen clan. Han Li habitually massaged his temples and sunk into deep thought. The state of Tianluo's 6 sects intended to invade the state of Yu? No, that's not right. The states of Yu and Tianluo were separated by 2 small countries, the states of Cheji and Jiang. Before invading the state of Yu, they must first invade these 2 small countries. Although these 2 countries are small, the strength of their cultivation worlds was not small at all. If they were to join with the 7 sects of the state of Yu, it would be extremely difficult for the 6 Devil Dao sects to silently and easily invade the 2 countries. Besides, the nearby righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu would look upon them with a careful eye. Surely they wouldn't give them the opportunity to expand their strength. After Han Li thought it through, Han Li ruled out the most terrible situation. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.